welcome everybody. This is the Journey to 100, the Bitsy Barrier, and we're hopefully going to run this event every year for 10 years. And today is a starting point, I think, and we've got some amazing speakers that have come from all over the world to say, is this crazy idea possible? And a lot of James's community is coming to do so. Welcome everybody to Guernsey. Welcome, James.
Thank you. Yeah, what we're going to talk about today is really community transformation and what it's going to take for Guernsey as a community to be able to break through that barrier first and set a precedent for the world. What's really exciting, as Mark said today, is that we have, through the functional forum that we've been doing for the last 3 years, we have over 400 meetup groups all around the world, mainly physicians and other health professionals getting together to talk about their own community transformation. So we hope that whatever you're going to hear from the stage and those listening at home and on the stream, and it'll be online forever for free so that anyone can engage with this content, that the same ideas will be equally useful here in Guernsey as all of the other communities around the world. So we really encourage your participation. If you're here in between the content segments, there's going to be fireside chats and we may take questions from the audience. And if you're watching at home, you can use hashtag Journey to100, and I'll be keeping an eye on that. And in the Q&A sessions between the content, we'll be able to take questions from people at home, people all around the world. Most of my audience do live in America, so they're probably still in bed, but maybe we'll get a barrage of questions in the second half of the day. But thank you so much for being here. It's such a pleasure to be back on the island.
So there's one little, I'm not a doctor by the way, but I do always insist on one little prescription before we start the event. And what you need to do is actually stand up and find a stranger for a 20-second exercise. So grab a stranger. This helps take all of the nervousness. Those of you, hold on. Big hugs for everyone. Right. That's a quick one. For those of you online who've not seen this before, we always start every event we do with a big hug with a stranger. You can hug yourself like this. 20 seconds of hugging takes away a lot of the fear for the day. Right, everybody, back to your seats. On with the show. Quickly. So we do that. We do that because so much of this day is about you having new conversations, you making new connections, because it's through the conversations, connections that we have today we can achieve this mission that we're on. So don't be afraid to talk to anyone, don't be afraid to connect to anyone, don't be afraid to tweet and share it with the world, because ultimately, as I'll talk about in my talk later today, change comes from human connection. So use this day to meet. You're all part of this story, so please, if you're feeling nervous or worried about something, hugging is the best solution to nerves. So I hope you really enjoy it. Now we're really pleased. Actually, I'm gonna show you all that you can actually hug a president in this town. We've got our president just going to open the show to set some of the backdrop in terms of where we are a community currently and where the government is. And just to welcome you all to Guernsey for those online and those who've come here. And so please welcome everyone. Gavin Sinclair, let's open the show.
Well, thank you very much, Mark and James, and thank you also for the very generous invitation to speak here. I'm always delighted to have the opportunity to do so. Unfortunately, it is with great regret that I'm not actually able to stay for the day. I quite literally have to run from here to be in the assembly for 9:30. So I'm sure that's good for my activity levels and my health. It'll help suppress my stress as I run to get there. As I was preparing for today, I thought I'd refresh my memory on the material that was used to promote the conference. And I think the language which was used, that we can live healthier, happier lives from 0 to 100 years and beyond. And it went on to say many health professionals and community leaders believe that healthy and happy aging is not simply about medical advancements, but about our lifestyle, our diet, and ultimately finding and enjoying our purpose in life. And I thought the premise behind that was so entirely consistent with the future Guernsey vision. And for those of you who, both in the room and those outside the island, future Guernsey is the plan for Guernsey as a community, with a vision that we should become one of the healthiest and happiest communities in the world. And that is what is driving our government planning process, and indeed it is intended to be the framework in which government, business and the community can plan for their future on our beautiful island. And I think it then went on to say, of course, the rising cost of healthcare and ageing is a global issue. And of course that absolutely chimes with some of our own challenges, because we do have, as the note says, elsewhere, as with elsewhere, an unsustainable model. We are seeing that exponential rise in costs if we don't do something about it. And so developing a new model of care that meets the needs of the population, that is sustainable and that is equitable, it is absolutely one of our priorities, and has been debated in our Assembly, in our Parliament, only this week. We need to focus on the fact that we need to be concentrating on what we need as a community. We have the challenge that expectations are very high. Some of those expectations, I would suggest, are set by the medical community, and probably by the big industries that go alongside that as well, without necessarily the desire in the community to necessarily meet the cost of that. So to be truly sustainable, we absolutely need to place greater emphasis on early prevention and early intervention. And we absolutely need more support in the community, and I think that absolutely spoke to James's very brief introduction about the role of community and the better engagement and partnership that goes with that. And of course, people do need to take greater responsibility for their lives, and we as a community need to enable people to do that. The better use of technology, of course, no doubt plays a part as well. And we need to be, and this is the culture which I think those in our health and social care area may become increasingly used to, although a little perhaps uncomfortable with at the moment. We need to be more customer-centred, and we're choosing that word with care rather than being patient-centred, because patient-centred, of course, always implies that there is something, that there is an illness that can be treated, that can be mended, as opposed to providing a service-type relationship. And we need to, ultimately, we need to be thinking and working differently. And I think that's what really this conference is clearly so all about. And the material then goes on to say that Guernsey has the potential to show the world how factors such as community, purpose in life, preventative healthcare, and a proactive approach to well-being could make it the first country to have an average life expectancy of 100. And I absolutely endorse that aspiration and believe that we do genuinely have that potential. It is my ambition, as some of you may have heard me say, that Guernsey should be capable of being a test bed for so many different ideas and technologies and concepts. We have that, what I've described before as being the walled garden. We're a small, closed community where we can try things and they can be observed, and then that can be replicated elsewhere with the benefit of that experience. I think that's a huge opportunity for us. It provides huge opportunities in so many ways, economic of course as well, but so many opportunities of course for the benefit of our own community. So I'm afraid that's quite literally all I have the time for before I dash off. So it leaves me only, with great pleasure, my final duty is to introduce Dr Rangan Chatterjee, who many of you in Guernsey will know from his previous visit, and who will take the show from here. Good.
Thank you. That's M&S. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. How are you all feeling? So I learned a new phrase this morning just before I came in. I can't remember. Oh, there you are. So I heard about a new phrase called a gurn. I'd never heard what a gurn is. So just to show that I'm down with the locals, how many Guerns are there in here? And how many non-Guerns do we have? Right, okay, so quite a mix. I couldn't quite clarify whether a Guern is someone who lives in Guernsey or is actually born and bred. So if anyone knows the answer, I'd be delighted. Born and bred. Okay, fine. So we seem to have at least a 50-50 split of people from the islands and not from the islands. And I'd ask everyone here to have a little think about why you are here today. What is it you're hoping to get out of it? I'm here for a variety of reasons. I think my mind is likely to be blown by some of these presentations today. I'm likely to learn something new. Having been a doctor for nearly 16 years now and seeing tens and thousands of patients, I am convinced that you can live to 100 in good health. And I'm convinced that we often don't help that process. And I'm also convinced that we can probably learn a lot from today that we can go back into our own lives and apply. And I think I'm here for those selfish reasons as well. I'm here to learn and see, can I do something, age 39, can I do something in my life that's going to mean that I can actually reap the rewards? But also as a father, can I start designing an environment in my house, in my local community, that is going to benefit my children? And I must admit, that's a really compelling reason why I am here today. So slightly selfish, I guess. But how many of you think it is possible for a large community to live to 100 in good health? Yeah. So a lot of hands, and how many who don't think it's possible? Okay, so we've got, okay, that's super interesting. So we do have some people who don't feel that is possible. And I'd be interested at the end of the day to see if those maybe 5 or 6 hands, whether they still feel the same way. I had the privilege yesterday of meeting one of Guernsey's centenarians, Mr. Dagari. He is 103 years old, and I went with a couple of friends, a couple of new friends that I've met, and we knocked on his door, and he came and answered his own front door at 103, invited us in. We went and sat down with him and spoke to him for about an hour or so. And quite remarkably, when talking to him about how he's got to 103, very positive, very, very happy outlook, very, I guess his whole life he's never really thought about health. Health has just happened by default. He was a grower, so he always has eaten his own food. He would only eat fruit like plums, for example, in July. He said they're not going to ripen until July. So when they're ripe for a week or two, he'll eat them, but he won't eat them for the rest of the year. I asked him about alcohol. He said, I enjoy to drink, but my wife and I, we'd probably go out every few weeks or so and enjoy a glass. And he'd spoken about this brioche, a particular kind of brioche. Gosh. And he says, yeah, I love that. Because I was asking him about sweet treats. And he goes, yeah, I love that. I said, how often would you have it? Maybe at Christmas. And really, I found it a very inspiring hour. And I learned a lot from this chap who probably didn't go and didn't need to see his doctor till he was about 90 years old. I think that kind of says it all. And I say that as a doctor. So I think we're going to learn a lot about what are those consistencies from people like Mr. Dagari that we can learn and apply. And that really sort of leads me on to the first speaker, who is probably the godfather of investigating communities around the world where they live, where there's a high proportion or a higher proportion of people living to the age of 100. He is the gentleman who came up with the concept and also the name of the Blue Zones. It was a pleasure for me to actually meet him yesterday. And I'm hoping that I'm going to learn a lot more in his opening talk. It's Mr. Michel Poulain.
Bonjour. You see this? This is the way you say bonjour in the original dialect of Guernsey. Okay? So, comment va l'affaire va? Wow. we will start our journey to 100. And you know, some media may advertise how to become centenarian, and what they propose is to do it in 4 weeks. It's crazy. Nevertheless, to become centenarian, it takes 1 century. It's a long, long way, this journey, okay? Discovering the secret of the centenarian, I was skilled as astrophysicist. My first job was astrophysicist. Can you imagine to look in the star? But then I was progressively interested in the oldest old in the village. And in 1992, a medical doctor, a family doctor, came at home and gave me a list of Belgium centenarian. And I started to be interested in longevity. And that was the story. And I travel all around the world to see centenarian. And look these, what I found there. Look Louis, he's still having 2 pipes per day. A very nice person, huh? Look Irita, smiling in a nursing home in Okinawa. Look, Vasilios in Creta. He was drinking raki, so drinking a lot, okay? And Faustino was going to the market every Saturday morning in Nicoya. And very early in the morning, at 5 in the morning, he was leaving home and going to the market. Antonio, that was a wonderful person. He was the oldest man at that time in Sardinia. And the smell was like a baby, I remember. He was smelling like a baby. Juan, he was from Menorca. And he was signing for me this autograph and looking TV and so on. Oh, he was really wonderful. He died at 114. And Kamato Ongo from Kagoshima, south of Japan. I bring her some Belgian chocolates, you see? And I never received any money from Côte d'Or from Belgium to be a sponsor. I'm still waiting for money from them. And Emma, the last oldest person on earth, she was a very nice person because she ate 2 raw eggs every morning and crude meat and so on. So all what is not really Mediterranean diet. And she died at 117. But you see, her medical doctor, family doctor, was the most important person in her life. Now, just a few words about how it started with Blue Zone, because it's very important to know how it started. So, the situation is the following one. I was dealing with centenarian. And we were in a meeting in Montpellier in 1999, so already 18 years ago. And somebody from Sardinia arrived and said, in Sardinia, in the mountain, there are a lot of people living longer. And the same number of men and women, what is amazing. Usually, women are surviving longer. So, and every demographer around the room there say, this is not true. They are exaggerating their age. All men in this island are pushing their age, like there are in the Caucasus people who are 142, or in India 147, and so on. They do the same in Sardinia. So I was invited to go there to check. And I checked all centenarian, and after 3 months in 2000, I was convinced that each of them was really 100. That was already one big shot. And I should finish my work at that time. No, I say, this is only the beginning. And look what, it was individual longevity, which means 1 by 1, 1 centenarian there, 1 centenarian there. And then I switch to population longevity, what is fully different. Look, I will show you. From individual longevity, you may learn a lot. But from population longevity, when the whole population is living longer, that's wonderful. Look, this is the prevalence of centenarian in a country. On the left, you have a low prevalence, and on the right, you have a high prevalence. And if you go in the next slide, you have a random distribution of centenarian on the left, and you have a non-random with a cluster on the right. That's the starting point. I was going from village to village, and what was amazing is that if there were a centenarian in one village, in the next one there was also one. And. Then I took a map, because this is all the centenarian that were reported in Sardinia in the survey. This is the AKEA survey, and these are all the centenarian. I say, okay, but what is important for me? I took a blue pencil, a blue pen. You see, this is there. And what I did the following. Wait, it should come there. Ah, it's there. And the blue zone started. Just because I have a blue pen. Can you imagine if at that time it was a red pen? It will be the red zone. Wow. It will not be successful. The blue zone, the blue is so wonderful. I like blue, okay? So this is the reason. So this is the blue zone of Sardinia, hidden in the mountain, and that's why nowadays we are talking about blue zone. That was 2000. It took me a lot of energy to demonstrate to my colleagues, scientists, that it's true, because they don't believe it. It took 15 years to the most suspicious. But this is because of this most suspicious came with me to Guernsey 6 weeks ago that I am here in front of you today. Okay, he's my best supporter today. So the blue zone, what is it? Is an area that is homogeneous. This is limited in space. They have a common lifestyle. They have the same environment, and they live longer. And it's proof, because it's very important to go in the register to check if everybody has effectively 100, because there are so many mistakes on this point. What is very good in this case is these people there in this area are born in the same location. So they have early life conditions that are similar. The second point, they have the same genetic pool. They are the same story. They have married between themselves. They have also the same tradition, the same food, the same water, the same air. So you are really in an area where the condition to do scientific research is the best, because everybody shares the same story, and that's very important for the scientific research. These are the 4 blue zones around the world. To do this, I cooperate with Dan Buettner, a journalist from National Geographic, and he is always asking me, Michel, do you have a new blue zone? So I discovered Costa Rica, Nicoya. That was in 2007. Then I was planning to go to Ecuador, but I did not find all the data that were needed to prove that there is an area, a blue zone in Ecuador. But I told him there is probably an island in Greece. And then I took all the data and I discovered Ikaria, a very hidden, a lost island. And this is Ikaria. And for sure, Okinawa is a traditional longevity area. These are the 4 and we are working on the next one. So we will see what will happen in future, but we need strong data to prove that they are longevity area. That's very important. I will never go, for example, we are working now on Cuba. If I go to the US and I say Cuba is better than you in terms of life expectancy, everything, I need really strong data to prove it. Okay, you understand me very well. What are the lessons of the blue zone? That's the story. I will go quite quick because I have a very strict schedule. The first one is genetics. Okay, but hopefully we did not find any longevity genes. Can you imagine if in the audience I may say you and you have genes, but you don't have it. And if you don't have it, you go directly to the cemetery earlier. Okay. It will be too deterministic. It will be problematic. You have it or you don't have it. So there was a lot of geneticians that were working to find these genes. Hopefully they did not find anything. Okay, that's the first result. But epigenetics, this is more important. What is it? It's the fact that the environment may activate or not your genes. And the environment, this is not only air, water, food, but it's also the family, the community environment, and all what is around you. So it's better because it means that the interaction between this environment and the genes may bring you some positive effect. And depending if you have some genes or not, but the environment is very important. So we are working, and for scientists, blue zones are very interesting because the environment is the same. So you may easily find, more easily at least, the real epigenetic traits. So this is something. Lifestyle. And the lifestyle should be, you should be very live simply. And don't put money on the top of the agenda. That's very important. Look, these shoes. Look, this cup of tea. This is very simple thing. I have some other. Look, is it similar to the one you have at home, this kitchen? Okay, that's wonderful, huh? Okay. And look, the house of Antonio. I just mentioned that the sofa is not a soft one. It's just a piece of wood. Okay. And look, the roof, it's very simple. But what is important is that the daughter is living nearby. That's very important. This is in Costa Rica. Look, Panchita. Panchita is a very nice girl. She died at 105, 106, I don't remember exactly, in Costa Rica. Look, she's preparing food. She's 100 there, preparing at home, living alone, and so on. Food is very important. This is the basic food from Costa Rica. Banana and this special breakfast there on the left. This is very important. The food is very important, but it should be locally grown food. That's very important. Eat what is produced where you are living. That's clear. And don't go too much to the processed food. In Sardinia, on the table, 90% of what is on the table come from the village. Ham, cheese, wine, olive, tomato, bread, everything is coming from the village. This is essential. I told you that to be centenarian, it takes 1 century. Can you imagine that the centenarian in Guernsey eat banana, kiwi all along their life? No, it's not true. In the north of Europe, they eat during all their life carrots, cabbage, and potato. Nothing else, and they reach 100. Okay? So be attentive to this. That's very important. Look, in all of the blue zone, they mentioned something that is very essential to live longer. The Goya in Okinawa, the red pepper, this is from Korea. In Sardinia, this is the Culurgiones. You have always something, and they are very proud of this food, but it's not the reason why they live longer, okay? That's very important. You have to think about your physical activity. The way you are acting every day, moving and so on. Not doing jogging and fitness and so on. No. This guy is 95. He came from the forest with some wood. I was a bit worried that he will fall from the donkey, but he succeeds. Okay, 95. Okay? Look, these are the hands of somebody in Cuba who was rolling cigar during 80 years. Look, these hands. 80 years of rolling cigar there. Look, this cowboy. This cowboy is 92. I have to wake up at 4 in the morning to go and take this photography. Yes, can you imagine? And he used a lasso like this. Wow, it's 92 and still alive today. And Johan was biking at 108 in the village. This is the one who signed this autograph. You see his signature is there on the right. 108 still biking in the village. Okay, wonderful person. So being active, being moved and so on, that's very important. Also believe in God. That's very important. In most of the case, they say, I am a believer, and that's very important. Look what I found there. This is a cross on the body of somebody in Costa Rica. It's very significant. Huh? And I think, I believe really that it's a very strong component of living longer. And in Ikaria, it's a bit strange, because this is the only island that is still communist in the world. And they mix the mark of the communist and the cross. You see, it's very crazy. And look how the pin-up is going with the Last Supper. You do everything there. No. Okay. And the family links are very important. Look, this, I would like, you will appreciate the following. Look. This is a wonderful kiss. Huh? You see, when you have this, it's wonderful. But all those things are acting together. And so what about Guernsey? Is it a blue zone? At least you have a precursor. This Margaret Ann Nave was the first woman on Earth who reached 110. And that's why I came 6 weeks ago to validate her age. You have the birth record down there, okay? But I'm still working on the data, and I was in the royal court yesterday, and I found 165 centenarians who died in Guernsey during the last 40 years. But I'm not yet sure that this is a blue zone. I have to check this. But what is possible is to become a blue zone community tomorrow in Guernsey. And this is a big challenge because there is a lot of cities in the US, in the UK, that try to adopt the secret of longevity that are found in the blue zone. And what is important is not to act directly on people, but to make the environment healthier so that everybody will have will do easily a choice of healthy life. And that's very important. And so, therefore, you have to involve a lot of people. The people that are the normal citizen, the school, the employers, and so all should work together so that it will nudge people towards healthier way to live in the future. That's very important. Look what I found in the Healthy Life report of Guernsey. 52% of the population of Guernsey is considered to be overweight or obese. It's too much. There is something to do. Some are drinking a bit too much also, and some are smoking. You have only 30% of the population that avoid these 3 points. So there is something to do. The future is very important. Look, the reason they mention why they don't eat the healthy food is because they are too expensive. So there is something to do. Or why they don't move enough, it's because they need some leisure time. There is a lack of money. So this is something important. And the involvement in the society, look, these are the proportion of people in Guernsey that are involved in the society. You see, the more important is 1/4 are in sport, 1/8 are involved in the church, but you see that the other one are very, very low. That's very important, and to be involved in the society. So why not doing Jersey a blue Jersey? This is very important. You can transform the society in Jersey and to make it healthier. You, not me. I'm outside of the system. Okay. Usually I say we, but I say you. Okay. Oh, I am a bit too far. I will say like Obama. Yes, you can. And why not starting today? This is very important. Look, this girl, she is looking the sea in the ocean, in the Asian Sea. And that's very important for our future generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michel. Yeah, fantastic. I think there's so many things I could draw from that, but the one about physical activity I thought was really struck home to me, that it's not about jogging or going to the gym and working out. It's just that generally being active every day. And I had an idea. I hadn't sort of decided to do this, but I do think that we should, at a Live to 100 conference, at least get up in between each in between each talk. So, I don't like to force people to do things, but potentially we just stand up and then just sit down again, just to try and at least walk the walk somewhat. Yeah, that's it. That was it, just to get you out of that position. I do agree that community, please be seated. I probably will do that between most talks, actually. I do think that community is the key here, rather than putting things onto an individual level. And I think we sort of think, I think we put too much emphasis on personal responsibility when trying to change people's health. I do feel, though, that there is a role for a different kind of medicine, a medicine that I've been studying over in America for the last few years, and it's an approach to looking at the same problems with a different lens, and it's called functional medicine. And the next speaker actually is someone who I met for the first time after one of these functional medicine conferences. It was at the end of the day, the lectures had finished, he was doing this sort of event, and I was really quite inspired. So the next speaker, Tom Blue, is an entrepreneur. He is really good at converting modern medicine, this new way of looking at health and this new way of looking at creating health, and helping clinicians who are interested convert the theory into real life practice. And so I think we've got someone who really is a visionary in terms of how we're going to change healthcare around the world. And our next speaker is Mr. Tom Blue.
Well, thank you, Rangan.
I submitted these slides to the group here, to the Dandelion gang. I then had a call with Mark Wynn on Skype, and he tells me, yeah, we're going through the presentation, and I'm quite pleased with my slides. And he seemed to be fairly pleased. And at the end of the call, he says, well, you know, and don't forget to tell your story. I'm like, what? Yeah, you got to connect with the audience with your personal story, is sort of how you got into this, and the moment that you sort of knew what you needed to do, and it helps people get to know you better. So I sort of left the call, have spent the last week thinking about what that story might be, and I'm ashamed to say I don't have much to tell you. Aside from the fact, the only thing I can think of that's particularly unique about is that manage health differently. And more recently, I've been doing this with large employers in the United States to try and manage health perspective. So I have this idea that I just see over and over in work in healthcare in the US, which is that the structures we live in dictate the behaviors of the people inside it. And nowhere is this more true than in the world of healthcare. The way people are, the way healthcare is purchased, the way doctors are compensated, the way regulations are shaped, have an amazing effect on the behavior of both the provider as well as the patient in the healthcare setting. And the idea that you have the opportunity to sort of author and shape and craft your own structures is just super exciting to me. So I'm very, very excited to be here for that reason. So I'm going to share with you really only 3 ideas. They're a little bit disjointed, but they're the 3 that come to mind for me as the most important in setting off on the journey to 100. So the first is, I have fun with this one. I like to describe it as a riddle. It's probably the simplest and the most actionable of the 3 concepts that we'll talk about. So the riddle goes like this. Here you see the cost of computing power, equivalent to that of an iPad 2, since, what, the 1940s. And it's just in this downward trajectory that you see. It's so consistent, it's been given the name Moore's Law. So about every 18 months or so, computing power doubles, costs fall in half. Really, really predictable reflection of the way our investment in innovation yields efficiency. Here we see the cost of solar energy and another graph depicting the cost of the technologies associated with creating solar energy since the 1980s. Steep downward sloping graph. Here we see, in the realm of healthcare, the cost of sequencing the human genome since 2001, as we've gotten like 100,000x efficiency out of investment in this particular niche in healthcare, plotted against Moore's Law, just to show you how much more rapidly we're gaining efficiencies in this area of medicine than we have in computer science. Here we see a graph depicting globally, roughly, the average cost per capita of maintaining the health of the human population at a steady, some would say even declining rate. And so herein lies a riddle. And in some respects, it may be the grandest riddle of our generation, certainly a riddle very relevant to you all here. And as I've kind of thought about this, and certainly in the US we hear this sort of debate all the time as to what is it that's driving the unsustainable cost of healthcare. And you'll hear everything from, oh, the unit cost of healthcare is too high, doctors make too much, malpractice insurance costs too much, the cost of pharmaceuticals is too high, lots and lots of things, none of which are trivial, but certainly none of these things can explain how the graph in healthcare, even when we're seeing the yield of investment and efficiency in something like gene sequencing, can look like this, where everything else goes down. Everywhere else in our exponential economy, investment and innovation yields efficiency, except in our largest industry. So how can you explain this? And so to me, the answer to this riddle comes down to something very fundamental, which basically is the way that we, define health itself. We define health as the freedom of symptoms, irrespective of what measures we have to take to maintain this delusion of health. And as long as we're content to define health as the mere absence of symptoms, I would propose that we are creating and will always live in a model where innovation only yields more expense. Take as an example, a person like me, I haven't been to the doctor, let's just say, in several years. I don't miss work, on no medications. One day I go to the doctor, I have my checkup, and they say, oh gosh, Tom, your cholesterol is going up. Don't worry, I have some Lipitor, take this, all will be well. I comply with my medication regimen, my cholesterol numbers come back into check, my doctor and I then would agree probably that I've been restored to health. I go back next year, now it's my blood pressure. Here's some lisinopril, I comply, my blood pressure comes back into check, numbers are good, restored to health. Then it's my blood sugar, then it's something else. Then the things I'm taking begin to interact with one another to create yet another symptom. And so I take something else, and I'm restored to health. And you understand where this is going. The delusion of health as the mere absence of symptoms is a recipe for chronic, maybe even exponential escalation of cost. So I say this is an actionable, simple thing to deal with. Rangan mentioned I do an awful lot of work in the realm of what's called functional medicine. So functional medicine, very simply, and I'm not going to dwell on this because you'll hear lots of stories of it today, is simply the reorientation of providers and patients away from this model of symptom suppression medicine toward finding and addressing the underlying causes of dysfunction and resolving those underlying causes together at the level of the cause and not the effect. And what you find is that while it's a front-loaded investment, very analogous to this concept of weed eating in your garden with technology versus investing the extra effort to pull things up by the root, in the end it yields a great deal more efficiency. It's trainable. You all are revisiting your primary care model here. It's very accessible knowledge and something that I would propose should be sort of the underlying operating system of the primary care system that seeks to create the outcome that you're seeking to create. Now, my second concept, personal responsibility. Now, anytime you talk to people responsible for managing the cost of population health, personal responsibility is the drum they like to beat. And I have to tell you, I have found this to be just an irritating topic, the way it's dealt with. And the reason for that is, well, let's establish something. Somebody asks you to be responsible for something, to take ownership of it. Would you or would you not agree that you can really only take that request seriously if you believe that you yourself have some control over that thing, yes? Okay, I agree. It's a pointless exercise to beat on someone to take responsibility for something they don't think they control. So in the area of personal responsibility, we have kind of there's two sides to this coin. There's personal responsibility for health, and there's personal responsibility for healthcare spending. These are the two topics that tend to come up when you're talking about responsibility with people underwriting the cost of care. Let's start with the topic of health. So from probably the dawn of time when people began thinking about health, or more likely thinking about disease and what it means, until really very recently, there have been basically two stories of where disease comes from. The first story from way back when is disease it's either a matter of fortune, it's the wrath of God, it's something completely out of your control. The second, more recently informed by our discovery of genetics, is that your health trajectory and your disease likelihood is scripted in your genetic hand. And so it's predestined or predetermined. In either case, regardless of which story you're talking about, one thing they share in common is you, the individual, have really no control over either. It's a matter of fortune or predetermination. The thing that's exciting about both recent scientific discovery, relatively recent scientific discovery, and I believe it's being carried forward and accelerated into mass application by the functional medicine movement, is yet a new story of health that, frankly, in my opinion, is the preface to any campaign on personal responsibility where health is concerned. And fortunately for me, Michelle touched on this. And it's this idea that in fact, we're shifting from an era in medicine call it an era of predeterminism, into an era of self-determinism. And it looks something like this. I have a 14-year-old son, Zachary. He has two twin friends who've been coming to the house forever. They're clones, and I cannot tell the two of them apart. If you've ever known little twins, they look a lot alike. They're genetically identical. But what we find is, as we age, these twins become different. If you look at them, the two here are two women that were in a smoking study. The only difference between them is the one on the right smoked, the other did not. Now, of course, they had a host of other differences in their lives by this point. But what you see is certainly their genetics haven't changed, but their appearance has become different. They've become different. As Michelle just said, their genes have expressed themselves in entirely different ways, creating two completely different health trajectories. And so what we find is that where once in the old story of health, we thought that our health was predestined, scripted in our genetic hands, and out of our control, what we now know today is that the great majority of our health, call it about 80%, is arising from the interaction between things very much within our control and our genetics. And so if 80% or thereabout of our health arises from things within our control, then you must conclude that health is a skill. And so if health is a skill, this carries forward all kinds of implications to the Journey to 100 campaign. Now let's shift over for a moment to the concept of cost. So in the United States, we've been shifting the burden of healthcare cost onto the shoulders of consumers for a long time, in recent years, at least the last decade, in the form of higher and higher deductibles. And we've been asking consumers, by virtue of this responsibility, to behave as more economically rational consumers of healthcare services. We've done it too soon and without putting the right structures into place. Number one, most Americans, as most people, still live in one of the old stories of health. And so, number one, they don't think health is well within their control. But number two, we haven't created an environment where you can see either the price or the quality of what it is that you're buying. And so if you want consumers to behave as rational consumers, you have to reveal to them the price and the quality in a way that's accessible to us in the context of everything else that we buy. Now, I'll touch on this topic of linking behavior and economics because in different marketplaces and in different cultures, this can be a sensitive topic. I would simply submit to you this. In the new story of health, where health is something that you actually can control, I wonder if a healthcare finance structure that detaches the consumer from the cost or the savings associated with creating or destroying health is one that is likely to extract the maximum potential of that universe of people. I would submit that the linkage economically between behavior and the cost of care is actually a really important one to driving forward the objective of longevity and sustainability in a healthcare system. There are lots of ideas around how you might do this, one of which, I'll only touch on one, and I would love it if this kind of came out in the work that's being done here, is one concept. Number one, well, two concepts. You have to, of course, protect the population. I'm not suggesting for a moment that people be left on their own. Protecting the population is a critical core value. But here's the key. The idea that in many places a bottle of water costs more than a can of Coke is insane. And if you have the opportunity to simply, as I say, tax toxic products to the extent that the consumption of those products at least pays for the health mayhem that those products create, you will have done a spectacular thing. Now, I understand in talking to Roger today that sales tax isn't a welcome idea here. I would love if you would consider just opening your mind to this one particular type of sales tax as a way to fund healthcare, health innovation, care for people who can't necessarily afford it. My last concept, community. And this one I'll touch on really very briefly. In the U.S., we're all required by law since 2010 to buy health insurance. Most people don't know that there is a little exemption to that, which is, it's a religious exemption that says if you're part of a cost-sharing community, you're exempt from the mandate to buy insurance. You don't have to pay a penalty. A couple of years ago, I had an interesting opportunity to enter into this little world and create a product on the chassis of a cost-sharing community that was really deeply integrated and interwoven with a particular type of primary care. It turned out to be a spectacular experience. The product works beautifully. I myself use it to insure my family, and the costs haven't changed in the 3 years since we've been involved with it. So our monthly premiums that we pay into this have remained unchanged, which compared to what we've seen elsewhere in the U.S. is hardly anything short of miraculous. The concepts, I've tried to tease these apart. Why is this possible? And I've thought of three things, the first of which is sort of sciencey. It's the concept that that the chairman of the Institute for Functional Medicine, a guy called Mark Hyman, has dubbed social genomics, I think really accurately. And so it plays off of a piece of research done from the Framingham Heart Research Cohort, where they looked at the effect of social networks on health. And what they found is that taking something like obesity, although it had to do with all sorts of different things, if my friend is obese, I have a 45% greater chance of being obese myself. If my friend's friend is obese, 25% chance myself, increased chance of being obese. If my friend's friend's friend is obese, 10% increased chance, which revealed this idea that cultures and communities are actually the carriers in many ways of either health or disease in the chronic disease sense. And to me, really creates a scientific and quantitative basis for the importance of community. The second idea, community, when it really is done this way around financing healthcare, activates something I think is a rather innate in our wiring, which is this law of reciprocity. If I do something for you, you're more likely to do something for me, which then multiplies again when we're dealing with managing costs and sort of stewardship of finances, which is to say I'm way less likely in a community of people sharing the burden of healthcare costs to behave irresponsibly financially. The last thing is that communities, I have discovered, I think, activate maybe the most innate form of charity in our hardwiring, which is this concept of mutual aid, which if you sort of follow the history of charity, whether it's immigrant communities supporting one another, religious communities in the case of cost sharing, the concept of mutual aid, at least in the US, has been largely extinguished by welfare and commercial insurance. But it's something very real, and when you activate it, it's powerful. And so this then brings me to my sort of concluding thought, which is, what is in fact the characteristic of community? And I just made this up from my own observation, so I don't pretend for a moment this is definitive. But in a community, you basically have people that are in some way connected or aligned. Could be by geography. Everyone lives here on this island, or everyone works in a place, or everyone has sort of bound together around a value system or a religion. The people are empowered. Literally in the cost-sharing program that we were developing, there was a democracy about changing policy on this. So they would vote on what we were or were not going to cover. So there's an unbelievable degree of empowerment. We then informed the membership. How much are we spending? How are we doing? There was a feedback cycle that was transparent. And then there was mutual accountability, not only through the law of reciprocity, but through the mutual accountability of holding the administrators accountable to how much they were spending, how much they were making. Everything was on the table. You activate these four things, and incredible things can happen in terms of the economic stewardship of the program. So that concludes my thoughts. I could think of no other way to sort of sign off than to say Godspeed on this journey to 100. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. When a bottle of water costs more than a can of Coke, I think that really said it all. That's when we've got a big problem. And it reminds me of my last practice that I worked at for 7 years in a place called Oldham in the UK, very socially deprived and poor area. Was the practice that I was, the population that I was serving. And I always remember that if I ever forgot to bring my lunch with me, it was almost impossible for me to go in the local area and actually buy something healthy. It was chip shops and kebab shops, and it was like under £1 for a very enticing meal. And I think I could give these guys the best advice in those 10 minutes and tell them about their diet, but they were going out into an environment where, frankly, it was very, very hard for them to make those kind of decisions. So I do think that is a key component. The next speaker is someone I'm really pleased to call a personal friend of mine. He is the founder of the Evolution of Medicine, and he is the host of the Functional Forum. He's been responsible with his company of putting together various communities around the globe of healthcare professionals, of people who are trying to change the way that we practice and evolve medicine. It's Mr. James Maskell.
Thank you. Thank you. So, such a pleasure to be here today. Can we just start actually by giving a massive shout out to Dr. Chatterjee? Obviously, Gavin doesn't watch Doctor in the House, but I said in the lead up to this that Guernsey has two really amazing reasons why it could be the first country to get to life expectancy 100, and that's the small population and the single layer of bureaucracy. But there's a third reason, and that is that you get BBC TV, and you can see what's possible. And, you know, I just see that. I had the first opportunity on Tuesday to watch the show live in England, because I live in America, and it's just such a powerful concept. So it's such a pleasure to have you here too. So how do we get from here to there? And that's what we're going to be talking about today. So 2 years ago, I came here to do a talk at a TEDx talk with the Dandelion Foundation. And it kind of, in a certain way, kicked off what we're talking about here. My concept was, what would it take to make Guernsey the 6th blue zone? And it sounds like from the research that Michelle's doing that it might just happen next week when he realizes that there's enough of them already, which would be pretty exciting. How do you do it in 4 weeks or do it in 4 days? But yeah, it started there. I made some pretty, maybe not controversial, but some ideas there that were maybe seemingly controversial. So I said, you know, you should make friends, drink wine, and get dirty. And so, you know, people might have been a little bit skeptical of that. And you may be, people in this room may be a little bit of skeptical of what you're going to hear later today, because there are some new ideas. But the latest research shows that if you are skeptical, you're going to not live as long as everyone else. So there's a piece. This came out actually this week, and it showed that people who are generally skeptical and not open to ideas don't turn to live longer, and it's a complex connection between our thoughts and our telomere length. And so I'm going to give you some other ideas here today, so you got to keep your mind up. Now, we have hit the zeitgeist. I don't know if you follow online or see, but the number of articles that are talking now about living to 100, creating blue zones, all those kind of things is spectacular. It's everywhere. And there are some interesting ideas, and so no one else will be talking about this today, but a little bit of cannabis every day might help keep brain aging at bay, and having lots of sex. So we're literally going further and further towards sex, drugs, and rock and roll with every presentation. So anyway. So this came out in the Express last week, and it was a doctor was talking about secrets of the world's healthiest village, and there was 8 ideas there that he shared, and these, you know, it was almost like Rangan was saying it. It's Dr. Malhotra, and between Rangan and Dr. Sachin Patel, who's on next, and Rupi's on later, seems like the only doctors that are really making sense in England about longevity are all of Indian descent. I don't know what's common about that, but smart people. So there's obviously a lot to do with food, but there's obviously a lot beyond food. And so what we decided to do in the lead up to this, we have the biggest network of doctors that are interested in functional medicine, health creation. We decide to crowdsource from them, what are the 10 principles of health creation? What are ideas that we could build future legislation on? What are concepts that, you know, if we wanted to start again, what would we build it on? So we crowdsourced this. Now I had to, in order for this presentation, I had to bring all those ideas together. Now that's not really my job. I've never done this before, but I want to sort of give an idea of what these 10 principles of health creation were. So first is find purpose. Now this was broadly defined. It could be about, you know, the way that you choose to interact with religion and the way that you work. It could be about, you know, a lot of doctors find that the patients that get better the quickest have some why they're searching to get better. So some sort of purpose is a principle of health creation, because people who have purpose, a reason to want to get better, do get better and live longer. And that was reflected in what Michelle's found from going along there. So it's quite broad, but the reason why it's number 1 is it was mentioned more times than anything else. The second, we've already talked about, environment is everything, and I really agree with what Tom said, is that it's the environment that dictates the behavior. And so we need to create an environment that, you know, Rangan spoke as well, just briefly there, about the environment, the food environment. How do we make it easy for people to make the right choices? 3, and I took this from Tom, health is a skill, because it actually shows specifically that, you know, this is something that we can learn. This is something that we can learn and enact. And that's a very different idea than the idea of health, genetics that we've had, which is like it's quite a predetermined. Medicine is done to us by doctors, and we're not really an active participant. It's a skill that we can learn. 4, the power of community. So, you know, Rangan touched on it, Tom touched on it, but this idea of human social genomics, we're going to talk a little bit about that, but the power of peer-to-peer support. Peer-to-peer support is the only inexhaustible resource that we have. the only inexhaustible resource that we have in facilitating health transformation, so we need to take best advantage of it. Also, responsibility for the inputs. We're going to talk a little bit later about some of those ideas, but there are a lot of inputs that go into health, and ultimately, there's no one who's going to be able to control those inputs apart from us. Congruence with nature came up a lot from our practitioners, is that there's a certain way in which we've adapted into nature, and if we're congruent with nature, that what strikes me here is that none of the blue zones have extensive medical organizations that solve all the problems. It's about they happened, they weren't created, and so congruence in nature was a big point. The harnessing of technology. We're going to talk about technology here today, and we're going to talk about some very advanced technology, but what we're starting to see is, even in the practices that we work with, is that those practices that take best advantage of technology, making it easy for people to do the right thing, either through things like telemedicine or tracking their behaviors, empowers patients towards good health. Knowing oneself was a big part, knowing thyself, really coming to an understand. It could be understood of mind-body medicine, yoga, meditation, those kind of things. Coming into an inner knowing of itself was really important. And the ninth was this idea of the therapeutic order, and this comes from naturopathic medicine, and I think it's really relevant to thinking how we're going to roll out this in Guernsey or otherwise. And the naturopathic therapeutic order only postulates that you should use the least expensive, least invasive intervention first and work your way up. And drugs and surgery at the top, they don't come first. And that's why we've got it backwards, mainly because of financial reasons. But the therapeutic order is a really interesting and powerful concept that came from naturopathic medicine that I think is ready for its time to shine. And the 10th I'm going to leave open. The goal of this 10 principles of health creation is that this would be a learning, this would be an iterative process that over the next 10 years we would continue to build on. And so if you have ideas of what this 10th principle could be, or if you disagree with the first 9 that we came up with, send us a tweet, be in touch. We want this 10 principles to be something that the future of legislation could be built on, not just in Guernsey, but every other place. There are plenty of other little places around the world, like Dubai, like Estonia, where they're really far ahead in thinking about what the future of government would look like. If you live in Estonia, there's literally no paperwork. The government operates in a zero paper system, so there are people that are forward thinking, and we want to create this 10 principles of health creation as something that could be the basis of future care. So the question we have to ask ourselves is, what's the plan? What are we going to do from here? So I've been involved in medicine in America, and one of the things that we're moving towards in America and every other place is this concept of value in healthcare. And it's a mathematical equation. I'm going to put my maths teacher hat on for a moment. I hope this doesn't send everyone to sleep, but it's a very basic equation. There are more complicated equations like ICER, incremental cost effectiveness ratios, but basically value in healthcare comes down to this. What is the outcome divided by the cost? And when we start to look at the fact that medicine is moving towards value-based care, we start to realize that this is a conversation that we need to be having more and more. And how do we get better outcomes at lower cost? Better outcomes at lower cost. Now, typically what we've seen is there are 2 levels of care. There's sort of like a core, which is doctors talking to each other. If you have a group of doctors, this sort of came to me, this idea of the core, came to me in Australia, where I sat with a group of 15 practitioners, 5 doctors, 5 naturopaths, and 5 auxiliary practitioners in this little clinic in Byron Bay, and I heard them discuss the clients that they were working with. They had 6 inpatients there, and they had all these outpatients, and I was like, this is really amazing. To get the ideas of 15 different practitioners about your case is incredible. But it's also incredibly expensive because you're paying for 15 practitioners' time for that time. So there's a core that's really valuable, but it's really expensive. And also the care of a physician is expensive too. They're the most expensive providers. And so, that's the way that medicine has been, core and care. Now, there are ways to reduce that and make it more efficient, like telemedicine. But if you're actually spending time with a doctor, it's expensive. And, we'd be speaking today, Guernsey doesn't have unlimited money to make this happen. In fact, it would be really good if we could see, like Tom said, the cost curve to go down. And there's definitely the potential to that. Now, in order to do that, we have to put a layer between us and the medical system. That is what's going to transform health. And I want to talk about this layer has 3 parts. So the first thing is coaching. Coaching has never been a part of medicine before. Coaching came from business, where business realized that if they could change the behavior of the employees, then the bottom line would increase. But coaching is taking off now in America, taking off all around the world, and even on this island, you're going to hear from Darren a little bit later about the power of coaching, but it's about behavior change. Now, the reason why this is really important, if we go back to this equation, is that the cost of a coach is about a fifth to a tenth of a doctor. Right? So if the doctor is $300 an hour and the coach is $50 an hour, or whatever that works out in wherever you are, is the doctor 6 times better or 10 times better at getting results than the coach? Definitely not, especially when it comes to reversing the behavior changes associated with type 2 diabetes. This is the equation that matters. And so what we need to start to think of, what is the lowest possible cost that gets the biggest outcome? And coaching has to be a part of it. So coaching is a serious layer, because the time that you spend with a coach, the way that you pay the coach is way less. And I know that Mark, one of the reasons why I think Guernsey has a great shot for many other reasons, is that there are a lot of coaches, and there's more and more coaches on Guernsey who can come in and fill in this role. The next layer is community. And the beauty of community is that it's essentially free. If you and I both have, type 2 diabetes, and we start supporting each other back and forth, calling each other. My mother-in-law a couple of years ago lost 110 pounds. And the only thing that changed in her was that she had to be accountable to someone else. And at the end of the day, call them and tell them what she'd eaten on that day. Now, the interesting thing about that is that no money changed hands at any moment. And yet there was value to both of them, because she didn't want to call up and say, I slipped, I went to McDonald's, I messed up. She didn't want to do that. And so her behavior was changed by something that cost nothing. You heard from Tom on the idea of social genomics. There is, if you go to our YouTube channel, there's a doctor by the name of Dr. George Slavich, who works at the UCLA Stress Lab, who's shown that social stress is a bigger driver of health outcomes and mortality than smoking, what you eat, and alcohol. Social stress, the stress between people, and particularly targeted rejection when you're rejected from a social group. So community is incredibly powerful, and one of the biggest things that we're going to have to get to if we're going to transform Guernsey is creating communities that support each other. And you're going to hear about this. One of the things that just came up was the cost of food, right? Healthy foods are too cheap. So Dr. Sachin Patel, who's going to be speaking later, has pioneered groups of people that do community batch cooking. So batch cooking is an idea where you cook all of your meals in one go, because it takes a lot of time to cook healthy every day, right? So imagine getting 20 people into a commercial kitchen and cooking all of your meals together, splitting it up into glass Tupperware and taking it home and eating. Those are some of the ideas where you can take advantage of your community. You can cook 20 healthy meals in 90 minutes a week. These are some of the ideas that are going to transform. That is the future of medicine right there. And then the last part is content. So content, could be anything. Content you're hearing today, this webcast will be online forever for free. Content is pretty much free. There are people right now, because I see them on Twitter, who are watching Doctor in the House and are taking action on what they're learning. And there's no cost at all. In fact, they're reducing their burden on the medical system by taking action. And so this is what we've been teaching essentially for the last few years. And if you look at it from this angle, you see that for a patient, you go through and you use the minimum input to get the maximum output. And that is the future of value-based care. If you can make the changes and live long based on your understanding of content, that's free. If it's community, it might be, a little bit of cost, but very low cost. Coaching at a much lower cost than anything in the medical system. And you only go into the medical system for the care of the providers or the core team as you get sicker and sicker. So as those things don't work. So the question we have to ask is, will this work in Guernsey? And this model that we've been teaching in America and all around the world is based on something that I don't think you have in Guernsey as much, and you certainly don't have in the UK, and that's physician entrepreneurship. And I think what we need to see is that models built on physician entrepreneurship are a good bet in America, because there's a history of private practice. But in Guernsey, the UK, and other countries with a history of socialized medicine, there's not the desire from the doctors to do their own accounting and HR and those kind of things. So we need a new model. And so what we're proposing here is something transformational for Guernsey, and I'm very excited to share this. This is sort of like a world premiere of some of our thoughts of what we can do to actually build it. And I'm constantly, this has been on the bottom of my email, this quote has been on the bottom of my email for the last 4 years, and it's a Bucky Fuller quote. It says, "You never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, you need to build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete." And in healthcare, surely you can see, more than in anything else, there is the opportunity to create the new model that makes the existing model obsolete. How do you reduce the number of diabetic neuropathies? You go upstream and you deal with the insulin sensitivity 20 years ago, 10 years ago. There's a progress that happens, and we could go in and build the new model that makes the existing model obsolete. And I'm here today to tell you that I've been building communities of doctors around functional medicine for the last 4 years. There is an opportunity for any health professional around the world at this moment to build a successful functional medicine clinic, because it's needed all over the world. But I'm also here to tell you that that is not, we're going to hedge physician entrepreneurship in the future of what we're doing, and we're going to build the new system that makes the existing system obsolete, and it's called new. Functional medicine for everyone. There is no reason why you have to go to a doctor to get the kind of care that we're talking about, the kind of behavior change. It can be delivered on the phone. Everyone has a smartphone. The cost can be reduced significantly. So what is new going to do? First thing, we're going to do the 3 C's that we talked about. We're going to talk about content. Later this year, August 21st, we're going to do the first completely free online summit on interpreting your genetics, because for the reasons that Maskell and Tom just shared, up until a few years ago, there was, or still in the general population, there's an idea that your genes create your health. And for the first time, there's the widespread adoption of genetic testing. Genetic testing has got cheaper and cheaper, so the fact that now it's like $100 in America that you can get your genetic testing, and I am scared that many people will get that testing and think, I'm going to get Alzheimer's, I'm going to get heart disease, I'm going to get these things, and it's just not true. So August 21 to 28, it's going to be very free. It's go to geneticsummit.com, and we're going to have all the best speakers in the world, including people like Craig Venter, who was the person who deciphered the human genome, Dr. George Slavich, who's the guy from Human Social Genomics, and many more. The second thing is coaching. Coaching, we have seen already, does not need to be done in person. Coaching can be done over a phone and can be just as effective, and not even face-to-face. It could be done via text message. We're seeing that more people prefer from a medical experience. They don't care who gets back to them. They just want someone to get back to them straight away. So we see the most advanced clinics in America. You can have a text message conversation with someone from your doctor's office, and it doesn't have to be, oh, he can see you in 2.5 weeks when you need something now. And then the third thing is community, and this is probably the biggest idea that I've ever shared, and it's super exciting, but there is a technology. What Tom talked, I completely agree that a health cost sharing community is the most efficient way of reducing healthcare costs. But unfortunately, what Tom didn't tell you is that the system that we have in America that Tom and I are both part of is run on paper by a bunch of Mennonites, and it's not really that efficient at all. And so there is a coming efficiency that can create and can build, and it's called the blockchain. And the blockchain is the technology of trust. And this is when in 10 years, everyone know, you may have heard of Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a financial product that's built on it. But blockchain has the potential to be able to create these health cost sharing communities worldwide and dramatically reduce the cost of chronic disease. So with functional medicine delivered for everyone, plus the power of the blockchain to organize and automate the whole thing, we are going to build the most powerful cost reduction technology that's ever been built. We would love to trial it in Guernsey, and we are very excited to see how Guernsey can be a test bed for reducing healthcare costs and actually do what Moore's law predicts and bring down the healthcare costs exponentially. So, I've been working in the field with doctors for the last 12 years. And, many doctors have told me, James, it takes someone outside of medicine to come up with the kind of solutions you're talking about, because we're all doctors and we're focused on that. And I come back to this quote from William Mayo. He says, "The aim of medicine is to prevent disease and prolong life. The ideal of medicine is to eliminate the need of the physician." I think that that's a future that we can all believe in. Thank you so much.
You've already started, yeah. I think it's time to just move your feet a little bit, get up just for 20 seconds or so. I think, James, that was just mind-blowing for me. Really exciting new things that James is talking about that they're hopefully going to be trialing here in Guernsey. I think purpose and community seems to be coming up quite a lot in a lot of the talks about a key factor for longevity. But the other one in there for me, which really segues into the next speaker, is about something that I've discovered in my many years of seeing patients, which is the majority of patients that I see in my surgery don't really need to see me. It's really not the best use of our time. It's not the best use of their time. Doctors are expensive. And I think we have to move away from having the doctor look after a lot of these lifestyle problems and these lifestyle issues. And that really brings me to the next speaker. The next speaker is somebody who I'd been following on social media for some time. If you don't follow Sachin on social media, I strongly urge you to. He speaks from the heart. He speaks with passion. And I resonate with so much of what he says. He is a practice development coach. And he's the founder of the Living Proof Institute. And I think you'll be interested in what he thinks about the doctor of the future. Dr. Sachin Patel.
If it's okay with you, I'm going to take a picture of future centenarians. Is that okay with you? All right. Smile, guys. You're going to live to 110. All right, great. So thank you. This is quite the honor, and thank you for being here for this special moment. I want to remind you something that I think is going to take your breath away, and I hope it does, and that is today you will take 23,000 breaths. Your heart will beat 100,000 times. You will coordinate the function of 70 trillion cells simultaneously performing 1 septillion functions at the exact same time every moment of your life. You are in a constant state of dying and being reborn every moment of your life. Today, billions of cells will die and quietly replace themselves, whether you like it or not, whether you have gratitude for that process or not. You are amazing. There's nothing more incredible than you. There's nothing more capable than you. Your cells, all 60 to 70 to 100 trillion of them, are the highest faculty of the entire universe. You are the entire collection of all of the intelligence in the stars in this small space right now. You're amazing. You are a living earth. There's nothing inside of you that isn't found on this planet. You are animated earth. It's important that we remember this when we're thinking about longevity, and we're thinking about congruency, and we're thinking about living a life of purpose and passion. You are earth. And if we can remember that, then we can have an amazing and extraordinary life. Most importantly, you are the doctor of the future. The doctor of the future isn't us practitioners getting more degrees, advancing technology. You already possess the most advanced technology that's ever existed. So it's our obligation now to teach you how to use it. The word doctor in Latin actually means teacher. So it's our namesake to educate our communities and to allow them to live a meaningful, long life. My name is Sachin Patel, and I'm a proud founder of the Living Proof Institute. I'm also most proudly a father. So I've got a reason to live to 100. I've got a reason to promote longevity and promote happiness because I have a son, I have a future generation to look after and take care of. My journey started as a physician. And a few years ago, I realized that the magnitude of the problem is not something that us practitioners can solve. It's going to be solved by technology, empowering patients to take action and take care of their health. We don't need more doctors. There will never be enough of us to take care of people who don't know how to take care of themselves. So the real solution comes from putting power back into your hands, giving the public the power so they can take the best care of themselves possible. Leonardo da Vinci said that simplicity is a sign of sophistication. And I can't think of anything more sophisticated than the human body, which means that there shouldn't be anything more simple to take care of. One of the things that I noticed from Michelle's talk is the simplicity of the centenarians. They had a very simple life. So it doesn't take much to live long. It takes simplicity to live long. So we're going to talk about key concepts today when it comes to empowering patients. We're going to talk about patient-empowered care. The three concepts I'm going to have time to discuss today are co-creation, cell function, and community. And you're going to see community come up in probably everyone's talk because this is the thing that's significantly important. No matter how many degrees or training a practitioner has, ultimately you, the patient, determine the outcome. Everyone kind of agree with that? So what happens in medicine and in healthcare when patients undergo a trial of care with a practitioner, and if the patient doesn't get better, the practitioner will start questioning their education. And what they'll do is start going to more training, more seminars, more conferences, because they're trying to fix the patient. I did that for the first half of my career. I tried to fix everybody that walked into my office. And then I realized that nothing can fix them better than they can fix themselves. So then I started teaching them how they can fix themselves. The value of any doctor's appointment is actually determined by what happens when the patient leaves the office. I train practitioners all around the world to implement this model of care into their practices. And I have to constantly remind them that the value of your appointment is $0 if your patient takes zero action. But the value of what you have to offer is infinite if your patient takes action for a lifetime and teaches family members and community members how to take action as well, or inspires them to take action. So the value of what we bring to the table is actually determined by you, the patient. So listen to your doctors, okay? When it comes to healing and repairing and regenerating, one of the things that we have to keep in mind is that we have to start with the cells. Cells are the smallest unit of life. Now, the beautiful thing about cells is they all function relatively the same. So the cells in your brain, the cells in your heart, might carry out different functions externally, but internally their function remains the same, which means if we focus on getting the cells healthy through the right signaling, through the right nutrition, through the right environments, we create global change. We're going to talk more about this in a moment. One thing for you to also remember is that your cells don't make mistakes. We like to think that, and when we think our cells make mistakes, we change the internal dialogue that we have. When we blame our genetics or when we blame our body, we change that internal messaging. But when we realize that our cells are intelligent, we put them in an intelligent way, we start changing that internal voice, and we feel empowered to take action. I can change the function of your cells instantly. If I asked you to come up onto this stage right now, unprepared, the function of every cell in your body would change instantly. You'd go into fight or flight immediately. Disease never occurs in isolation, but more importantly, neither does healing, which means that if somebody has an illness in one organ, the same blood goes everywhere, doesn't it? It's impossible to develop a disease in isolation. It might manifest and be measured in one system because that's where the symptoms might start, but the same blood that's destroying somebody's liver is probably destroying every organ and system in their body at varying rates. Every organ has a different capacity to tolerate inefficiencies. The cool thing about this is that when we put somebody into a healing state, the same blood goes everywhere as well, which means that everything starts healing. In our current medical model, what we'll do is we'll hyper-focus on one organ or one system, ignore everything else, and so we might put somebody on a statin medication to lower their cholesterol at the expense of their kidneys, or at the expense of their liver, or at the expense of their neurological system and brain, because we're so myopically focused. We have to remember the same blood goes everywhere. So if we get the blood to be a healing elixir, it heals and regenerates every part of the body. Make sense? Now we have this idea that disease happens by mistake or it happens by accident. And disease is actually what I refer to as intelligent adaptation. Your body adapts to whatever circumstance you put it under, and it's a well-coordinated, intelligent system that's functioning in a very highly intellectual manner. I'm going to talk quickly about a concept called autonomic pairing. And I ask this in every room because I think I coined the term. Has anyone heard this term before? Okay, I'm going to take credit for it then. So autonomic pairing is simply this. Imagine you're sitting at your dinner table. The function that you're trying to carry out is digestion, correct? But imagine you had the chemistry and physiology and the heart rate and the blood flow of somebody who's running a marathon. Your physiology is not paired with the task. Does that make sense? Okay. So this is called autonomic pairing. If we're going to digest our meal, we want the internal systems to be sending blood and sending function to optimize the digestion of that meal. When we have a mismatch between what we want our body to do and what we're telling our body to do, then we have a problem. One of the most important systems in our body, quick physiology lesson for all of you, is the autonomic nervous system. The autonomic nervous system is currently regulating virtually every function in your body. Your heart rate, your blood flow, where that blood is going, how many breaths you're taking per minute, how much digestion is taking place, where function is going in the body is being determined automatically for you right now. This is happening passively for you. It happens for you your entire life. Like a baby doesn't have to think about breathing. Breathing takes care of itself. So about 95% of the function of our nervous system is to take care of this ongoing process. When we're in a state of fight or flight, which is what happens when we're under acute stress, our body sends blood to different parts of the system. When we're under stress, we don't send blood to the digestive system. We send it to the arms and legs in preparation to run away. This is why many people who eat under stress will develop chronic digestive distress because they're not sending blood flow where they want to send function. So many people will live on this high stress sympathetic side of the fence, which creates destruction in the body in order for survival. What we need to do is we need to get on the opposite side of this fence into the parasympathetic side of the fence. The parasympathetic side of our body is what controls lowers our blood pressure, lowers our heart rate, sends blood flow to the digestive system. So if we're going to digest a meal, we need to be in a parasympathetic state. A simple way to get into a parasympathetic state is to do some deep breathing. This is why deep breathing is part of every ancient form of medicine. Tai Chi, Qigong, yoga is all about your breath. Another thing that helps stimulate the parasympathetic system is chanting and humming because it creates a mechanical vibration of your vagus nerve. Your vagus nerve controls this entire system. So deep breathing, chanting, humming are things that you can do instantly that will get you into a parasympathetic state. Deep breathing, especially before you eat a meal, is very important. Sometimes you don't even have to change what you're eating if you change how you're eating. Even a healthy meal will remain improperly digested if we don't send blood to the digestive system when we're trying to have that meal. So before you change, I'm not even telling you to change your diet, just take a few deep breaths, relax, pair your nervous system with the task that you're trying to perform. This will change your life. I wish I had more time to talk about it, but I'll have to move on. Where we send flow is where we send function. So if I'm going to help you digest your meal better, I need to send blood to the digestive system. If I'm going to help you run faster, I need to send blood to the arms and legs. If I'm going to help you think more clearly, I need to send blood to the prefrontal cortex. So where we send blood is where we send function. Okay? Now another big contributor to longevity and really happiness. I think the primary thing that we all want isn't to live to 100 and be miserable. That would be torture, wouldn't it? We want to be happy. So the primary aim should not be longevity, in my opinion. The primary aim should be happiness, which results in waking up to a life worth living. Okay? So community is very powerful. When we use community in our practice, quite extensively in a variety of ways. This is actually a mala making workshop that we held in a community center close to our office, and it was meditative. We had a meditation session, and everyone built their own malas and set intentions into them. We do cooking workshops where we have a group of people come and we do batch cooking. We do nature walks, so we have groups of patients come and we do grounding exercises outside and we take them on a nature walk. We have essential oil workshops where we teach people how to make their own personal care products so that they don't have to go and buy them at the store. So this creates community bonding, and it creates culture, and it creates a platform for people to become their own best doctors. So I'm almost running like this medical school, if you will, because I'm training my patients how not to need me. But here's the thing, there's so many sick people that we'll never run out of people to help. We'll never, in my lifetime, run out of people that need help in terms of getting healthy. So the power of community is quite important. And other ways that we can use technology, and my community is watching this right now, we're streaming it live to them, is through technology like Facebook. Most of you probably have a Facebook account, and if you don't, you should, because you can join my community for free. And so we've got about 1,500 members that contribute almost on a daily basis. We content to the group. I do a weekly live Facebook Q&A, so people can tune in and they can ask me whatever question they want. It allows me to leverage my time very effectively, and patients feel that connection because they can't always come in and see you, but if you have open office hours online, then they can always jump in if they have a quick question for you. So there's lots of ways that we can leverage technology and keep people out of our practices. We can answer their questions very nicely using social media as well. In my opinion, an effective healthcare system is one that actually liberates you from it. We live in Canada where people think healthcare is free, right? Where we have super exorbitant taxes, but and that's where the majority of that funding comes from, is from our taxes. But I think a good healthcare system is one that you actually don't need. It's one that your children don't need. My son is 7, he's never been to the doctor. And there's a formula for that. And that's exactly what we teach people, because that helps all of us. I want to keep everyone's kids out of the doctor's offices if possible. I want to keep your parents out of the doctor's office if possible. I want to keep you out of the doctor's office if possible. That's the aim of this whole movement. It's actually not more healthcare, it's more self-care. Because the more healthcare interventions we provide somebody, the shorter their lifespan becomes. Okay, we need doctors to act as coaches versus interventionists. And here's the thing with coaching. Think about somebody like Michael Jordan or a famous athlete. That person had to want to win to be coached to win. He had to love the game that he participated in. So you have to love your life to want to live a life, to be 100, and to be coached to be 100. So it starts there. It starts with happiness. We could have all these tools and all the resources that everyone talks about today, but you have to dig deep down inside and figure out what makes you happy, because that's what's going to help you live a long, productive life. So the future of healthcare is partnered, community-driven self-care. And until we can get to that point, I think that there's a lot of work ahead of us. But I just took a picture of a group of people that's going to live to 100 plus. So I'm excited what you guys do with this information. I think it's going to be transformative. And this is really an amazing venue, and I'm really honored and happy to be here. And I wish you all a long and happy life. Thank you.
Excuse me. Sachin, I thought that was really fantastic, brilliant, very inspirational. I think for many will maybe help you think about things in a slightly different way. We've got these fireside chats now. I love the name fireside chats.
A fire. There was meant to be, Mark, there was meant to be a fire thing happening here. So yeah, so one of the things is we have a lot of people watching the live stream, and so one of the things is running a company that does live streams. One of the most annoying things is when the content finishes because there's a break. So this is the break. So if you need to go and eat or whatever, you can do that. But what we're going to do in these sessions between the talks is to keep the content going for the people who are at home. And so I really wanted to sit down here with Dr. Chatterjee for this first fireside chat and ask him about Doctor in the House and talk to him. So we are taking questions. If you're on Twitter, you can use hashtag Journey to 100. And if you're in the room, maybe I'll come round with a mic a little bit later. So just as a starting point here, who watched Doctor in the House? Millions more, millions more around the world. So, Rangan, I just want to, start the conversation here. You and I were in touch. You made it look really easy on the show, and I know that you and I were in touch for 6 months as it was all going down. Can you just share a little bit about what it's like to actually be the doctor in the house every day?
It's not as easy as it looks in the final edit. Let's put it like that. Definitely the hardest 6 months of my career, the most intense 6 months of my career, but probably the 6 months I'm most proud of, I'd have to say. That level of pressure to help some very complex patients who, often this wasn't made clear. These are patients who have been under GPs, under specialists for many years, and so their desire to go on a program where they really expose many aspects of their own life to millions of people. I always wonder, why do people do that? But the reason is, and I thought long and hard about this, that these guys are desperate. They are looking for some solution to their illness, to their poor health, that they've not got so far from the conventional medical system. Now, that's not being derogatory about anyone or any doctor or any healthcare professional they've seen, but just the system, the way it is currently set up, was trying to help them, yet they did not feel as though they were getting that help. I think that really sort of fits the tone of today as well. Yeah. So it was tricky. Definitely two of those cases I'd probably say are two of the hardest cases of my entire career. To put it in perspective, for every single show that you see edited, we film about 150 hours, and you see 59 minutes of that. So a lot, they try and tell as accurate a story as possible, but it's simply impossible to cover every aspect of what I've done with those patients.
Yeah, one of the things I think is transformative about the show is I think it showed the world what's possible.
Yeah.
I really feel that most people don't, they think, oh, health and longevity is one thing, but if you get ill and if you have a chronic disease, it's you're not coming back. You're not coming back from that, and you're going to have to live with it. And what I've really appreciated about watching the show is just the degree to which you cannot think that anymore. And I'd love to, what out of those, you had cluster headaches, you had fibromyalgia, you had, MS, serious diseases. Which out of those was like the most tricky to get the patient to realize that there was a chance of progress?
Yeah, that's a tricky question to answer, actually. I think there were varying degrees of difficulty with different families. The one that probably the standout one for me in terms of difficulty, both in terms of trying to come up with a decent outcome for that patient and their family, but also in terms of trying to embed some of the concepts that I could see, and I could see in my head what I thought needed to happen for a patient to sort of start on that journey of health improvement. I think it was the last episode. It was on very late on Monday, unfortunately, but it was Nicola who had a whole, a shopping list of diagnoses, really. And top of those were fibromyalgia and chronic fatigue syndrome. And the reality is, and there's many doctors in the room, these are typically known in the profession as heart sink patients, because our hearts sink when these people walk through the door, because our conventional model of looking at these problems really doesn't lend itself to a good outcome. We really end up trying to find painkillers to manage their pain. Now, that has a role, there's no question, but what about what's causing that in the first place? And one thing I did with Nicola, actually, which seems to have caused a tad of controversy in various forums, that's about as politely as I can put it, is the analogy that I used right at the start. And so, you know, we've got to be aware that I don't normally go into my consultation room with a train set to demonstrate concepts to a patient. Although, having said that, I might start because actually it did really work. So for those of you who didn't watch it, I was basically faced with a patient who had a whole host of diagnoses, whether it's chronic fatigue syndrome, fibromyalgia, anxiety and depression, irritable bowel syndrome, a thyroid issue, problems with her gut, and the list went on. And really something that I said to her really echoes with what Dr. Patel said in his presentation. I simply do not believe, and after 16 years of seeing patients, I don't believe that 8 different things go wrong in their body as spontaneous random events. Okay? They were all being treated as separate conditions. And so the idea of that analogy was to simply say, I take this very, very seriously, but what I'm going to do is let's backtrack a little bit. Let's, for the time being, put these labels to the side, and let's just really focus on what's going on with your body. I think that has been misinterpreted by some to say I don't take fibromyalgia seriously, which could not be further from the truth. I take it very seriously. I think it's a real condition. I think that community feel as though many people don't regard it that way. That's certainly not the way I regard it. And my job with Nicola was to try and figure out what components in her lifestyle, what components in her body weren't functioning as well as they could. And a little bit like Sachin talks about, by creating health on a cellular level with her, would some of these sort of downstream manifestations of these different names of diseases, would they, start to get better? And really to get her from having fibromyalgia pains, which no one had managed to get on top of for over 10 years, almost 10 years, to being pain-free to the point where she regarded herself as not having fibromyalgia symptoms anymore within 6 weeks, probably one of the proudest things I've done in my entire career. And I must give a huge thanks to Michael Ash, who's standing at the back, who was a huge support for me during that whole process. Doesn't mean she was completely better. There was much more to do with her. And unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, good for the family, we were unable to show all the improvements that have happened in Nicola's life since I walked out of her house for the last time in December. We're 6 or 7 months on. On Easter Monday, I got a selfie sent back to me from her husband at the top of Rivington Pike. The 3 kids, husband and wife, including Nicola, sent me a selfie, said we made it. And that was her goal on day 1. I said, what would you like me to do for you? So I'd love one day to be able to walk back up to the top of that pike. So I had a tear in my eye reading that text message. I thought, you know what? This is why this is important, because you take it beyond that family. We've got 8 families. I bet you if you go and see them now, every single one of those families feel that it was well worth the intrusion and the whole process because they're all doing well. The little lad Kiki, who we got to lose 1.5 stone in 6 weeks when he's been to doctors and dietitians before, right? He's still doing well and thriving, and he's not worried about getting bullied. Emma, the lady with panic attacks and anxiety attacks, and she's had this for over 15 years. She's been to psychiatrists, doctors, counselors, therapists. We got a significant improvement in just a few weeks. She started her own business 2 months ago. This is real life for people. This is not telly. This is, of course it's telly. And I'm excited and really privileged to have the opportunity to showcase what is possible for 8 families. And I know for all the controversy that various things sort of get, actually I get every day so many messages on social media by people saying, wow, I've made this change, and this condition I've had for so long is now starting to improve. And that gives me hope. And I want, the reason I do the show is quite simple. It's to help these families, and that's my number 1 obligation. Is when I'm with them, it's how can I help these people get better? That's why I became a doctor. Yes, it happens that there's a camera in my face whilst I'm doing it, But really, particularly on this series, I really did switch off to that. And I just said, okay, well, that will happen. The editors will tell the story when they get all the footage in. I'll just focus on trying to be the best doctor. And for me, that means being the best possible human being that I can with that family. And not only am I proud of the results, but I feel very lucky because I think many doctors would love the opportunity to have that sort of input and time. So
I'm glad you mentioned time, actually, because if you read any article about Doctor in the House, it's like, well, he's got so much more time. And if you read opinion pieces from GPs and other doctors who are saying, oh, well, if I had that much time, I could do it. Now, one thing that BBC didn't know when they recruited you at the beginning is that you'd had this training in functional medicine. And I saw, speaking of Nicola, I saw you using the MSQ on the show, which is pretty amazing because that is a functional medicine tool. I'd just love for you to talk to the audience about how you feel about the difference between regular medical practice time and also this other operating system of medicine that you're using on the show that is very clear to me.
Yeah, it's a really good point. The time issue is clearly very important, but it's actually not the most important thing at all. It's a completely different approach, an approach that I could not have taken 5 years ago. So I could have got the gig to do Dr. House 5 years ago, and you would have seen a very different series and very different health outcomes, because I did not, despite my training, despite being a member of the Royal College of Physicians, despite being a member of the Royal College of GPs, despite all that training, I could not have done with the majority of those patients what I have done on this series. And I think this series for me took it a lot further than the first series. I think it was quite obvious to a lot of doctors actually that this is not just about more time. On the flight here, I flew to Guernsey from Manchester Airport, and I bumped into 3 SHOs. So they're senior house officers, so they're probably about maybe 2 or 3 years out of medical school. And they came up to me and said, "Oh, are you the doc on telly?" And I still find that really bizarre. And I said, "Well, yeah, I think so. I think so." I kind of felt a bit sheepish. And I'm always nervous about what a conventional doctor is going to say to me at that point. But they were so complimentary, and they said, "Well, we found it inspiring. We'd love to learn how you do that." And that gives me a lot of hope, and that's something that I'm keen to do going forward, is to actually teach doctors in the UK. Specifically doctors, because I think nutritional therapists are an organisation who have got fantastic training and they understand some of these concepts. But I think some of these concepts are quite alien for doctors. And it goes beyond just a bit of nutrition. There's some real complexity in managing these patients that is simply not possible to show on a BBC One 9 p.m. show. Just simply not possible, because it's the kind of show that I, as a doctor, would love to see, but I think the public would switch off to that if we went into the real biochemistry of what was going on. Yeah. So I think the way we think about patients, the approach I took was fundamentally different in a lot of cases, not all of them, from what a conventionally trained doctor would typically do.
Yeah, that's amazing. We've only got a few minutes left, and I know everyone probably who wants to see some women on stage? We're about ready for that, right? Yeah, that's coming. It's coming. The future of medicine is female, and just like everything else, so the dude show is coming to an end. But I do want to ask you about Alzheimer's, because Alzheimer's is a disease that is growing. It's really tragic, and I have a family history of it myself, but one of the biggest things is that not just the cost of the doctors and the medicine and the drugs and all that kind of stuff, but actually the cost of care, because you need 3 to 4 full-time people to take care of every Alzheimer's patient. In our last functional forum in June, it was the evolution of neurology, and we featured the work of Dr. Dale Bredesen. And some of the times that we get to hang out is when you're coming to America to work and train with him. And I know you've been sort of one of the foremost doctors going through the training with him. Can you share with the audience just a little bit of what he's doing and what your hopes are for the future of Alzheimer's?
Yeah, so there's a chap called Professor Dale Bredesen who interestingly has been studying Alzheimer's disease for over 30 years. His goal at that time was to find the drug cure for Alzheimer's, and maybe 5 or 6 years ago he will share that he figured out that is probably unlikely. And the reason he feels it's unlikely is because he at that point had identified 36 different pathways in the body that could go wrong in Alzheimer's. And he thought, well, a drug might manage one of those pathways pretty well, but it ain't going to manage all 36. So he shifted his thinking to really what is a functional medicine way of thinking, which is looking as the body is connected, looking at what has been going on in that patient's life that is causing the brain to start making changes, which we call Alzheimer's. So he's not saying, oh, this is Alzheimer's disease, what is the cure? He's saying, okay, this is Alzheimer's in this patient. What are the factors that have driven this patient towards Alzheimer's over the last 20, 25 years? And remarkably, a key part of his strategy to not only prevent it, but he has published some of the very first case studies of reversing the memory loss that you get in mild to moderate, in early Alzheimer's and the condition just preceding Alzheimer's. So it's very important to understand that Alzheimer's doesn't just happen. We don't just wake up with it one day. It has been building up in our bodies for a good 20 years. So for many of us, particularly once you get over the age of 40, not quite there yet, what we're doing day in, day out, actually is going to have an influence over whether we get Alzheimer's later. But a key part of his strategy is, I can relate it to the Nicola case, is really actually looking at that patient and trying to get everything working as well as possible. So he says we need to treat these Alzheimer's patients like athletes and actually look at all these 36 different pathways and get all of them humming and working really, really well. And a key part of his strategy is nutrition and lifestyle. It's phenomenal. And I've met some of the patients who've been through this, and I've seen video footage of them before and after. This stuff not only works, it is life-changing. People are going back to work. So my hope for this is, I'm now teaching a few doctors in the UK. I was lecturing in Dublin last weekend about how we implement aspects of Dale Bredesen's protocol. It is so different from the way that the medical system is currently set up that it is very hard just to teach doctors and then they implement that in their 10-minute appointments. It needs a bit of a sort of system change. But there is huge interest in it, and I'm in talks with people at the moment how we teach doctors, how we can start implementing that. Because on one hand, the NHS is the ideal place to do it, because if you can get it into one practice, you can get it into every practice. So if we can prove the concept, we can get it everywhere. But the take-home for people is that actually we can influence whether we're going to get Alzheimer's or not, and it starts right here, right now, and it starts today.
That's really empowering. And the lessons that we learn from Alzheimer's are actually applicable to all of these diseases. The same operating system happening in the background. I know one of the reasons that Dale Bredesen said that he chose to work with the Institute for Functional Medicine and the functional medicine community is because the functional medicine community is already treating the cause, working out what the individual cause is in the individual patient and working with them. And he's identified these different subtypes of Alzheimer's. It's not happening for the same reason. And so we're very, very excited to see that all of those lessons that you're learning there are universally applicable.
Well, it's what I say. I did a TED talk on making diseases disappear, and the conclusion is basically, what if all these seemingly separate conditions, whether it's Alzheimer's, whether it's type 2 diabetes, whether it's depression, what if actually when you strip them back to their core, what if they've got the same driving factors? And I think when you really start understanding how the body works, and again, I go back to Sachin's talk about getting the cell working well. If that is working well, everything downstream of that tends to work well. So
absolutely. May, thank you. I just want to have a round of applause for Rangan and everything that he's done. I know, He's just getting started as well. I'm excited to see that maybe the BBC is going to package this and sell it to all kinds of other places now they've done enough episodes. The BBC is a random institution that makes a 4-episode or 3-episode series. In America, we have 26-episode series. So now we've got at least...
Mike, where are you?
Get the bat phone. But seriously, you could probably make 26 episodes with all the extra footage.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Half the stories that we did are not in the edit, because we in each family there were 3 to 4 family members that I helped, but you'll see in the show that only half of those stories have been shown because it was getting too complicated. There was there's too many health problems out there, so there's a lot of things that just weren't shown, unfortunately.
Absolutely. We are going to get into the next segment now, and Rangan's going to introduce it, but I do want to just say something about the female side of things. You know, on the Functional Forum, I think one of the reasons why the Functional Forum grew is because we sort of disrupted some of the old boys club and put on a lot of fresh thinking female physicians. As part of my role for this journey to 100, it's been, you know, my pleasure to look out and see, you know, who's doing the most. And when you talk about what are the principles that this new medical system is going to be built on, nurturing, community, education, support, like those are all very, you know, female traits. And so I'm very excited for the next session for some fresh thinking. But I'll leave you to do the intros.
Your next speaker is someone who I had the privilege of meeting yesterday for the first time. We shared a walk back from our restaurant all the way back through those streets. We didn't get run over. We managed to get back to the hotel. And one of her things is, sort of one of the things she stands for, is keeping children out of the doctor's office, which I find remarkable and is a huge passion of mine as a dad. She is a pediatrician all the way over from the United States. And I'll leave it to Dr. Sheila Kilbane to take it away.
Thank you. And thank you. It is such an honor to be here. And Dr. Rangan actually carried my bag for me the whole way back from the restaurant, so because it was so heavy. So chivalry is still alive. When I was in medical school, I did a rotation in Ireland. So my great-grandparents are from a little island off way in the west coast of Ireland called Maskell Island. And I did this a month-long rotation, a couple of weeks in Dublin and a couple of weeks working with the physicians on Maskell. And I went through and I was preparing the talk and I started pulling out some of my old pictures. And this is this little tiny island, and we went snorkeling over there, and I don't know that this was the house that my great-grandmother grew up in, but I thought when I got the invite to come to do this talk, I have to admit I had to look up Guernsey. And I thought, oh my gosh, these are my people. It's not that far away. So I'm going to share with you just my experiences and how I tripped into integrative medicine. And doing medicine was something that I always knew I wanted to do. As a kid, I was cutting open everything I could. I was fishing, frogs, whatever it was. I was looking inside and figuring out how it worked. So I also, as a child, I used to get sick. I would get these high fevers every 2 to 3 times a year. And I would get so sick that my mother would have to carry me to the bathroom. I couldn't eat. She would take me into to the doctor's office. He was a GP, and he was this big, heavy, thick accent gentleman. And I would have to get a shot of penicillin. And if you've ever had a shot of penicillin, I mean, I had this vision of him. I'd have to turn over and pull my pants down, and he would go, and then a shot of penicillin is like cement going into your thigh. It hurt like crazy. And he never spoke to me. He never looked directly at me. It was such a disempowering experience. And I decided when I was about 7 or 8 that I was going to become a pediatrician and I was going to talk to the kids. And so that's part of my life's work is being a voice for these kids. And it's all about getting to the root of illnesses. So with these illnesses I had, my mother had to push and push and push to get him to send me somewhere to get to the bottom of it. So I went to the Cleveland Clinic and I had a test done, and it turns out I actually have 4 kidneys, and I also have 4 ureters. But what happened is I had a little part of my kidney that was infected most of my young life. And when my immune system would go down, I would get sick, I would get a kidney infection, and I would have to take antibiotics. So after we figured this out, I took antibiotics for 6 months, and then I was fine. I won't get into what that did to my gut flora, having taken antibiotics for 6 months, but I'll talk a little bit more about that later. So my passion of integrative medicine is, let's get to the root of our illness, and it's about good medicine, functional medicine, integrative medicine. Andrew Weil, who I trained with, just talks about practicing good medicine. So having always known that I wanted to be a doctor, much to my chagrin, when I started practicing medicine, this is what I felt like on a day-to-day basis. I felt like I was on a treadmill running from room to room. I was prescribing antibiotics, steroids, and you've heard the people speaking before me. So what would happen is I would give a medication, the kids would get better for 2 weeks, and then they were back in the office 2 weeks later. And I wasn't helping them, and it was extraordinarily frustrating. I was miserable and stressed out. I was in fight or flight all the time. It was always the same kids, and I'm going to describe this because just as Rangan said, it's a continuum, is that all of these things are related. It's these seemingly unrelated issues, but the babies, they start off and they have colic and reflux, then they get chronic runny nose, they get bumps on the back of their arms, their cheeks, recurrent ear infections, that's a bulging infected eardrum right there. They have mouth breathing, snoring, big dark circles under their eyes, constipation, abdominal pain, and behavior issues. These are with mood swings. Behavior can be up and down. And what I knew how to do was to treat them symptomatically. I would do antacids, steroids, like I said, antibiotics. And I started getting this, I started to say, wait a minute, there has got to be a different way. So when you look, and I couldn't articulate this back then, but what I started to figure out is we're going to give this child a medication. And it was really when I was prescribing antacid medications to 2-month-old babies that I went, there is something fundamentally wrong with this. So you give an antacid medication. That lowers the defense. Okay, we need acid to break down the protein so that we can digest our proteins. We need proteins to make our neurotransmitters. If we don't have our neurotransmitters, then we're going to start to get anxious. We're not going to sleep well, and we're going to be back in the doctor's office for anxiety medications, for antidepressant medications, and on, and then attention deficit disorder medications. So what we need to do, and so healthy kids become healthy adults. So we have to get these issues under control and address the underlying systemic inflammation when they're little, because then it's going to go on, cascade onto all these other things, and then autoimmune diseases. So a small miracle happened one day, and this was shortly after residency. I was seeing a patient that I had been seeing since they were babies, and he had eczema, and mom was breastfeeding him, and she said to me, you know what, Dr. Kilbane, I went off of dairy, and his eczema improved. And I said, oh, interesting. I don't know why that happened, but let me read about it. Stay off the dairy, and then we'll figure out how to get fat and protein and vitamin D into him, when he turns a year of age, and if we need to keep him off of dairy. So meanwhile, he was also getting recurrent ear infections, and he had had so many that we had to refer him to get ear tubes. She really didn't want to get the ear tubes, and some snafu of insurance happened, and she canceled the surgery. And then at this little boy's 1-year well child check, she had had a big omelet the day before, and he had a huge eczema flare. And so we said, oh, okay, it's dairy and eggs. So keep both of those out of your diet. But he still had fluid in his ears, which for kids, that can harm your hearing. So I said, you really need to get this ear tube surgery, but now that we're off of these 2 inflammatory foods, come back in a few weeks, let me look at the ears, and let's see if maybe we can save him from this ear tube surgery. Well, sure enough, 3 weeks later, his ears were perfect, his skin was perfect, and he didn't have any problems after that. So it's just, I've always listened to families, and I've listened to these moms, and moms really have taught me more than many medical books. So once I started to understand these concepts, I was practicing it more and more. So this is a patient who came in. He was about 5, and he had recurrent sinus infections and wheezing. And what happened is one day his wheezing got so bad that he had to have an oral steroid. And he went bazonkers. His behavior was off the charts. So mom knew, I can't give him these oral steroids anymore. It's just not going to work for him. So we went back and we looked through his history, and his previous pediatrician had already done allergy testing on him. So I said, okay, he's got a dust mite allergy, and he's got all the classic signs of a food sensitivity. He had those dark circles. He was sitting on the exam table he was a mouth breather, you know, sounded like Darth Vader. He was drooling. He didn't sleep well. And so I said, okay, he's clearly got a dairy sensitivity, so we're going to pull him off of dairy. And he's got a dust mite sensitivity, and he's sleeping on a mattress that's 20 years old. It had been his uncle's from when his uncle was in college. We got rid of the mattress, took away dairy, and threw out his asthma medications. So it goes back to just getting to the root of things and practicing medicine the way that we were all trained to. And the way that we're trained is that we should be able to make a diagnosis without ever touching a patient. We should have that clear. So that's what we do in integrative and functional medicine. We take a very thorough history. And it's all about inflammation. So we have systemic inflammation. And it's like, I liken it to a glass of water. So our body is the glass, and the water is the inflammation. We need a certain amount of inflammation, because if you cut your finger, you need to stop the blood flow. And what happens, though, is that we are all so inflamed that we are having symptoms. And that when the inflammation is overflowing, that's when we have symptoms. So what we do is I say, okay, so if this child has, maybe they have a tree allergy and a dairy sensitivity. And we say, okay, we can't cut down all the trees, so let's pull out the dairy, decrease their cup of water so where it's only a fourth or a half full. And then when we get that seasonal variation, we're not going to have nearly the allergy symptoms that we would have previously. And I have seen this, so this just kept happening, is that these kids were getting better and better. And so I started to just kind of go, is this a fluke? Is this really happening? Or is this, you know, why is this happening? And so it became then to me that food was the elephant in the room, and but I couldn't ignore it anymore. But I still thought, well, where's the science? Why didn't I learn any of this? And meanwhile, my partners are saying to me, what's that voodoo medicine you're doing, Sheila? But a year later, they were saying, okay, what are the dose of those probiotics? So I ended up going on and doing more formal training with Dr. Andrew Weil, and that's where I learned all of the science behind this. And it was incredible and empowering, but at the same time, I went back to the old system. That's why I love what James is doing. And Tom, I wish I had met you 8 years ago. So I went back to my old practice where I had 15 minutes to see a patient, and I was miserable. I could not, with my integrity, prescribe an antibiotic and not educate you that probably dairy and some other foods may be contributing. We probably need to do some probiotics. And I got sick. I couldn't, isn't literally me, but I would go home from work and I couldn't get off the couch. And I was in what we call adrenal fatigue. So this means I had the lion in the forest, but the lion was never going away. So I was living in fight or flight all the time. I was burning through my adrenal glands. I was burning through my B vitamins, my minerals. And so I went to an integrative doctor. He drew gallons of blood. He put me on supplements morning, afternoon, evening, and bedtime. And it wasn't until I started to feel better, but this wasn't sustainable. But then I was able to leave my practice and open up my own practice. And that's where it was kind of, I had to get rid of the lion in the forest, or my own health was never going to get where I needed it to be to actually help these kids that I wanted to help. So fight or flight, what Sachin talked about is something that we all have to pay attention to, and it's the stress factor. So it wasn't until I got back to doing the things that I love to do that I could start to really help more kids. And it's so cliche, but put your own oxygen mask on first. And I think you'll hear that a common theme through many of the talks today. So I'm going to switch gears a little bit more clinical now so we can get through the rest of the information. And this, I always show this picture when I do talks. This was a family. The little boy came in. He had tics so bad that he pulled a muscle in his neck. And so when you look at him on the left, he's the classic picture. I've had so many parents come in and say, Sheila, that is my child. And he's got the pale skin, the dark circles under his eyes. He doesn't have a clear look in his eyes. And you look at the picture on the right, and it's beautiful complexion, clear skin. There are no more dark circles. So that face on the left that's called a leaky gut. That's inflammation. He's not absorbing his nutrients as effectively and efficiently as he could be. So what we do is we clean up his diet. And for him, dairy actually wasn't his trigger, but it was gluten. We took gluten out of his diet and cleaned up his gut. His tics improved by 80%. And so it was, once I had the training and really understood all this, my ability to help kids has exploded. And what I share now with families is how this leaky gut, how everything is related, just like Rangan said. It's just easier to connect the dots in kids, because if we're going to have healthy adults that live to be 117, we need healthy babies and healthy kids. So this is leaky gut, and this is a concept that it's not even heard of in conventional medicine, and I don't usually talk about this when I do talks for conventional physicians. But what we're talking about with leaky gut is the small intestine, and it has to do with the bacteria that we have in our body, the food that we're eating, and when the gut is leaky, we get these proteins that get absorbed into our bloodstream. And right here, well, you can't. So this on the right is the lumen of the small intestine with the cells, and there's a blood vessel below there. And what we're doing is we're absorbing proteins into our bloodstream that we shouldn't necessarily be absorbing. And that's where we get the rosy cheeks, the bumps on the back of the arms, the chronic runny nose, the dark circles under the eyes. So we have to clean this up in order to get these kids healthy. So our gut bacteria starts right as we're going through the birth canal. So if you're a vaginal delivery and you're a baby who's breastfed, your gut is getting set with the good, healthy bacteria. If you are a C-section baby and you're bottle fed, you are going to be colonized with a completely different set of bacteria. And this plays a role. The research is showing us that those kids with the C-sections, they're going to have more problems with a lot of those issues that I've been talking about. So this is the gut. So we want that gut on the left is, that's a child who's maybe been on a lot of antibiotics, drinking enough water, they're not eating any vegetables, they're not getting adequate. And the one on the right is a lush soil, a lot of great bacteria, the gut is going to be very healthy. So those two kids get exposed to the same virus. The one on the left is going to be in bed for a week and a half with high fevers. The one on the right is going to have a runny nose for a couple of days, and they're going to bounce right back. So it's hugely important. Now, the skin is a great window to the gut. This is one of my patients on the left. He's got a leaky gut. We did probiotics with him and changed his diet, and within a week and a half, he had 80% improvement of his skin and his behavior. His behavior was off the charts. And the family, the day before our last visit, for the first time was able to go out to a restaurant without him having complete meltdowns. So it's inflammation in the body is inflammation in the brain. The other sign of a leaky gut is stools. So we want to have stools should be easy, they should not take very long, they shouldn't be this huge foul smelling event, and that's another way we monitor our patients. So when we talk about cost, these things are pretty easy to look at. And as I started to realize the things that I could be doing, I thought, why didn't I learn these things in residency? So this is when I put together the way that I think about these things. And there are 5 major things that trigger inflammation. It's food, environmental allergies, environmental toxins, infectious disease, and stress. And so what I then went on, I said, okay, I need a system. I need to make sure that I'm covering everything. So the 7 steps are an assessment. Where are we? We talk about inflammation and illness, the triggers of inflammation, gut health, food, supplements, and then the roadmap. And that's the roadmap is where we need that community. So this is now my toolbox. I use these things if I need to, but I use them far less than I used to. So can we impact our children's health? Yes, absolutely we can. We put all of these pieces together. Healthy kids become healthy adults. And this was one of the 103-year-olds that Michelle talks about. And It's the roadmap. So what I did, my solution to this was I wrote a book. I just started writing down my experiences because there were all these kids with, I'm seeing kids with rheumatoid arthritis. I have a 3-year-old in my practice right now with rheumatoid arthritis. We have kids with ulcerative colitis, thyroid disease. So I created a guide for families. They can get that book on Amazon. I have an online program that families can use so that parents could have access to this globally because there aren't that many pediatricians trained in integrative medicine. So with all the work that's being done here, I would love to see Guernsey adopt this model of functional or integrative medicine so that when you go to the doctor's office, you're not worried that they're going to give you just another prescription. If you need it, great. But if there can be something else done, how refreshing would it be to know that you could partner with your doctor to get your kids healthy? So this is the message that I wanted to share with you all today. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Sheila. I think that was fantastic. My journey into this way of practicing medicine actually started with my own son, who was very ill when he was 6 months old. And I resonate so much with what Sheila just said, and really the roadmap to get him healthy in a large part revolved around getting his gut healthy. For those of you who've seen Doctor in the House, in one of the episodes, the roadmap to getting a young lad who was on the road to getting type 2 diabetes and who couldn't lose weight was to get his gut healthy. And there's a pretty common theme that you'll hear, healthy gut, healthy kids, healthy gut, healthy brain. Biggest way you can impact your gut is by changing your food choices. And we'll hear a lot of lectures on food a little bit later. The other thing from her talk for me was that she didn't learn any of this in what they call residency in the US. So I didn't learn any of this stuff in medical school either. And I think that's a big issue. And we sort of have to figure this out on our own when we've got the right desire. And that brings me on to the next speaker, who's come all the way over from Colorado. I suspect if I lived in Colorado, I may well live to 100, because spent some time there last summer, and it really was fantastic. Janet Cecil is a psychiatrist. She's probably one of the world leaders in integrative psychiatry. She's actually teaching other healthcare professionals tomorrow on the island about a lot of these principles. So that's really, really exciting. So a warm welcome, please, for Dr. Janet Cecil.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for the invitation to be here and for the introduction. You're a beautiful audience. So I'm here today to talk to you about trauma and about how trauma blocks our ability to receive love. And I think that's integrally connected with mortality. And love is all around us. Love is all around us, but we're afraid of it. We push it away. And the ability to receive that is critical. I know about trauma and PTSD because I'm recovered from PTSD myself. So as someone who was raised in a household where I was trained to be invisible, I had to overcome the fear of public speaking to be here, and I'm very excited to do so. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So the fear of receiving love is another fear that we can overcome. And it's worth overcoming because the rewards of overcoming that fear are trust and ease and intimacy and health. Yes, connection wires us for health. So here we go. Psychological trauma, and I'm so glad to follow Sheila because you did all my work for me describing inflammation. And inflammation is critical too in post-traumatic stress disorder. So psychological trauma causes inflammation, which causes premature aging and premature mortality. And I want to say that in addition to the kind of commonly accepted types of trauma like assault or combat, trauma also includes physical and emotional neglect, and it also includes household dysfunction and circumstances that distract or impair the caregiver from taking appropriate care of the child, like substance abuse or poverty or domestic violence. And so we call these traumas in childhood adverse childhood experiences, ACEs. You can go online and find a questionnaire and take your own, it's just a 10-point questionnaire, and find your own ACEs score from 0 to 10. And 70% of people have experienced at least one traumatic event or circumstance. 20% of those go on to experience post-traumatic stress disorder. I'm an overachiever, so I'm in the 12% who've experienced 4 or more. And here are the standard psychological symptoms of PTSD. If I have PTSD, I'm overwhelmed by reliving and re-experiencing the trauma, even if I don't remember, or if it's a pre-verbal, let's say it's a pre-verbal neglect in the 0 to 3 years of age range. There's no particular trauma to remember, but my body remembers, my cells remember, and there's a continuous kind of remembering that's going on a physical level. I'm avoiding any reminders on the inside, and I'm avoiding any reminders on the outside. So that makes me shut down and isolated. I'm amped up. I have insomnia, can't concentrate, wired, anxious, irritable, and isolated. It's a very isolating disease. Think about people, your own struggles with trauma, or people that you know who may struggle with trauma as you look at this list. What we don't know, so those psychological symptoms are what medicine has known, but what we haven't known up until recently is that PTSD is a syndrome that is actually a killer because of physical disease. It increases inflammation and through other mechanisms increases physical disease. You can see all these diseases here, including cancer and heart disease. And PTSD is a full body disorder. Over 30 studies show the association between PTSD, early mortality, and disease. There's a 30% increase in mortality. There's a 50% increase in heart disease. We see more cognitive deficits. So this is a real killer. And here's kind of a summary then that if you look at the 3 mechanisms underneath PTSD, these are the 3 mechanisms: inflammation, nervous system dysregulation, and hormonal changes that reduce quality of life and increase disease risk and mortality. Inflammation, we know, is a mechanism. If you take documented instances of child abuse and you look at those children 20 years later, they still have elevated markers for inflammation in their blood. So they're still inflamed 20 years later compared to children who are not abused. So all these mechanisms are at work, and I think I've earned my invitation here. This is a conference on longevity, and I'm showing you right now how PTSD reduces longevity. But what I really want to talk to you about, here's my pet topic, okay, is insecure attachment. There's another trauma-related condition that's more common but much less well known than PTSD, and it's called insecure attachment. And this is something that really, I believe, decreases mortality, but even more importantly, decreases the quality of life. Because after all, what's more years if they don't feel worth living? So, if we prevent psychological trauma and we treat insecure attachment and PTSD, we can improve quality of life and reduce disease and mortality. So, relational trauma. Trauma is not restricted to just horrific events. It also can happen anytime the parent is too depressed or too isolated or too distracted or too impoverished to make the growing child feel safe. Safety is really the key, to make the child feel seen and known and safe. So we come out of the chute afraid. It takes a lot of effort to calm that fear down. I think that fear, the biological wiring and biochemistry of fear is an adaptive thing that our species has evolved, but it takes a lot to calm that down. So I think we start from the fear state and we get calmed by brain-to-brain interactions into a state of ease and love and calm. So everybody has an attachment style. And your attachment style is like your Windows operating system that runs all your relationships. It runs your self-esteem. It runs your satisfaction with life. It's running in the background all the time. And it gets installed in the first 3 years of life based on the quality of interactions with your primary caretakers. So it's a brain-to-brain interaction. And this can be changed. So don't despair if you see yourself up here. All of this can be rewired at any time, and I'm going to tell you how. Here's how it works. So you're installing this attachment system, this operating system, and if I'm the child, I have discomfort, I make a protest, I get a reliable response. It needs to include eye contact and soothing and something that we call attunement. That's where the parent is trying, even if imperfectly, to tune in to what the child is feeling. So then I feel seen, I feel known, I get to have some experience of pleasurable connection. Here's what the brain is learning. So the brain, while this is happening, is saying, okay, here's what I need to know to get along in this world. Here's a map. I'm making a map of the world and what I need to know to get along. And in this situation, the brain is wired to trust. The brain is wired to seek and enjoy connection. The brain is wired to know how to calm down. In the opposite situation, if my parent is absent or scary or unreliable, say, in the case of substance abuse, great one day, terrible the next, I have discomfort, but my response is absent or inconsistent, and I end up with apathy or anger, but it's all about being alone. The attachment that gets wired in this system is the brain's attempt to manage emotions in isolation. And we're not meant to manage emotions in isolation. We're meant to manage emotions with this kind of brain-to-brain interaction and brain-to-brain contact. So in the insecure situation, here's what the brain is learning. I should dismiss my own feelings. I should not listen to my feelings. I should mistrust people in the world. My brain is wired to shut down instead of calm down. My brain is wired for isolation and not connection. So this is an automatic system that's running in the background all the time. And just like I can't tell my body to run at a different body temperature just by deciding like, oh, I want to run it a little hot or a little cool today. You can't. It's not in the conscious mind. It's in the unconscious mind. These are reflexes. And it governs your self-esteem and everything about how it governs if, somebody comes up to you, you'd like a lot of space, you want to move away, or if someone says, come on and scooch up to me, then do you scooch over there? When do you make eye contact? When do you look away? These are all the automatic things that are happening all the time in the way we regulate our interactions with people. So it leaves people with this insecure attachment with these negative beliefs about the world. I'm bad, it's my fault, the world is not safe for me. It results in disconnection from the self, disconnection from other people, and disconnection from spiritual connection. So it's a very lonely place to be. People might look fine, but they'll tell you they feel like they're going through the motions, that it's empty. And their biochemistry, if we could scan them all, when we have a scanner and we can scan for all of this, their biochemistry would show that they're in a fear state, and that fear state drives inflammation, and inflammation drives disease. So Dean Ornish, who's famous for creating a program that reverses heart disease, his program included diet and exercise and meditation and support groups. He was so upset that people got so fixated on the diet, the low-fat vegan diet, and they disregarded the rest of the program, that he wrote this whole book, which is quite excellent, called Love and Survival, which is about how all this works. And you can see on the left side the value of intimacy, and on the right-hand side the risks of isolation. So if I'm the person in this bubble, I might come across in a variety of ways. I might look anxious and clingy. That would be me. I might look angry and hostile. I might look shut down and distant. But inside, it all feels justified to me. It feels perfectly rational. And the thing to know is that logic can't get in. You can't just tell people, you know, oh, you're good enough. Oh, you know, you belong. Oh, people love you. People can't hear it in this state. And more love on the outside is not what gets in, but I'm going to tell you how. You can turn this around. The good news is that if you resolve the PTSD, it fixes not only the mind, but the body. In this study of 2,500 veterans who recovered from PTSD, they had the same mortality rate as 2,500 veterans who never had PTSD. So what we know from the literature is if you fix the PTSD, you also fix the body. And when you repair trauma, it's about reconnecting the person with the self, reconnecting with others, reconnecting with spirit. It's about the tone of the relationship that you have inside your mind with yourself. We all dialogue with ourselves all day long, whether you realize it or not. And there's a tone to that. Is it dismissive and angry and abusive, or is it nurturing and compassionate? Similarly, the tone of the relationship that we have with whatever you believe in that's greater than us, the tone of that relationship, because the God that you may or may not believe in is the virtual parent of every adult. So, Guernsey, if you want to create a love zone, I'm calling it a love zone instead of a blue zone, resolve PTSD and insecure attachment with these 7 steps. Number 1, trauma therapies. So, these are specific therapies that have evidence in the literature to back them up and their ability to resolve attachment and PTSD. And if you want these slides, anybody, my email address is at the end, and just send me an email and I'll send them to you. So not just garden variety venting and support, which also has its place, but specific trauma therapies. Number 2, I'm very excited about MDMA-assisted psychotherapy for PTSD. MDMA is also known as ecstasy, the recreational drug ecstasy, but now it's being studied. It got a stigma and banned and whatever. It was used in the past, in the 70s and 80s with a lot of success, but then it went away. Now it's coming back and hopefully is going to be approved again for medical therapeutic use. So let me say a little bit more about this. You can see in the column that the patients who went through the MDMA-assisted psychotherapy sessions that were nested in the midst of 12 regular weekly 1-hour trauma therapy sessions. And at 12 months out, 75 to 80% of them no longer meet criteria for PTSD. This just doesn't happen, right? We don't have anything else that does this. So how does it work? We think that it works through reducing barriers. You take the MDMA and you get a surge of serotonin and a surge of oxytocin, which is that bonding hormone that's released during orgasm and breastfeeding. And those hormonal changes allow you to drop your barriers, and then you see the world differently. And that experience of looking at the world this way and saying, oh, it's scary, 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 and then turn around and you look at this way and you think, oh, that changes everything. And that change is enduring over time. So we think that's how it works. We know from research on near-death experiences that spiritual experiences are important for meaning, and they're important for resolving trauma. So think of this as like having a near-death experience without having to almost die. I think, bonus, right? I always read about those near-death experiences and sort of felt jealous of people, but I thought, well, I don't really want to actually have to almost die. But so this is very exciting. There are a number of compounds besides MDMA that are being studied in this way. Shamanic traditions over the course of human history have used a variety of compounds for this purpose, and now medical science is studying these to repurpose them for therapeutic use. So I'm very excited about that. There's really nothing else like it. And reducing inflammation, like Sheila said, it's very important to find your root cause of inflammation and eliminate inflammation. And I can make a plug for Sheila's method because I had a whole lifetime of hay fever and seasonal allergies that would just disable me during the growing season until I quit gluten. And I don't have any more hay fever at all. So what I want to say about inflammation is that drug companies are out there right now planning to bring anti-inflammatory, immune-suppressing medications to pitch those to us for psychiatric purposes. And suppressing your immune system is a really bad thing. So I'm surprised it hasn't happened already, that we haven't heard about these immune-suppressing medications that they use for MS or for rheumatoid arthritis being used for depression and for PTSD. But it's coming soon. And it's not a good idea. We don't want to turn off the immune system, but you can use these variety. Here's a list of interventions, and you can work with your naturopath or your functional medicine doctor or your herbal practitioner to help reduce your inflammation. And I love this packed couples therapy. I can't say enough good things about it. Developed by Stan Tatkin, who was in Colorado but moved to California. I don't know why. And just like you can't learn to swing dance without a partner, you also have to have another brain, to help you rewire these attachment systems, right? When it works that way in childhood, and then it continues to work that way in adulthood. You can do this 1 hour a week with your psychotherapist, which is great, and I advocate that. But wouldn't it be great, and wouldn't it be so much more powerful if you were doing this 24/7 with your significant other, and you're both helping to rewire each other's attachment paradigms through your interactions. So this is, it's intense, structured, and extremely constructive and productive therapy. Similarly, there's an attachment-based family therapy, and there are excellent therapies for mother-infant bonding. I think every mother-infant pair should have an assessment and be referred to support groups or treatment for mother-infant bonding, because that's when you could just nip all this right in the bud, and both brains are malleable in that interaction. So the mother-infant treatments are actually extremely good. Insecure attachment is passed on from one generation to the next unless repair occurs. And some of the most tortured people I see in my practice are parents who desperately want to do it differently. When we get the chance to be the parent, I want to do it differently for my kids. And I want to reassure you that at any point this cycle can be interrupted, but not just with good intentions, right? You can't just decide to do it because it's an automatic system of reflexes. But with these techniques, anyone can do this differently. And that's why I recommend universal parent training. I think that learning how to have successful and happy relationships is so much more important than lots of stuff that we labor over in school. For all ages, we could just make a fertile ground for secure attachment by giving people parenting training. And the Attachment Parenting International is an organization that offers a support line and lots of resources about parenting training. Number 7, this is the last one. Rebalance the autonomic nervous system. So trauma amps up the activating part of the nervous system, and it dampens down the calming part of the nervous system, and you need to rebalance those. This is something that you can do alone, but it's even better if you do it in a group. Do these rebalancing practices to another way to rewire your brain after trauma. So this is the summary. If we are going to improve quality of life and reduce mortality, my recommendation, my prescription for you is to prevent psychological trauma and treat these trauma-related disorders. And as they say on the shampoo bottle, rinse and repeat until each one of us is engaged, each one of us is empowered in our families, in our workplaces, in our places of spiritual connection. This is my contact information. I'd love to be in contact with any of you. And as Rangan said, I am teaching one-day class for mental health professionals tomorrow. We have spots available if you're interested. I started a company called Psychiatry Masterclass, where we train mental health professionals to treat deeper root causes of mental health symptoms. And this is what it looks like. I'm also teaching it again in London on Monday, so see me if you're interested in attending, and thank you very much.
mean, I don't know about you guys, I thought that was fantastic. Really, really good. Yeah. And so many things resonated with me during that. One of them in particular is that, I'm not a psychiatrist, but I see a lot of patients with chronic health problems, a wide variety of chronic health problems. And it's amazing, more as I get more experienced with every year that goes by, I'm learning more and more and learning more about what I didn't know before and how many patients I could have potentially helped in a better way had I known these things. But dealing with the emotional side of it and dealing with trauma, it's amazing how many times that ends up coming up when I have an hour with a patient and really start delving deep into their condition. So it's something I'm looking into more and more. The whole PTSD piece and the inflammation piece is something that me and Mike delved into quite a lot when we were looking after Emma, the lady with panic attacks, on the new series of Doctor in the House. And we pulled up a lot of the research around that, and it's, really resonate with that. So thank you for that. The next speaker is someone who I actually met in person for the first time yesterday, although I kind of feel I've known her for a few years just because we have so many mutual friends on Facebook. So it was a really bizarre situation when I saw her in the flesh. So I thought I'd met her before, but I haven't. She is the author of a book called The Dirt Cure, and I'm not going to tell you too much more about her, apart from the fact that she is a pediatric neurologist, she's a medical herbalist, and she's an urban farmer. Dr. Maya Sheetreat-Klein.
Thank you. So it's a pleasure to be here. And I want to take you with me to 5 years ago when I was lying in bed and I woke up and untangled myself from a mass of mosquito netting, wiped copious sweat off of my face because I was in an incredibly humid environment, and climbed out of bed, walking outside, being careful not to step on any strange or foreign bugs or snakes. And I asked myself, how did a nice doctor like me end up in the jungle of Ecuador? And that brought me back to my reason and my journey from actually being an integrative pediatric neurologist, but finding one day my then 7-year-old son having a seizure on the floor of my bathroom. And obviously it was terrifying, speaking of PTSD. And when he woke up and walked over to me and I held him as tightly as I could, I knew that even though I was probably one of the only integrative pediatric neurologists in the world, I knew about food as medicine, I knew about nutrition, I knew about botanicals, and I thought at that time that I could really help any person. I think I had some hubris at that time, and I felt pretty confident, but in that moment I knew with all of my heart that I didn't have the tools to help my son, and that I was going to be going on a journey to learn how to help him and other people like him, because my practice is actually full of what I call canaries in the coal mine, the people who are extra sensitive. Maybe you know someone, or you yourself are someone who experiences the world in that extra sensitive way where you feel things that maybe other people don't notice or feel. So, of course, when you set an intention like that, something or someone is going to open up in your life. And in my case, I met a PhD in ethnobotany, who also happened to be a 4th-generation shaman from Ecuador, who invited me on a trip to Ecuador to learn more about an incredible cutting-edge treatment, which is also really ancient, plant medicine. And although I already knew about herbal medicine, and I was using it in my practice in tinctures and pills and different ways like that, I realized that there was a whole nother level to how plants can heal. And so plants are incredibly special. For those of you who don't have a healing relationship with plants, you don't go take a little bit of elderberry or echinacea if you feel like you're coming down with something. Plants are balancing. So most drugs that are out there either push you in one direction or the other, and they kind of force your body to do things that it wouldn't otherwise do. But plants are all about bringing you into balance and helping your body to heal using its own resources. So they don't do it for you necessarily. They stimulate your body to employ its own healing properties. And interestingly, the word drug actually is derived from a word that's to dry, because our original drugs were plants. But we've kind of forgotten that, right? And I had to travel all the way to Ecuador and learn from Guarani and Quechua people there how we can employ plants and be in relationship with plants for our own healing. So at that time, I was a desperate mom, and I wanted to know how to help to heal my son. And in the process, I learned a lot about healing myself and about healing my patients. And here I am now talking about how to live till 100. How do we extend our life? And you know, a lot of people might say, well, why would I even want to live till 100? Because you know what? Like, aging is dismal, right? It all goes downhill from here. Why would I even want to? And I think we do. You know, if we think about it, we do want to live for a long time. But we want to do so joyfully and in a robust way and with an incredibly high quality of life. And I think plants really offer that possibility, both by interacting with our physiology and making our bodies healthier and more able to live and survive for a long time, but also in a way so that we can enjoy our lives and feel fantastic. Plants are really special because a lot of people like to think about plants as a particular compound, right? Like scientists especially like to research a particular compound in a plant and say, this is what makes you healthy in this plant, or this is what's important about this plant. And that's actually how we've derived a lot of drugs. A lot of pharmaceuticals are actually from the one strong compound in a plant. But the way plants work is that they're a universe. They're as complex as we are. And so that one compound is only a tiny, tiny snapshot of all that that plant can offer. And it's a whole spectrum of different compounds that are weaker, 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 stronger, stronger, stronger. And then there are compounds that actually work against that powerful property. And that's the way that plants have all these incredibly nuanced effects in our body. And we've evolved with plants. So we recognize, our bodies recognize plants, and we interact with them in really special ways. And my teacher from Ecuador actually talks about the fact that when we come into contact with plants, and I'm going to speak about all the ways that we do that, we actually start to produce new compounds in our bodies as if we're falling in love. So plants actually create all kinds of new physiology and new possibility in our bodies. Part of the reason for this is that plants actually embody terrain. So our bodies are a certain kind of terrain, right? Our bioterrain. And then we have around us our ecoterrain, which is soil, sun, air, water, seeds, microbes, right? And plants embody all of those elements so that we're in contact with all of those elements when we're in contact with plants. And we kind of know this about food, right? We know that with food, we're getting all kinds of benefits, and they affect us on a nutritional level, on a genetic level. We heard earlier about epigenetics, so they affect us in how our genes are read, and they affect us on a metabolic level. But plants also do something else. They enhance our salutogenesis, okay? They make us feel a sense of health and well-being. And we talk about in medicine pathogenesis, which is the process of disease, basically. How does disease happen? So plants actually enhance our process of becoming healthy and feeling good. And plants heal us in a lot of ways. So yes, ingestion, yes, nourishment, but in sensory ways and by connecting us with awe and gratitude, by connecting us with place and nature and our culture and other cultures, and also to memories and to eternal knowledge. And I'm going to give you an example, because that might sound complex, and how do we do that? But plant healing is one of the most accessible things that you can imagine. Who here has ever received or given flowers to somebody? Raise your hand. Okay, so you've participated in plant medicine. Okay, why do we give flowers to people when they're feeling, when we love them? Okay, why do we have flowers at weddings, or when someone's celebrating, do we send them flowers? Or when they're grieving and when they're sad, right? We send flowers. Because plants change the way we feel. They transform the way we experience the world. Who here likes to go to the forest or to the beach? Okay, this is another way we're experiencing the healing of plants. So in Japan, there's a concept called Shinrin-yoku, and that means literally translated forest bathing. And all that is immersing yourself in the beauty of the forest. Well, I don't think most of us really need research to know that that makes us feel better. I personally try to go running almost every day in the forest because I find it so transformative and healing. But because it's a practice in Japan, it's been studied. And so they've found it improves sleep, it improves mood, it improves focus and concentration and learning and executive function. And actually, it enhances your immune system. So it boosts your natural killer cells, and actually your body produces more anti-cancer proteins when you've spent time in the forest. Okay? So being in the forest basically makes you live longer and better. What about other ways, like essential oils, right? Smelling plants. Well, that's going to go straight, bypassing any processing systems, goes straight to your amygdala, to your primitive brain, and can change your brain in many ways. Rosemary essential oil actually was found to improve mood, enhance memory, and even change your EEG tracings. These are the kinds of things that an essential oil can do. Lavender essential oil resulted in people who were feeling happier, fresher, and more relaxed. How's that for enhancing your quality of life? And that's just by enjoying a beautiful smell. Who here loves coffee so much that they would put a heart in their coffee if they could every day? So coffee is a plant tonic, okay? It's a bitter tonic. And this bitter tonic that many, many people are consuming every single day has alkaloids, which actually also enhance your brain function, enhance your digestion, are boosting your detoxification and making you feel obviously much better. So many people are employing these kinds of plant medicines every day. Tea as well. So there are studies looking at certain components of tea like L-theanine and caffeine and how those can boost your cognitive performance and your mood and make you feel better. Chamomile tea, right? So tea time, you're having your chamomile tea. It turns out that there are studies on that chamomile that actually show that it's effective at treating generalized anxiety disorder, right? So the things that we're bringing into our lives all the time are helping us to heal and helping us to improve our quality of life. But we need to remember that that's our plant medicine. Passion flower. And I feel like, when I have these pictures, it's because I'm introducing you to my friends, right? These plants are really somewhat these creatures, in a sense, or these living beings that we're in relationship with. Passion flower actually has been shown to be as effective as benzodiazepines in treating anxiety. So it's an opportunity to not have to use pharmaceuticals and to benefit instead from experiencing a plant. Reishi mushroom has been looked at for many, many things. There are probably over 5,000 studies on reishi by now, one of which is anti-aging. And then we have these other medicines, right, like medical marijuana. And we're learning now that these plants that we thought might have been dangerous or problematic are actually incredibly helpful. So for things like treatment-resistant epilepsy, I've seen really transformative effects using medical marijuana in patients. Chronic pain as well, and anxiety. One of the most amazing studies that recently came out in the last weeks is that in areas where marijuana has become legalized, death from addiction has dropped by almost 25%. So when we're talking about longevity and quality of life, we really need to open our minds. And this is just a study, just so you know I'm not making it up, on the way that cannabis can help intractable chronic pain. Magic mushrooms. So psilocybin has now been studied for cluster headaches, for OCD, for PTSD, right? And in fact, for substance use disorders, so for addiction. And it's being shown, now in academic trials to be very effective for that. And ayahuasca, which is a vine that grows in South America, is now being used in a lot of different studies and by a lot of people to treat PTSD, to treat, a lot of different conditions. It's called, I think, 10 years of therapy in 5 hours. So it may not be fun, but in one single dose of ayahuasca, there have been found to be antidepressant effects for people who have treatment-resistant depression that are long-lasting. And it's also effective for PTSD and for trauma. So a lot of people might say plants are dangerous, right? Those kinds of plants are powerful, they're psychoactive. What could they do? Like, do we really understand the kind of risk? And so these are all examples of master plants. In indigenous communities, these powerful plants are called master plants. And you see there a picture of tobacco, which is a master plant, and also the coca plant. So the coca plant is really a very powerful plant that's used for stimulation. It's used for mental clarity and cognitive enhancement, and actually for altitude sickness. So everyone chews it, when you're in Ecuador, Peru, to go up in the mountains. But obviously, the coca plant can also be made into cocaine, and that's an incredibly destructive kind of drug. So how do we navigate that? So plants, because they're living beings, we have to know they're not here for us to use. They're not things. They are actually allies in our health and longevity, and we're in relationship with them. And so that connection and that sacred relationship and having respect for their power is how we can avoid running into the kinds of problems that we have run into with things like tobacco and with things like the coca plant and with the poppy plant, right? All of these plants that are powerful master plants with incredible capacity for healing, but also for destruction. So we have to be in sacred relationship. And plants really embody that science and sacred. In Ecuador and Peru, many people will use seeds as actually protection. That's part of how plants are used, and this is a way that sort of science and sacred are combined. So these are called wairuro seeds. It took me a long time to learn how to say that. And you'll see many people wearing these kinds of seeds in South America. And plants are used, this is achote, which is also called annatto, and that's actually painted on people's faces there to help transform them, to help them feel braver or better or happier or stronger. And it's used for people with depression and sometimes like sexual abuse or other kinds of trauma to help them transform. Trying to get to the next slide. There we go. So to bring you back to my son, who's almost 12 now, he did not have any more seizures, and we employ plant medicine in our home in a lot of different ways. And one of the things that happens when he's not feeling well is he sometimes will choose to burn sage to help him feel better and help the space feel better. So he'll sage himself or the room. And this has been used for hundreds, if not thousands of years as a way, actually literally it does clean the space. Studies have shown that it kills certain kinds of microbes in the air for up to 24 hours. But also, it clears the space and makes it feel better. And so I want to light it right now. I have permission to do this, but okay, I didn't light it too much. And this is to help this space feel better, but also to help open our minds and clear out all of our blocks so that we can be open to all the possibilities of plants and what they have to offer us and all of the ideas that are being brought out today so that we can be open to all the doors that can open for us, because there's incredible potential when we shift our paradigm. And this is a book that I wrote, The Dirt Cure, and it's my website. So if anyone wants to communicate with me or learn more about what I teach, you can just find me there, and I'm happy to send you slides if you want them. And I just want to close with this idea of we're not looking for anything new. This is ancient, but sometimes we just have to open our eyes differently. Thank you very much.
Good. So. Yeah, I'm being sort of blown away by talk after talk, really, I think quite eye-opening, making us think perhaps a little bit differently about things. I was sort of noticing before that we've got some sort of kids in our audience today, which is super exciting, because I think if the goal is to see can we live to 100, I think starting implementing these practices at your age is fantastic. So, delighted that you've taken the opportunity to come, hopefully voluntarily. But yeah, really, really good to see. And I actually noticed you guys when Maya was talking about the giving of flowers. And that's the practice of plant medicine. I thought that you guys were really engaging with that. I thought it was a really nice example to show how we all use plants in everyday life for a whole variety of different reasons. Dr. Maya's journey that she started with was a mission to help her son. And the next speaker, actually, my journey to find him was through a mission to help my own child. I remember I was so driven to try and find out how can I get my son better. I ended up in America learning all kinds of new tools and techniques that I wasn't familiar with. And I remember very clearly, as is often happening to me now, but I was only there just a few years back, I was queuing up to speak to the speaker at the end of the conference, waiting in turn, and I spoke to a chap called Dr. Bob Roundtree, and I asked him about my son, and he said, look, you've got to go and see and contact this chap called Dr. Michael Ash in the UK. I was like, right, Dr. Michael Ash, right, okay, right, go back, I'm going to contact him. So I sent Dr. Ash an email, and that was really the start of my communication, my relationship with the next speaker. I've got to say, I could literally be here for 10 minutes talking about his skill sets. He's an osteopath, a naturopathic doctor, a nutritional therapist. He's probably the leading authority in my head on the microbiome and immunology in terms of his knowledge base. I'm very proud and pleased to say that he's like a mentor to me and has pretty much accelerated my knowledge immeasurably over the last 4 years. He's helped my son as well as other members of my family, so I can't really ever express enough thanks to the next speaker. So without further ado, Michael Ash.
Thank you, Rangan. Very, very generous introduction. The secret of happiness was discovered only a couple of years ago out of London College University, and it boiled down to a very complicated mathematical equation, of which the end result was the lower the expectation you have at the beginning of an experience, the more likely you are to feel happy at the end of it. And Rangan has completely ruined that opportunity for me. So obviously, I'm not a female, so James, you pointed out that there's going to be a female row speaker, so please, next time, identify me correctly. So I want to try and pull together some of the things that you've been hearing about this morning. There's been a wide range of subjects discovered, and in particular, the last subject was about plants. Now, Guernsey, I know, is going to become a green haven of blue survivability, and the fundamental core for this is going to be based around your ability to raise, produce, and provide food. And optimal health, which is really the only way you're going to reach 100 and still be enjoying it, starts with optimal food. And optimal food starts with optimal soil. What kind of soil are your foods coming from? If we're going to get to the root cause, pun intended, of longevity, we need to look at where our food comes from. Because the single greatest leverage point for a sustainable and healthy future for the 63,000 people that currently live here, but once Michelle's made you a blue zone, it'll be 150,000, is underneath your feet, the living soil where you grow your food. And I'm going to take you through a little bit of a journey. I'm going to blend together microbiology, immunology, agriculture, fertilizer, agribusiness and technology, and produce for you a solution at the end, which I hope you'll all understand. So human health is influenced, I would say, both directly and indirectly by the choice of agricultural production methods that people are employing. We're anticipated to have a global population of 9 billion people by 2050, which means we have to grow food production at the rate of 2.5% per year in order to meet that sustainability, on the basis that nobody improves the way that they produce food production now or improves their waste management of the food that they do now. And as a result, agriculture has moved to large-scale farming using practices, in my blue circle, using practices that do not favor the health of the plant. You see, plants generally don't like to be eaten. They prefer to have a happy, long existence and then decompose into the soil. And to put you off eating them, they produce a variety of immunological compounds that produce a bitter taste. And those bitters can be magnified or specialized to produce a particular outcome. But they rely on the quality of the nutrients within the soil. And we learned today about geography having a major impact on the environmental effect on plants' growth. The healthier a plant, the more its immune system can communicate with yours. And you are uniquely programmed to receive information from plants and translate that into biological responses which no drug could ever possibly replicate. But if the information you're receiving is incomplete or of a substandard nature, your ability to maintain the benefit from that plant will disappear, and you drift then towards either pharmacological or supplemental support. The key to the success of a healthy plant is biodiversity, a biological milieu, an ecological environment that confers an advantage for the translation of its nutrient availability to the roots of the plants for their conversion into both growth, nutrient density, and immunological capacity. Yet the very cornerstone of agricultural intensification, driven to satisfy the wasteful need of the majority population for food predicated around calorific content rather than nutritional density, has been this massive increase in ploughing and agricultural utilization of fertilizers and mechanisms for killing off pathogens. All of which has a downstream consequence of diminishing the biodiversity of the soil in which your food is grown. We're losing soils and that microbiological community at a rapid pace. And this has substantial consequences for everybody here, not just for this year, but for every year going forward. And if Guernsey is going to project itself forward as a place, in fact, anywhere wants to project itself forward as a place for a long and healthy lifespan, we need to look further than the discussions we've been having so far. We need to go back to the soil. It's a massively underutilized resource for long-term sustainability. We take it for granted. We rip it apart. We inadequately replace nutrients into it, and then we kill every living organism in it in order to protect, primarily, biotechnology patents. You see, biodiversity in soils is connected to all life and provides a massive, fundamental, foundational base, an ecological foundation for every other healthcare discipline to be able to thrive from or survive from. This is the absolute root of human sustainability and health. Yet we are so badly abusing our soils that back in 2014, a paper in the Journal of Applied Ecology calculated that when they looked at the soils in local urban allotments and compared the nutritional and biological diversity in those soils with the fields that are being utilized to produce mass food production, that in the UK, they estimated we had only 100 growing seasons left before those soils were incapable of satisfying agricultural needs for food supply. Now, one can always extrapolate 100 years ahead and make wild and drastic guesses about what might happen. We don't really know what's going to happen in the next 5 years. But as this is a 100-year conference, I thought I'd choose that quote because what they're saying fundamentally is that we are drifting rapidly away from understanding that agricultural techniques no longer satisfy health requirements. And if we don't make a correction in that pathway, many disturbing things will occur. So I'm just going to drift slightly into the use of microbes or bacteria and immunological functionality in humans and in plants. It's quite clear that none of you in this room could survive, function, think, or engage in life without the bacterial community that predominantly resides in your large colon. They're your underpaid, undernourished, and undervalued employees that you take for granted. Most people deny or are unaware of their existence and torture them and then are surprised when they go on strike. The consequence of which is unmitigated disaster, identified initially as persistent unwanted inflammation, which you've been hearing about today. The most important mechanism for controlling appropriate responses to different types of triggers are that shared relationship between the organisms that live inside of you and the food in which you consume to feed them. If you continue to starve your staff, they will not turn up to work. If you feed them well, they have raging gene swapping parties going on in your colon, which produces a massive range of functional benefits for you that you can appreciate only later, and you don't need MDMA to make them happy. Yet, the microbiome, which has received billions of dollars of investigational work, relies almost entirely on another organizational structure which we refer to as a phytobiome. That means the organisms in the soil, the environment in which the soil is placed, and the plants in which that environment is shared. You see, the plant microbiome plays a similar role to the mammalian counterpart present inside your gut. It helps the immune system of the plant to adapt to its environment. If you remove that relationship, you have to use pesticides and herbicides to compensate. If Guernsey is going to become the next shiny blue zone, changing agricultural practices to restore vitality to soil, to reduce interdependence on agri-chemicals, and enhance plant health is a fundamental cornerstone of everything that takes place. You see, as Darwin says, it's not the strongest of the species who survives to be 100 years, but the most adaptable. On average, you have 50% less bacteria diversity in your gut than the Hadza tribe, who are a nomadic gathering tribe in Tanzania. You are less than half as efficient at managing challenges than your immediate counterparts still living a mobile, multi-nutrient ingesting lifestyle. The consequence of this information has been producing a massive shift in biology, and people are now seen as the aggregation of their environment, of both biological tissues and bacterial, fungal, and other type of tissues around them. And there's a term being coined for this called the holobiont, or the holobiont. That is the combination of both your environment and you. So I thought maybe we should call Guernsey an island of holobionts. Maybe this is a new term. We should be the holobiont of Guernsey. And to do this, We have to shift concepts in much the same way we've been trying to do in medicine. For the last 25 years, I've been involved in teaching functional medicine. We've been trying to shift concepts away from silo medicine into the traditional concept of a holism around a structure that makes sense. And we have to do the same in farming. We have to make a paradigm shift in the way that people produce their food going forward. We have to take into consideration this phytobiomic relationship and feed that series of organisms differently, because the way that we've been currently feeding them is primarily down to what was known as the Haber-Bosch response developed in Germany, where nitrogen is sucked out from the air and provided as a fertilizer, for which half the crops in the world rely on nitrogen to generate their growth. Yet nitrogen leaches back into the atmosphere, leaches into the rivers, leaches into the seas, and ultimately erodes your environment. You will not be able to do forest bathing. You will not be able to do environmental engagement if nitrogen leaching continues, although it has been contained over the last few years, to grow as it is doing. We need to think of a different way of feeding us through a holobiont feeding of the organisms in the soil. Because if we can create healthy soil, healthy plants, and healthy animals, you'll become healthy people. And just as antibiotics indiscriminately, as you learnt a little bit about today, change the ecological balance of bacteria in your gut, the use of many pesticides and herbicides sprayed in our plants do the same. But there is light at the end of a tunnel. I don't want you leaving here morbidly depressed, thinking it's not worth living to 100, because I'm only going to get some grotty old apple which will be covered in pesticides. I want to give you some idea that what can be done, because part of my life, as Rangan alluded to, I have a kind of a weird world. I'm involved in all types of different research and different types of activities. But I wanted to summarize. On the right-hand side, that's Guernsey, with people living to 100. They've got pests and pathogens in soils naturally inhibited by a competing mechanism from the soil rich in microbial diversity that produces wonderful, nutrient-dense foods full of bitter compounds, but are not so intense you can't consume them, but are metabolically and immunologically vital to long-term health. We don't want Guernsey to be the intensive farming environment in which purely the production of material is the target, because simply producing volume denies the quality that you need to survive to be a healthy 100 years of age. Hence, Guernsey is going to be made agriculturally sustainable, and this is one of the methods you might be able to use. For the last 5 years, I've been working in research with Rothamsted, which is the oldest fertilizer research institute in the world. And I have a team of colleagues, and we've been working and developing a mechanism for extracting nutrients that were previously lost in the food chain, repurposing them, recombine them using a unique type of chemical, pressure, and heat mechanism to produce an organic gloop that plants recognize as a bioidentical food familiar to that which they would have seen 1 billion years ago, taking nutrients and producing an incredible array of bioavailability so that plants translate that information through the improved microbiome or the phytobiome in the soil to nutrient density in the plants that transfers through into the food chain to a healthier animal. Using a stage release, micronutrient and carbon-rich fertilizer, we return minerals that were previously lost to waste into the food stream and into the environment through a grass-to-grass process. It's a complete circular event. So here's my little green building to make you feel I'm green and lovely. We've developed a disruptive, reimagined engineering process that captures material at the back of abattoirs that were previously problematic. And we combine these with impure acids that were previously lost to the environment or polluted into the environment, and then run this through a highly sophisticated chemical compounding machine that produces a fertile, nutrient-dense fertilizer which you can place onto the soil. And what our studies have shown us is we see a significant enhancement of plant nutrient uptake, particularly on soils that are nutrient depleted, which is about 80% of all growing soils in the world. We see an increase in phytobiome viability. Organisms that were previously suppressed begin to grow again. We see an enhancement of the nutrient availability through the biological interaction with these nutrients for plants. We include around 50 highly customizable nutrients in the fertilizer and add back between 9 and 13% of carbon. We effectively shorten a 30-year period of soil being left to recover carbon naturally to a period of 5 to 6 years. We see an increase in total yield of around 70% on poor soils. It's fully customizable and it contains no heavy metals. Plants' immune systems are also enhanced. There's a significantly reduced risk of eutrophication, which is where nitrogen leaches into waters, and it consumes 65 times less energy to produce 1 ton of this fertilizer than conventional fertilizer. It's also entirely biosecure, and for those of you in the room who are farmers, it's comparable in price. So what I wanted to summarize as I come to the end of my chat for you. This morning, you were given a fabulous journey through environmental areas in which the population favor longevity, not simply by struggling to the age of 100, but by living to the age of 100. And a key feature of that is farming practices and the availability of food and the locality of food. And the one thing that Guernsey can think about doing more easily than many areas is restoration of the phytobiome, which facilitates the optimization of the human microbiome, which ultimately translates into far greater potential for a long and healthy life. Thank you very much.
Mind blown, yes again. Just thinking, Mike, could the Dandelion Foundation not just get a chopper and go over Guernsey and drop it, and then by default, it would fix the problem. So it's one option. It's now your audience break time, but for those people watching online, there's going to be these fireside chats hosted by James Maskell.
Hello, everyone. Really excited for those people who are listening online and those people who are going to stay. We're going to introduce to you the first Guernsey, Guernsey legend. Please welcome to the stage. He is a surgeon, and he's also the oldest man to swim the English Channel, Roger Alsop. And also joining him is one of our previous speakers, Tom Blue. Yeah, please, here. Thank you. I know, yeah. The voice is gone. So Roger, I don't think you had any idea what you were getting into when you arrived this morning. We spoke before time. I'd love to just start by just getting your thoughts as a surgeon, as a Guernsey resident. I'd love to hear your thoughts on what you've heard so far today.
I've been absolutely blown away by the diversity of the presentations and the quality of the presentations. At my age, which is fairly advanced now, there are occasions one has to try to leave the room for essential functions, and I've been scared to miss anything. And it doesn't look as though I'm going to get any food today either, because listening to the conversation, there has been absolute silence during the presentations, and I think we've all learnt a huge amount. It's a very open-minded forum. I'm really loving it.
Tom, can I ask you your thoughts from what you've heard today? We spend our time in functional medicine. I think we've sort of blurred the edges out into some other areas there, and we will continue to blur the edge. What's been your thoughts?
Well, we certainly have. This was an unusual pleasure for me, because normally you have some familiarity with almost all the speakers, but to see how this group has put together such a great but nice sequence of topics, expertise, talent, to sort of build on this story of the journey to 100 and all the various ingredients in that recipe. Unbelievable. I have to say, I don't know what I expected, but this is more. It was just fantastic.
Beautiful. So, Roger, maybe we can start with you. What we're talking about here is a whole community coming together to solve a big problem. Guernsey, or all the people working at home to do that wherever they are. Is there historical precedent in Guernsey to do something en masse as a sort of a community activism to prolong and change health?
There is very much so, in that the Imperial Cancer Research Fund, which is now renamed Cancer Research UK, undertook a study in Guernsey over a 30-year period in the late 50s into the 90s, asking women to volunteer to give blood samples and urine samples to study the incidence of breast cancer and other cancers. Now, only women over the age of 35 were asked to volunteer, but 11,000 of Guernsey women volunteered for this cohort study, and it was a remarkable instance of the community coming together. Everybody helped, to get this going, and there were over 50 research papers published. One of the most important findings was that a woman's lifetime exposure to estrogen is relevant in the incidence of cancer. And that was a very important discovery in the development of a whole range of drugs, which started with tamoxifen in the treatment of breast cancer.
Absolutely. To give people an idea of who are at home who maybe haven't been to Guernsey, what does the medical system, because you're a surgeon and training now a retired surgeon, and you're involved, I think, with medicine and some of the governmental level now. What does the medical system look like in Guernsey as opposed to America or the UK?
Well, it's different. It's unique. Some of it's good, and some of it's not quite as good as one would like. After the German occupation, when the British government brought in the National Health Service Act, Guernsey decided not to go along that route. And because of that, medicine had been private for a long time. At a primary care level now, still, medicine is private. But it became apparent 25, 30 years ago that specialist care was extremely expensive and could not be afforded by the individual. Specialists separated from the primary care groups, and then it was possible to provide insurance for secondary medical care. And that was a very important sociological step forward, because specialist care is expensive and young families certainly could not afford an ill child or something like that. So that was very important. What is special about Guernsey, I believe, and what is special from the future, is that health and social care are combined under one department. In the United Kingdom, not sure what happens in America, they tend to be separate departments, apart from, I believe, Manchester, are combined. So because medicine is so dependent upon social care, if you like, if you don't get your social care right, you don't get your medicine right. I think we have a unique opportunity to progress into a system which is responsive to the needs of the community. And I think that a lot of the ideas are coming out this morning's conversation. I think we are in a position to be able to make changes. I've always felt that Guernsey could be a test bed for great ideas, and I hope we take on some of the ideas from today.
Beautiful. Thanks for sharing. Tom, I know you're involved in the US in employers, and it's interesting because some of the companies that you're working with or you've spoken to actually have kind of a similar demographic to Guernsey, maybe 60,000 employees.
Right.
One of the things that we're going to look at here is how do we get functional medicine into the system? And I know one of the things that you've been involved with is trying to, how do you get functional medicine into the employer communities? And I know that you've learned a few things along that route that may give us some ideas about how to sort of make the bitter pill of change for any organization easier to swallow. And I'd love for you to share some of those ideas.
Well, I mean, in a way, in the U.S., the self-insured employer is kind of like a Guernsey. I mean, they have at their disposal, because they design their own healthcare reimbursement policies. They design that structure that their employees live inside of in terms of accessing, paying for, consuming healthcare services, and in many ways, kind of more out of selfish motivation, share a lot of the same aspirations as Guernsey might. They're looking for maximum happy, productive employees, which of course means that they're maximally healthy at the most sustainable cost. It's really very interesting to see as employers I'm hoping, I wonder if I'm doing anything.
No, we're good.
Okay. As employers become more conscious of their own potential to affect cost and become activated in that challenge, as of course we're seeing here in Guernsey, they can accomplish some great things. And it starts with as I'd mentioned earlier, sort of changing the nature of the primary care that employees have the opportunity to access, and move away from what I would submit is probably the single greatest cost driver in healthcare, which is symptom suppression medicine, and move toward approaches that allow employees and their spouses and dependents to sort of access and resolve and identify the underlying causes of health problems. The cost-saving implications of that are huge. In the US, unfortunately, it really does take the power of a self-funded employer to sort of set that in motion, because our system is engineered around volume today rather than value. And so I think companies are going to probably lead the charge in terms of value-based medicine and sort of rethinking that, particularly at the primary care level. So that's certainly an exciting thing. And then another thing that I think has proven to be a huge insight is how the distribution of costs over a working age population is so lopsided. We think about, okay, there's 64,000 people, and everybody kind of has their share of costs that they impose on the system. When you actually look at a population, holding aside sort of end of life issues, so when you look at the working age population, you find that the sickest 5% incur more than half of all healthcare costs. And so the way you attack and address the problems that are being faced by that 5% is hugely important. And so this is another, just I think, outstanding application for functional medicine in terms of driving value in profound ways that ultimately can be then recycled to finance healthcare for the entire population, is addressing those chronic high claimants in the within that 5%.
So it seems like you could put everyone in Guernsey on a spectrum, see how much they cost, from a lot of people who cost very little right towards the end where there's a lot, and just start with those people, because if we can save the most money for those people, then Guernsey's happy, the taxpayer's happy. You don't have to have the sales tax, right? You don't have to avoid those kind of things. You can start and then make your way away. I think that's really interesting. It comes, I have to say, ever since I met Tom 4 years ago, I've met the right people at the right time. There seems to be a level of serendipity that I can't explain as a result of meeting you. And it was interesting to hear that Guernsey is right now undergoing a review of its primary care. And maybe, Roger, you could just talk a little bit about what instigated the review, and what does the preliminary information look like about what they're learning?
Well, I think Guernsey's facing the problem everybody's facing, is that as medical costs tend to go up, that we all realize that the present model is unsustainable. And therefore, there is a move, as elsewhere, to put more money into the community, to put more money into the early years or before early years, because medical care starts before pregnancy for the infant. And there's a realization that we have to get the resources there, to get the support in the community, to try and minimize the number of hospital admissions that we have. And once we do have a hospital admission, that they should be fairly short, because hospitals can be fairly dangerous places to stay for a long time, and therefore that the community needs to be supported. And I think we've got the environment here to take on so many of the ideas that have been aired this morning, and particularly the community spirit. I think that's, we are in your words, we're like a small company really, and we should be able to do it here. We should be able to be an exemplar for many things.
On the slides earlier, I think there was talking in Guernsey about participation in the church and participation in sports teams as the two major ones. I'd love to hear, where do you think that we can build these communities around? It seems like there needs to be something in the middle that's bound it. Tom and I have been, working to build it maybe around medical practices, particularly the functional medicine doctor, in private practice, which I believe the private, the primary care doctors are here, actually sort of have an economic incentive to build these community structures around them, because they know that if they add a lot of value to these people, through, let's say, a community cooking class, they're going to end up thinking, well, I'm going to go to this doctor, when I need my primary care. Are there other areas that you could see that we could sort of build these communities around in Guernsey, where either nothing has happened or you see potential for community building?
I see lots of potential in Guernsey for almost everything, and I think it's the people of Guernsey themselves that will drive this. I'm sure the doctors will be supportive, but in a way, we have similarities to the American system in that we're treating disease. We're not promoting the health, and I'm absolutely convinced that if we allow people to make their choices, and we help them with their choices, we don't dictate to them, but as we heard this morning, if we make wellness a skill, that's the attitude that we need, and we need to be working together so that we as a community can survive and afford the costs that we need to spend on those who will become sick, or some people will really need the money. We need to try and be as frugal as we can by preventing as much as we possibly can.
Yeah, going upstream. Tom, what are some ways that you've seen in like a corporate environment to actually get participation in whatever the new plan might be?
You know, it's interesting. As the more I've thought about it, the more expansive the array of possibilities are for the way people find a mutual connection that they might define as community. I mean, it could simply be living on the island of Guernsey as a commonality, and you could build community and momentum around that. It could be, as we see in the U.S., religious practices with cost-sharing groups. You know, clearly that like-mindedness forms community. I think you've had some really fascinating ideas around forming community around particular health value systems and wanting to be a part of a risk pool, so to speak, consisting of that. To me, the more interesting thing is what we've also witnessed that absolutely destroys and flips the positive behavior from all the wonderful aspects of community in terms of reciprocity, mutual aid, sustainability that we've seen, into bizarrely the opposite, which is, I think, what we've seen in the resentment in the U.S. anyway toward the payer system. There's, you know, when the CEO makes $100 million and someone's, you know, cancer claim gets rejected, and the opacity around how those interests are or are not aligned, how decisions are being made. And it's really, I mean, it's just, to me, moving from sort of the conventional insurance system into a cost-sharing community. Even in myself, I can't believe the difference in stewardship that I feel because of the mutual accountability with the administration of that system. I understand. I mean, what's the difference between insurance and a cost-sharing community? Everyone's throwing money into a pot. The pot's paying expenses. The difference, I think, may have a lot to do with that mutual accountability and the transparency and the that empowerment of the community to shape the policies of the healthcare finance engine. And when it goes away, or when it's perverted, distorted, taken advantage of, the behavior of the people inside the community become incredibly self-destructive. And so it's as much the avoidance of that as it is having to be creative around finding ways to bind. I actually think it's a lot easier. It's almost spontaneous to find ways to connect, but we have to be very careful about not being toxic about and destroying that connection by the way that the healthcare finance system works.
Absolutely. You know, this journey to 100, the reason why we called it a journey, at one point we were going to call it the race to 100 because we wanted to kick off a race where all different countries would like battle against each other, and maybe Guernsey could win, but maybe Dubai would win, and you know, that kind of thing. So, but I think journey is a lot more appropriate because it's really a hero's journey. Roger, you made a hero's journey across the channel, you know, swimming across it. How do you do something this difficult, this long, this taxing? What can we learn from your experience there on how we can move forward together?
I think I was lucky in that I've enjoyed good health throughout life. But I had a cause, and we have been very much involved in proteomic research at Southampton and in Manchester. And I knew that if I got across the channel that second time to be the oldest in the world at that time, that we would be able to fund a program of proteomics, which I hoped and I still believe Guernsey will be involved in the same way as we were involved in breast cancer research. I believe in proteomics we can have the same ongoing cohort involvement, which would involve genomics and proteomics and the incidence of disease in Guernsey or illness. We have a major hurdle to get over. Before that can be a reality, we need to combine all our data systems. And once we have good data on wellness and on illness, then I think we're in a magic position to do something very special. the hold up is technology. Well, not technology, it's getting the data together. We have data, but it's not integrated.
Yeah.
So that's our challenge. If we could get that, then we could have a surge forth in research terms. But that's why I did it, and that's why I couldn't get out.
It's amazing you say that, because that was the that was the first thing in the 10 principles of health creation, finding purpose, right? When you're tired and you're going and a big wave hits you in the face, right? It has to be some sort of higher purpose bring you there. Do you think that the concept of everyone living to 100 with health and lifespan is a sort of enough of a goal to overcome some of the hurdles that sit between us and getting there right now?
I gave a talk to the U3A, which is another organization which you may have heard of, but it's recently, and I asked the audience how many would like to live to 100, and there were one or two put their hands up. I said, how many would like to live healthily to 100, and almost everybody put their hands up. So I think it's this question of living healthily and happily, and they go together. I think it is a goal. I think people need to realize that they can do it. The image of older people has not been helped by many factors, really. We tend in the West to think of age as being synonymous with decrepitude and losing our senses and our sensibility and becoming dependent. Other nations have different attitudes, and in Japan, where many people reach 100, the elderly are revered. So I think we have to, one of our aims is we actually have to make something of ourselves as we, if you like, as we retire. I don't like the word retirement, and I tried to invent a new word for that, which I would call renacement. It's renaissance, it's a rebirth. When you retire from your day job, if you like, it's a huge opportunity to really look at things and to pay attention to other people, to health, and to regenerate yourself. I think if people can come to look upon old age as an important time of your life, a time when you're still developing, when you're still learning, when you can add to the community rather than take away from it, then I think we've got enough purpose to work on this one.
Beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, Roger and Tom, please give them a round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you, Roger.
Thank you very much.
So we're going to move on.
Thank you.
Move on with the content. It's lunchtime, and so we're going to kick off. We've had a session on the opportunity. We've had a session on new thinking. The next session is on food. So I wouldn't be surprised if the majority of people are watching it from next door. That's to be surprised, to be understood. I'm not sure if we'll have a focus every year on food, but I feel like, just having been to Guernsey and spent time here, I feel like you guys are doing pretty well with longevity. We're at the 10th most long-lived nation, and yet because of the British sensibility, you seem to have more of the British food culture than the French food culture, which is probably not always for the best. So we're going to have a series of sessions on food now. So welcome back, the host, Dr. Rangan Chatterjee.
It is lunchtime. I know a lot of people are having their lunch. Just looking to check the next speaker is actually here. We do, yeah. So the next speaker is somebody who I met for the very first time yesterday, but someone I know has been a leader in the field of ecological and environmental medicine for a good 30 years now. So it's a real privilege for me to meet him in person. He's written a number of books. I've not actually read them, but from reading the bio, I think I'm going to buy Daylight Robbery on the benefits of sunlight. And so I won't sort of go any further, but just introduce you to Dr. Damien Downing.
Thank you very much, Rangan. There's only one thing I wanted to pick you up on, which was when you said that you've been practicing for many years. Because I checked you out, and I have been doing this stuff since before you were born. Mind you, I've been complete rubbish for most of that time. And one of the reasons for that is clinical isolation. So the thing that's changed that is community. Firstly, a community of doctors who are like-minded and understanding this sort of thing. And now the bigger community that we're discussing and being part of here today. So thank God for these guys and what they're doing. And the second thing, where's my thing? The second thing that's made a difference to me is the science that has advanced so much in the last decade, 2 decades, maybe. And one of my heroes, if you like, in this is Ed Kane, who I have to thank Mike Ash, wherever he's gone, for introducing me to. Ed was an engineer. He's not a doctor, so he brings an engineer's understanding to the structure and function of cells, and particularly of their membranes. And so what we're talking about now is fats. That was the wrong way, wasn't it? A free keynote update is available. That's really helpful. Should I use the other one? Yeah, sorry? No, afraid not. Maybe I should just carry on and wait. Okay, fine. So, as you'll see the relevance of the next slide when it arrives. If you strip down to Olympic athlete physique, you're still going to be 20% lipids by weight, and that includes the weight of your bones. So, for somebody like Jessica Ennis, who's about 9 stone, that's 25 pounds of lipids. And for somebody like me, it's about 40 pounds. And that's not this stuff here. The storage fat is the stuff that's in your cells and actually making the structure of your cells. Shall I try? Nope. I really draw the short straw today. Firstly, everybody's pissed off to lunch. Secondly, this doesn't work. Ah, right. Thank you, guys. I had been about to compliment you guys on how professional the whole thing has been. Yeah. So, Ed Kane wrote this sort of stuff. And again, there we go, Jessica Ennis. Okay, 20% lipid, like all of us, even if you're that fit. And so forth. And lipids just means fats and oils. Fats being solid at room temperature and oils being liquid, which is useful for cooking, but doesn't really help in the science, so we lump them all together as being lipids. And pretty much all of these lipids are in the membrane of the cells, in the structure, the outer wall of the cell, and 10 times as much as that in the internal structure. So there's the lower image is the outer wall. And there you go. And all the internal structures within it as well. The nucleus that contains most of the DNA, the mitochondria that produce energy within cells, and so they're all made of lipids, and lipids are in this particular structure, the phospholipid bilayer. So it's like kind of like parallel trees, like a forest or 2 forests back to back. You know these Scandi Noir things they have on the TV. They have these credits where the top half is a mirror image of the bottom half, or vice versa. Well, it's kind of exactly like that. And those molecules are all pretty much the one on the right here. The point about them is that the top half there, the top part, is water soluble. It's hydrophilic. The bottom half isn't. It's it's fat soluble. Well, in fact, it's fats, so obviously it's not water soluble. And what happens if you put these sort of molecules of oil and water together is that they spontaneously form into this sort of bilayer. So this is something happening in the self-assembly of a bilayer of lipids. Will only happen in the presence of water, but in that case it'll happen, in this case, in about 200 nanoseconds, which means I think that it can happen 5 million times a second, which is pretty darn fast. And we know this will even happen in the near vacuum. It'll happen in space. And so it's perfectly possible that life came down from comets or whatever. And the composition of these layers is critical, is very important, because you have just the saturated fats. They're all parallel structures like that. They pack together much more densely. And if you have unsaturated fats in, they have the double bonds make them wider, so they're not so dense, they're more fluid. And the composition is critical. It breaks down pretty much like this. So your cell membranes are pretty much 1/3 the unsaturated fats, so that's the omega-6s, the omega-3s, and so forth that we hear so much about. But 1/3 is saturated fats, which we're all practically deprived of these days. I don't know about where you guys are staying, but if you go to a hotel and come down to breakfast, think, oh, I'll have a yogurt or whatever, you pick it up, it's going to be 0 fat, or very low saturated fats. We've all been deprived of it for 50 years, really. And 1/3 is cholesterol. So how can these things be so bad for health? And cholesterol, of course, is also the starter molecule for every single hormone in the body, the estrogen, the testosterone, even the thyroid molecules and so forth. They all come from that. So what went wrong? Well, I used to think it was Doris Day that sang this. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake. But actually it was this lady, Eileen Barton, so I blame her. This to #1 in 1950, pretty surprising. But if you go 1,000 miles in any direction, they don't say, oh, I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake. They say, if I'd known you were coming, I'd have killed a lamb or a seal, or killed the fatted calf when the prodigal son returns. We talk about living off the fat of the land, not the sugar of the land. Now, there's a lady called Johanna Budwig. Enjoy this image because it's the last one you're going to get of anybody other than an old white male. And I apologize for that, but that's just the way it is. Johanna Budwig was a German scientist who figured out a fair amount about lipids and how important they are and so forth back in the 1950s. And the diet is still used widely. Then in the same decade, the guy called Richard McCandless effectively invented food allergy for the UK market, and the Americans here won't know about that, but he did. I read this book back in the 1970s, and it certainly changed what I did. But more or less 20 years before that, he wrote a book called Eat Fat and Grow Slim. So the understanding was there right back then. We knew, well, some people understood it, but then it all went off course. Never mind that. It went off course in large part due to this guy, Ancel Keys. Ancel Keys invented the K rations that American soldiers got in World War II. And a large part of that was donated by the Hershey Corporation, sweet makers. So I think that was kind of formative for him. And he developed the hypothesis that heart mortality is strongly associated with total intake of fat, and coronary disease correlated with serum cholesterol as well. And there's two key experiments that he did, the Minnesota coronary experiment and the 7 countries study, which I believe is still ongoing, the latter. However, last year, a team in the States went and got the raw data from the Minnesota coronary experiment, which had claimed to show that lowering cholesterol improves your risk of heart disease. And this is what this paper actually showed. So if you lower your cholesterol from 5.4, which is above the normal upper limit of 5 in this country, in Britain, down to 4.6, you will actually increase your risk of death by 35% within the period of that study, which is less than 5 years. So we're not talking about, forever. And the worst thing is, Anisel Keys was a it ordinarily comes out as co-conspirator, but he was a co-principal author on this study. So he must have known this in 1973. And nobody published it. It took another, 43 years for us to find out about this. We've been led up the garden path for most of my life, so that's just the curve of what they found. And extraordinarily, last year, the American Heart Association was still pumping out this stuff. They say somewhere in this it says, we conclude strongly that lowering intake of saturated fat and replacing with unsaturated fats, especially polyunsaturated, will lower the incidence of cardiovascular disease. Well, if you look at it, this meta-analysis is at the core of this paper. And what did they have to base this data on? They had 4 studies, 50 years, and they've got 4 blooming studies, right? All of which were done in the 1960s or 70s, and which involved, if you add those numbers there up, in the next to a Dayton 117 and so forth, there were 719 subjects in these studies. That's ludicrous. So let's jump forward to a couple of years ago. A guy called Tim Noakes was a professor of sports medicine in Cape Town. And he was an ultramarathon runner. And he was always sort of writing stuff saying, hey, you guys, you've got to carb load for 3 days before your marathon and so forth, yeah? And well, all of a sudden, and he was practicing what he preached, obviously. All of a sudden, he'd got diabetes. So he was completely shocked, and he went back and he completely reevaluated everything that he thought he understood about fats and carbohydrates and so on and so forth. And he came to the conclusion that what was needed was a button that works. What was needed was a low carbohydrate, high fat diet, right? In fact, he said this, and this paper was only last year, but the available evidence from clinical and preclinical studies indicate that low-carb, high-fat diets consistently improve all other markers of cardiovascular risk, all other than cholesterol, and we know that actually cholesterol isn't a marker for cardiovascular disease, so it doesn't matter. So various people, particularly the Dietetic Association of South Africa, took exception to this, and they complained about him to the South African equivalent of the General Medical Council here. It's the Health Professions Council or something like that. And so he had a trial that went on. They reconvened several times at long month intervals. So it went on for about 18 months until I think it was April this year, when finally he was cleared of all the charges against him. Not before, mind you, the Health Professions Council had accidentally released the press release that they'd obviously already got written, saying that he'd been found guilty of all the charges. But he wasn't. So, truth can out sometimes. Should also add that a high-fat diet is the best thing, for a low-carb, high-fat diet is the best thing available for weight loss, particularly for overweight, pre-diabetic type people. In this study, 1,000-calorie diets. The first one is 90% carbs, and you actually gain a bit of weight. This is per day, mind you, and the up the left is in pounds. So on a high carb, 1,000-calorie diet, you'll gain 1/4 pound a day. On a 90% protein diet, 1,000 calories, you'll lose just over ½ pound. And on 90% fats, you'll lose nearly a whole pound. Now, I didn't have time to put a slide in about the other important area of fat's essentiality is, the two areas are the immune system and the nervous system. And it comes to the extent that these days any psychological disorder, and of course neurodegenerative disorders, any disorder of the nervous system, first clinical assumption has to be that the people are fat deficient. Of all the fats, the unsaturated, the saturated, and the cholesterol. And in fact, the statistics show that if you're low on cholesterol, if you're over the age of 50, you'll die sooner with a low cholesterol than with a high cholesterol. You won't die of heart disease, you'll die of two clusters of things. Number one, of cancers and infections. So that speaks of an immune system that's deficient in fats, because when you want to make a cell, you've obviously got to get that 20% of lipids in there. And the immune system is the one that produces loads and loads of cells in a hurry to fight an infection or whatever. So if you can't produce the cells, you can't get over the cancer or the infection. And the second cluster of things that you die of with a low cholesterol is psychological. And it's interesting. You die of accidents, suicides, and violent deaths. So, that's just because your nervous system isn't working well. So, if you want to get to 100, eat loads of fat, and you've got a fantastic opportunity on this island. You've got loads of seafood. Listen, to all you people visiting here, don't go away without tasting the chanker crab. It's wonderful. The other thing you've got is this one. This is the reason I keep coming back to Guernsey. Thank you very much, folks.
Silly. Thank you, Damien. In fact, the first time I arrived in Guernsey, which was about 1.5 years ago, came straight from the airport with my wife and my kids, and we ended up eating crab. So I got brought this really, really, I think the biggest crab I'd ever seen, which I devoured and really very much enjoyed. So yeah, I thought that was really interesting, so thank you. This whole sequence during lunch and after lunch is all based around food. The next speaker is, excuse me, I think James, it's contagious, your hoarse throats. The next speaker is someone who I first got to know maybe a couple of years ago. He was living in Australia at the time, and I kept getting these messages on social media from someone just saying, hi, really like what you're doing. And there was enough of them, I started seeing them, and I engaged with him, and I'm very pleased to say that he's become a really good friend of mine since then. He is an NHS doctor. He works in general practice, but also in emergency medicine. But he's created a resource called the Doctor's Kitchen, where he inspires people with recipes. He inspires patients, but also healthcare professionals. And he talks about a lot of the research behind the ingredients in the recipes that he uses. It's my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Rupi Aujla.
So in 2009, I became a junior doctor. I was due to start working at one of the busiest hospitals in the UK. I was so enthusiastic, I could not wait to get on those wards and start treating patients. 3 months in, however, the novelty had definitely worn off. I was tired, I was not sleeping right, and the morale in the hospital was actually pretty low. We had one of the highest mortality rates in the country, despite the efforts of some of the most amazing seniors that I've ever had the pleasure of working with. I remember vividly, it was the 12th day of 12 days I was working straight. It was the last few hours of an on-call shift. I was sat at the nurse's station, writing some notes, my bleep casually going off, and then I noticed my heart was beating incredibly fast and powerfully, so much so that I could see the vibrations and the movement on my shirt. And I tried to just ignore it and just, give it a minute, it'll probably pass. But it just kept on getting faster and faster every time I tried to forget about it. And to the point where I thought I was overcome, I was nauseated, I thought I was going to pass out. And then I sheepishly, rather embarrassingly, asked my senior, "Would you mind feeling my pulse? I think I'm going a little bit fast." And expecting to be told I probably had too much caffeine that day or I hadn't drunk enough water, they instantly recognized it was going fantastically quick. And he made me have an ECG right there and then. Within about half an hour, my bleep was taken off me, I was stripped of my clothes, I was put in a hospital gown, I was linked up to a cardiology monitor, and I was parked in a hospital bed right next to a patient that I'd just been treating earlier that day. At that moment, I was no longer a doctor parading around the ward with my stethoscope. I was a patient. I was frightened and vulnerable. This is my ECG. It shows something called atrial fibrillation, a condition where your heart beats irregularly, inefficiently, and in my case, really fast, up to 200 beats per minute. Luckily, I was stable. I didn't have low blood pressure or chest pain, and I didn't need an electrocardioversion where they put paddles on the chest to shock you back into a normal rhythm. I had medication, I was discharged the next day, and I thought that was just going to be a one-off. Maybe I was a bit stressed that day, maybe I didn't have that much water. But this was the first of episodes that would plague me weekly throughout my junior doctor career. I had every single cardiology investigation you can think of. Bloods, stress ECGs, cardiac monitoring. I even had an electrophysiology study where they look at the electricity of the heart to see if there's any short-circuiting that could be causing this. I basically was told that there is an area in the heart where cells essentially misbehave and they fire electricity inappropriately. But there was no root cause found. And after seeing professors of cardiology and different medical professionals, I was offered one of two different options. Either take regular medication to reduce the speed of the heart and take extra whenever I had an episode, or do something called an ablation, which is an intervention where you put a guide wire into the major vessel, it goes into the heart, and it essentially ring fences those misbehaving cells and stops the symptom of atrial fibrillation. I was going to go for this latter option. I was prepping myself. I was about to start warfarin, which is an anticoagulant, a blood thinner that you need to take a couple of months before the procedure. But then, my mum says no. She says, "You're not taking those medications. You're not having that procedure. You're going to try something else first." And I was a 24-year-old doctor, straight out of a world-renowned medical school. I had the weight of all the experience and the decades of specialization of all the professors that were all telling me the same thing. have the ablation. You're a good candidate. It's fairly safe. It's potentially curative. I thought my mum had lost the plot, but she said no. In her words, she didn't want someone going in and burning a hole in my heart. She's not a doctor, by the way. She's got no medical experience whatsoever. But as most second-generation Indian families will recognize, A, mum's boss, and B, Indian families appear to have an encyclopedic knowledge of Ayurvedic therapy and old wives' tales. So I went back to the doctors and I said, look, this is the situation. And to their credit, they gave me their blessing. They said, if you do want to try other things, you can take the medication in the meantime. But they warned me, I will need to have this ablation at some point. So what did I do? Where did I start? My mum didn't know. I basically went back to the drawing board. There's no blueprint, there's no pathway or guidance. I just did a lot of homework. I looked at any association between my condition and my environment. And I started with diet. Out went my toast and cereal in the mornings. In came dark green leafy vegetables and nuts and seeds and miso. I never had those soggy sandwiches in the hospital canteen anymore. I always went to work with Tupperware brimming full of cruciferous vegetables and spices and different sorts of tasty fats. In fact, my consultant nicknamed me Tupperware Boy. I realized the impact of stress on my heart, so my family taught me how to meditate. I valued the importance of sleep, so whenever I was not doing night shifts, I made sure I was tucked up on time. And I knew exercise was important, so before my shifts, I would do home workouts. But importantly, I never sacrificed the enjoyment of life for my condition, and I didn't try to reverse it or own it. My only goal was to optimize my physiology, optimize my mind, and put my body in the best environment that I could. So what happened? Well, my episodes of atrial fibrillation that were plaguing me 2 to 3 times a week went down to 0. Now, retrospectively, it's really hard to pinpoint exactly what happened. I've spoken to multiple cardiologists, functional medicine doctors, and it's probably a number of different things that had synergistic effects. My increased vegetable intake may have replaced electrolytes and vitamins that weren't picked up on conventional medical testing. Perhaps all the different types of plants I was eating had an impact on my inflammation levels. Perhaps the stress that was caused by being a junior doctor was attenuated by mindfulness and meditation, or perhaps even the essential fatty acids that I was consuming. But what it reaffirmed for me, and what is something that I wasn't taught at medical school, was the immense ability of the body to self-heal. And this was my introduction into the power of food as medicine and the power of lifestyle. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Rupi. I work as a general practitioner. I do a bit of emergency medicine. And I believe the most important health intervention that anyone can make is what you choose to put on your plate. And that's not just because food can impact the microbiome, the microbes that live all around our body, largely concentrated in our gut, and we know have an immense impact on every aspect of health. And it's not just because food can positively impact the expression of our genes, the very foundations of our existence. And it's not just because food is the way we communicate with different cultures around the world, the societal value, the prize value of spices, and the pleasure of eating around a table. It's because food is the delicious conversation starter to lifestyle medicine. Recipes weave their way into a conversation around sleep and physiology and meditation and mindfulness and the importance of all the other things that are just as critical as nutrition to our well-being. So about 1.5 years ago, I started a passion project called The Doctor's Kitchen. It's a multi-platform resource on YouTube and Instagram where I talk about recipes and I create them, and I talk about the clinical research behind the ingredients I use. My aim is to inspire people about the beauty of food and the medicinal effects of eating well, and to utilize their plates as powerful, positive health interventions. And 1 year later, after only just trying to inspire my general practice patients, I find myself trying to figure out, how do we elevate food and medicine into a mainstream concept? How do we prove the efficacy of plates over pills? And how do we equip the modern doctor with the ability to have a lifestyle medicine conversation in the pursuit of a proactive, healthier, disease-free population? And my conclusion and my suggestion is that we teach doctors how to cook. And it's not actually a fringe idea. It's not revolutionary. In fact, I've stolen it. I came across an amazing institution called Tulane Medical School in New Orleans. They started in 2012 an optional teaching module where they bring their medical students into a fit-for-purpose culinary school. They watch an online module before, presentation, read a few journals, and then they're taken around by a chef who teaches them knife skills, who introduces them to the kitchen, and the whole module is based around a clinical case led by a doctor. They create a meal, and then they sit down and have a family meal together, and they talk about the food, the ingredients, the way they cooked it, and the relevance to the clinical case. It became so popular that it was part of their compulsory medical school education now. They constantly evaluate the course. They have over 20 modules looking at different conditions like polycystic ovary disease and blood pressure and congestive heart failure. They've licensed that course to a quarter of all medical schools in the USA. We in the UK are really behind. So what did I do? I picked up the phone. I spoke to the chef and the lead faculty, and I said, I want to bring that course to the UK. And this is the first time they've ever licensed the course to anyone that wasn't from a university and anyone internationally. I've looked through it, I've updated it for a UK audience, I've had it accredited by the Royal College of GPs. I'm working with culinary schools like Le Cordon Bleu and Westminster Kingsway, chefs, a professor of Royal Culinary Arts, in an effort to make culinary medicine a reality in the UK, where we can actually start teaching medical students and doctors how to cook. That feeds into an even bigger aspiration of mine, which is around community kitchens. So about a year ago, I started volunteering at a community kitchen called Made in Hackney, and they serve their East London community by teaching them where to get local organic vegetable produce from cheaply and how to use these wholesome ingredients on a daily basis. They are smashing the preconception that healthy eating and healthy lifestyle is inaccessible and expensive. I remember volunteering there one day thinking, wouldn't it be great if my patients had access to a kitchen like this? Wouldn't it be great if this was part of the NHS? And that was the light bulb moment for me. In the future, I want all GP surgeries to be affiliated with a community kitchen just like Made in Hackney, where they act as community hubs, where they can teach people the value of food, and where professionals who understand the importance of food and medicine can impart that information. Communities where they collect together, when you can get different members of the society, new parents who want to learn how to affordably feed their new family well, teenagers who are at that precious formative age where they need to learn this essential life skill, and the vulnerable elderly population that are often isolated and at risk of nutritional deficiencies and loneliness. These hubs that would bring people together in an effort to inspire them about how eating and food is not just an important feature of health, but an important feature of life itself. In Guernsey, you've got an idyllic surrounding, you've got an amazing island, but really to achieve a life expectancy average of 100, you need to combine ancient as well as modern medicine, nutrition and lifestyle. And if there's anything that I can impart from my own personal experience, it's to take a back to basics approach and start in the kitchen. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Yeah, fantastic, Rupi. Just really touching talk. A big idea that I think Rupi has really got a chance of turning it into reality. So yeah, I really wish him well on that journey. I think Rupi's talk feeds really well into the next talk. There's two people coming up. They are behind something called the Willow, and they have an ethos about the plate being the sort of gateway, the foundation to better health, which really echoes a lot of what Rupi was saying just now. So we've got Josh and Ped. They co-founded the kind of restaurant that I wish was in my town, but isn't, but I hope will be at some point in the near future. Josh and Ped.
Thank you for having us. It's easier than you'd think for restaurants to nourish and nurture healthy, long-lived communities. Sadly, it's even easier for them to do the exact opposite. Nearly a decade ago, on a road trip across the US, I stopped in at a barbecue restaurant that seemed to be the hub of its community. It was really busy, and when I finally got a table, I ordered the healthy option on the menu. A salad with a prawn and some seeds on top. As I got stuck into my food, I had a look around at the other people that were there, going up for firsts, seconds, thirds, and then massive portions of sugary desserts. And I realized two things. First, these people were really enjoying their food. And second, their food was quite literally killing them. This was the most overfed and undernourished population I'd ever seen. There's a term for a community with an unusually high life expectancy. It's called a blue zone. We've been talking about it today. That restaurant community and its associated community there was surely a red zone. Take a second now to think about the last 2 meals that you went out to eat. Were those meals in support of your long-term health? And second, was the associated community there more of a red zone or a blue zone? According to a recent study by Open Table, the average person in the UK spends over £4,000 a year eating out. What are you getting for your money? Several years ago, I was working with a software company, and I got to enjoy some of the most fantastic restaurants on 2 continents. The food was beautiful, tasted fantastic, and yet unsurprisingly, the long-term health of the customer never featured. Think about it. Today, the vast majority of restaurants don't give nutritional information about what's actually on the food that, on the plate that you're eating. Specifically, they don't tell you how much of the energy on your dish is coming from carbohydrate or sugar in particular. Our vision to set up the Willow, a health hub that nourishes and nurtures its community, would not have materialized if it wasn't for my mum and co-founder Gail. We talked about this for years prior. Her steadfast view as a health practitioner of over 30 years is that lifestyle, diet, and community are incredibly powerful tools to promote wellness and prevent long-term chronic conditions like obesity and type 2 diabetes. Those points were never in doubt. My issues were always on the pragmatic business side. First, is there really a market for this? And second, how could we possibly communicate that complex nutritional message to the mainstream market without it being overwhelming or coming across as preachy? And third, how would we justify the higher menu price for food as medicine styled restaurant where the quality of the ingredients and the gentle cooking practices involved would result in higher costs? Dan Buettner, the author of the books about the Blue Zone studies, commented the fastest way to turn someone off a dish on the menu is to call it the healthy option. And similarly, a Stanford University study found that giving a healthy dish a sexy or seductive name increased the purchase of that dish by over 25% over a basic factual label. Conversely and ironically, giving the same dish a health restrictive name, like sugar-free, reduced the consumption and the purchase of that dish. Restaurants that want to nourish and nurture their communities need to revolutionize the perception that healthy food is just a bland salad. It doesn't have to be. Healthy cuisine must delight the senses to be successful. I will show you some of the outcomes of our work in a minute. But first, I'd like to introduce you to my colleague and friend, Ped. Dr. Rangan was talking earlier about fibromyalgia and that being one of the most difficult patients of someone to treat that he's experienced. Ped's going to tell you a little about his experience.
Thank you, Josh. Rewind 11 years ago, and I was a relatively fit and healthy 30-year-old, or 30% through my journey to 100. Regularly playing football since I was a kid. But all of those years of playing the beautiful game started to take its toll on my body. I broke my hip playing football and could no longer play again. Gutting. How was I now going to be talent spotted by Mr. Wenger? We can all dream. More seriously though, my exercise regime ground to a halt, but my relaxed attitude to what I ate carried on. Meanwhile, life continued and intensified, working long hours in stressful environments combined with the sleepless nights of a newborn started to take its toll on my health. I was struggling through the days with brain fog, achy muscles, painful joints and extreme fatigue, and was eventually diagnosed with ME and fibromyalgia, prescribed antidepressants and pain relief, and signed up for regular checkups with my GP. It can be helpful to have a name for symptoms, but these particular ones, ME and fibro, have such a diverse range of sufferers, it's difficult to know where you fit in and how you can help yourself. There are support groups out there though. A diagnosis might sound good, but neither my GP or the hospital consultants went further to address the root cause of my problem. Something the likes of Mr. Chatterjee and Rupi are leading the way in the UK in changing our health system. Thank you. With the benefit of hindsight, some of the advice I was given was actually damaging to my health. Limit exercise to a gentle swim once a fortnight. I lived in fear. I survived on quick fix energy supplies through simple carbs and sugars, piling on the weight and crawling through life. I fought hard to stop my career progress from slipping, and hid my illness from my employers, which isn't easy in the media world because those journalists can sniff a story a mile away. I was struggling to be the husband and the dad that I wanted to be. 7 years in this cycle, and then I chose a way out. I took the role as art director of Men's Fitness magazine, in part to see if there's anything that I could do and learn to help myself. Sure enough, a few months in, and I agreed to take on a 10-week body transformation. I expressed my concerns over my health issues. So with this in mind, my editor Nick paired me with the most incredible trainer, Sean Lerwill, a former Royal Marine and fitness and nutrition author. I'd never picked up a dumbbell in my life. And weighing in at 93 kilos, yes, we've got the dreaded before and after shot, my body through the process it was about to take on. I'd never heard of phytonutrients or the benefits of protein or muscle recovery or the pro-inflammatory effect from refined grains and sugars. Pretty useful information with someone with ME, I would say. Until this point, I'd typically suffered 4 to 5 bad days a week. But within days of starting this plan, my symptoms had lifted entirely. Over the whole 10 weeks, I didn't have a single bad day. In fact, I felt fantastic. Not in that picture. I'd survived being trained by Sean 5 times a week, and I'd dropped 6 kilos of body fat, added a few kilos of muscle mass, but most crucially, I'd halved my visceral fats. I'm going to keep that one up. But my health journey didn't end there. It had only just started. Sean and the team had set me up to look at nutrition differently, and the penny had finally dropped. Food is information. That and the right kind of training for me and the associated lifestyle changes that had. Sorry. Was all it took. No need for pharmaceuticals, just an holistic approach to treating me as an individual. For the first time in my life, I had been empowered to take control of my own health. I was fortunate to have this opportunity present itself. Having this access to resources and knowledge and support just is not the norm. Fast forward to now though, and at the Willow, we strive to create that same support network for our community, and not just through food. Our on-site CrocFit fitness and fat loss community that combines high-intensity training with nutritional guidance has seen some incredible results. Take our friend Carl, who's dropped from 96 to 77 kilos, dropping his body fat from 34 to 20% in just a few months, leaving him feeling not just fitter and healthier, but happier too. And most crucially, he's dramatically reduced his risk of future illness. Our healthy cooking workshops for both adults and children, because they are the ones laying the foundations for their future health, are sparking a revival in our community with parents and their kids creating delicious, healthy and nutritious dishes together. Yoga classes, practitioner meetups for our on-site clinic. Come on. Irrefutable Health, where we live stream James Maskell's functional forum. Our running club, patient-focused support groups. We are creating our very own mini blue zone for our community and empowering them to take control of their health. And to steal the words of one of James's recent talks in Guernsey, community, not medicine, creates health. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. Cheers, buddy. We're almost there. Restaurants can nourish and nurture community that's long-lived and healthy. As Ped has already alluded to, we've answered those three pragmatic questions that I raised earlier. In terms of market demand, the London-based healthy eating scene is growing. We're not alone. There are dozens of other restaurants that include health as a significant component of their offering. And with more trial and error than I'd really care to admit, we've come to find conclusions and answers about the issues around complexity and messaging. Simply put, don't go overboard on messaging on the health side. It's the indulgent, sensual, beautiful, delicious eating experience that brings people in. The underlying attention to detail that makes that whole menu healthy is what builds incredible customer loyalty and appreciation. Price becomes far less important. Adding the dimension of health doesn't handcuff us to just eating a salad. It can actually set us free to experiment with new fusions of cuisine. With health as the connecting thread, we can weave together inspiration from Japanese, Peruvian, Mediterranean, French, and yes, even American cuisine. We can create real food, delicious food, that uses reliable, evidence-based third-party sources, like the Alliance for Natural Health, for nutritional guidelines and principles. Without compromising on taste, we can create food that is micro and macronutrient balanced and lower on the glycemic index. So the energy, the glucose in the dish is released more slowly so that people feel full and satiated and happy for longer. Sadly, the TED format doesn't allow us to delight your sense of smell or taste here or at home, but if it did, you could enjoy healthy dishes like a hearty and fresh Cobb salad, a pink Yoda raspberry protein smoothie. I love the name on that one. Or a salsa and salmon fusion on a bed of seaweed tagliatelle. Or crispy vegan falafel burger. And to finish it all off with a rich, decadent, flourless chocolate cake. When we first started doing this, we ran into a frighteningly labor-intensive process. On average, with all of the toing and froing, it was taking between 2.5 to 3 weeks to get every single dish from the head chef to a qualified health professional and then onto the restaurant floor. That was just simply not commercially viable. The consistent holdup in this process was the calculation of the nutritional information and guidance if it was appropriate for the 10 dietary requirements that we cater to. But this is the 21st century. We automated this repetitive process with a health calculator app that we built. This same process now takes as little as 5 minutes. To put that in perspective, your chef can visit a farmer's market in the morning, find the freshest, locally grown ingredients in a quality soil, wherever Mike went, and have a healthy dish on your plate in time for dinner. This is repeatable here in Guernsey or anywhere around the world. This leads us to the logical question, why aren't restaurants doing this already today? I think there are 3 reasons. The first is demand. Restaurants are incredibly responsive to customer requests. You deserve something as wholesome or better than what you would make at home. Simply ask for it. Second, businesses exist to make profit. Restaurants will use the cheapest ingredients they can and still attract customers. It's a fact. If your fish, your farm fish, is being fed on the waste from battery hens, if your meat is full of antibiotics, stress hormones, or growth hormones, or if your vegetables have never actually even touched the soil or are laden with pesticides, you are the one who bears the long-term consequences. Third, businesses will apply the minimum effort they can for the maximum gain. There is a perception that health is hard, and in fairness, with our initial experience, that is accurate. But as I mentioned earlier, significant parts of this process can be automated. We're happy to help coach and teach other restaurants how to do the same. If there are restaurants here in Guernsey or around the world that would like to learn more, very happy to help with them. We're saying to the people here in Guernsey and around the world, you deserve better. You're the customer. As we leave the stage, I'm going to leave you with a day in the life of a place that nourishes and nurtures a healthy community. I very much look forward to hearing about your ideas and seeing your vision materialize. Thank you very much.
just phenomenal, and I really, seeing that video, I think we all wish that there was one of those in our locality. It would be, well, it can be, exactly, and I certainly think that would make, you know, meeting friends or having children's birthday parties a lot easier. Don't get me started on children's birthday parties these days. Interesting what Josh said about, you know, when we go out, we should actually get something potentially better than what we get at home, and something that is wholesome and nourishing for us. And actually, that's something that my wife taught me when I remember on our first date, actually, that she would ask the waiter a whole ton of questions about what was in it, you know, what were those ingredients, and I was thinking, you know, I was always one, I wouldn't ask questions, I wanted to make it as easy as possible for the waiter, but I've got to say, in 10 years, I've totally changed my perspective, and I agree that when you go out for dinner, what's wrong with asking what's in it? What's wrong with asking, you know, we should know what's in it, and I've totally changed my perspective on that, so yeah, I absolutely agree with you, Josh. They also mentioned community, and how community, not medicine, is what creates health. And the next speaker actually is a community activist. She has been awarded a CBE for her services to the environment. She has created or founded a voluntary gardening initiative called Incredible Edible. And please welcome to the stage Pam Warhurst.
Hello. Okay, let me see if I can make this work. I can do loads of things, but I'm not very good at technology. Delightful to be here, and I just want to tell you a simple story, if I may. One that started 9.5 years ago when the town that I live in, called Todmorden in the South Pennines, the north of England, on the border of Yorkshire and Lancashire, decided it was time for action and that things had got to change. And we turned it from a town that kind of looked like that, where it is fairly grey, it's got all the issues of a northern market town that's lost its way, that, you know, people pass through on the way to somewhere trendy like Hebden Bridge, where, you know, we've got the issues about poverty, we've got the issues around obesity, we've got the issues around failed standards in schools, failing markets, you know, land that you wouldn't necessarily associate with great food and in a strong wind, sheep fall over, stuff like that. And now it kind of looks like that, with fruit and vegetables and herbs growing all over the place in very public spots. We call them propaganda gardens. And we're growing them in very public spots, not because we think our 20-odd propaganda gardens in the middle of town is going to feed 14,000 people, because we can do the math, but because we want to start a conversation about a different tomorrow. And we want to get into the mindset of a load of people that have never really thought about these issues, but give a damn about their kids' future, how they can change the way they live their life. Let me just explain how this kind of came about. And if I do sound a little bit angry at times, it's because I am. So basically, I was at a conference in London talking about the state of the planet and reminded us of the big issues around sustainability. And we kind of lost the way on sustainability in two ways. One, we thought it was all about frogs and trees, and we'd forgotten it was about poverty and health and equality and all the big issues that would help us to live well and prosperous in a redefined tomorrow. And the second thing was that it had kind of like been overtaken by a load of people who had professionalized it. And although there are wonderful ways that we can change the technology, and hopefully at some point in the future we may have some leaders, what had been missed all the way along was the actual role of we, the individual, in our societies, in the place we call home, what we can do for our children by living our lives differently. So I thought, I got on a train in London, travelled back to Manchester, because Todmorden is about half an hour from Manchester, and in the period of that 2-hour journey, I made up a really simple idea. Because what I was trying to think of, and I've been around a load of blocks, you know, I get this gardening stuff, but kind of like, you know, I've chaired health trust and led local authorities and advised government on this, that and the other, and God knows what else. So I kind of know how systems work and what people choose to spend their money on, and it's not right and it's broken. So something needs to change, and maybe us on the ground might have a few ideas if we started to demonstrate an alternative, more kindly approach. I was trying to think what would motivate people who hadn't kind of like got, you know, enough information about some of the big issues around climate change, but who do care about the impact of, you know, what that means about that, what their children can eat, what that means about disease, what that means about the children they'll never meet in their entire lives, but that will suffer horrendously as the planet warms. How could I actually motivate them without it making sound terribly worthy and something that they'd rather flip channels on? And the blindingly obvious solution is, let's talk food. Because food is the thing that cuts across age and income, across culture and ability, that allows us all to find a gateway through to doing things differently. And that's the key. We don't need another report, we don't need another action plan, we don't need another strategy document, we don't need any of that lot, and we certainly don't need a check, and we certainly don't need permission to build a kinder world. What we need is actions, not words. So all I did, got off the train, went to see my mate Mary at the kitchen table and said, "Hey Mary, are you up to do this for the rest of your life?" And she said, "Oh, all right then." And so we did. Because this, it's not a project. It's not a project. This is about a way of living. And all we're trying to do in our own little way is play our part as ordinary mums and dads on the street in trying to define something that's better for our children. So here's the model. It's dead simple. I actually devised it on a Virgin serviette on a train, which is why you can see it's very small and very straightforward. What if we put food, local food, preferably grown by ourselves, at the heart of community and redefine the edible spaces of our lives? What if we allowed our children, through our own efforts, to walk through orchards and past herbs and smell all... What if we actually redefine landscape simply by growing local food? First plate. Second plate. Folks have forgotten how to do that. Rupi was speaking earlier about how this disconnect between the desire perhaps to do something positive towards our health with food and the ability to actually do that. It's not taught in our schools particularly, growing isn't, cooking isn't. So what if we invested in the lost arts, the arts that are in our community, that are owned by many of our older people, by many of those people who grace our shores now from other parts of the world, real knowledge that we need to respect more and engage in conversations over more, and we don't, so maybe we should start doing that. So what about the Lost Arts programme? And the third one was business. What about if we as individuals started to redefine the economies in our local areas more by remembering, and I'm an economist, you get the economy you spend your money on, that's all there is to it. So if you choose to go to a supermarket, and I understand, I'm not opposed to supermarkets, I don't do negativity, I just do a positive alternative. What if instead of going to a supermarket and grabbing a bag that's been flown from New Zealand with, with a load of plastic, what if we actually started to think about supporting our local market, asking where that food came from, your point earlier, going into our local butchers, asking for the cheaper meat, sharing with neighbours what we cook, but also perhaps recipes. Could we not then start to redefine a sticky economy where profit stays in the town where it was spent? And could that not possibly mean more jobs for our kids? And might that not stir people into thinking that they might want to be the farmers of tomorrow? And might that not create a virtuous cycle that was more likely to bring out kinder options for our kids than the one we've got now? So, community. Look, it's an experiment of volunteers. We never knew it was going to work 9.5 years ago, but somebody used the word serendipity early on, and I've got to say, it has blessed us every single day of our lives. The serendipity, when you put yourself out there and do something, is amazing and heartwarming and brings tears to your eyes, and it's been the greatest experience of my life. So how do we create edible landscapes, and what do they look like? First of all, you get out there. Let's take 3 typical ones where you wouldn't necessarily ask anybody's permission to do it. Let's take the one on the top left, which is a verge. Basically, that's in my hometown of Todmorden. And it was a dog toilet. It was a verge by the side of a road. Because it wasn't loved, people threw fag packets down and beer cans and heaven knows what. So, one day, we went out with our rubber gloves and we cleared it all. We did not ask anybody's permission to turn a dog toilet into a community herb garden. That would be a complete waste of time and upset an awful lot of people, so we're not going to do that. So, we did that, and we started to use the seeds we got in our bottom drawers, or the stuff that we hadn't managed to plant out, or the split rhubarb from our back, whatever. We like rhubarb in Todmorden. So we planted that up, and the really interesting thing is when a community goes towards a different future, you'll be amazed where people come from to shake your hand and help you do it. Because 9 months after we'd actually done that, the local authorities started to mow the grass and put a bench in there so that the community could enjoy it. We never asked them to do that. They chose to do that because each and every one of us want a better future for our kids, whatever our job is. And they will meet you halfway every single time. You've just got to stop worrying about whether people are going to like it or not. Get on and give your gifts. They might not want it, but just give them. The other two are from examples in Bristol, because this isn't about a load of batty people in the north of England who have just gone off on one. This is kind of a message that now 80 communities across, from Ilfracombe and its very rural dynamics, to Bristol, to Clapham, to Wakefield, to the north of England, to the south of Ireland, all over the place. Communities are coming together to spin those 3 plates and redefine prosperity. That is the bear pit in the middle of Bristol. And if anybody you know, it used to be the place you never went to. It was full of needles. It was really horrific. The community took that over, as they've done with that grass verge, and they started to give it love. And they started to create food to share. And that actually became quite contagious, and other people were attracted towards that and wanted to help them. Every single one of our propaganda gardens is food to share. This is because we are trying to remind people that that's how we used to live. And increasingly in the next 10 and 20 years, that's how we will have to live. And you know, it's great because you get to talk to loads of people, and loads of people get to talk to you, and suddenly you start to create a critical mass around you that gives you confidence, because we're not only growing food, we're growing people. Now, but sometimes you have to plant in places where you are going to ask their permission. For example, may I say that if you're going to plant in front of your police station, you might want to have a word with the boys in blue and tell them you're going to do it. We won that wood. This is all about innovation. This is all about sort of like trying to imagine how you could do things without any money, because we haven't had any money to do a lot of this. We won some wood from B&Q, and we built some raised beds. Of course, we asked the police people, would they mind? And they said, oh, that's okay, as long as we don't have to do it, and we don't have to give you any money. That's a standard, and we're used to that. And we planted sweet corn, not because it's, you know, native to Todmorden, and we're in the north of England, but it grows taller than police. It makes us laugh. And what's really funny is the police themselves have said that has changed the attitude between the community and the police, because 2 things have happened. One, tensions are diffused and people talk to the police about the propaganda gardens. You know, it kind of makes that bridge between officialdom and the way we live our lives. And the second thing is vandalism in the town is down, because people do not vandalise food. They still pull the tops off daffodils and all that stuff, but they do not vandalise cabbages and sweet corn and whatever. The second thing that we did was go to the doctors and say, would you mind if we planted food around your health centre? Now, let me just tell you this. Is this barking mad or what? You build a £9 million health centre in the middle of Todmorden. It's wonderful, but you surround it by inedible prickly plants. You then run a multi-million pound Eat 5 a Day campaign to reconnect people between health and good food. Well, let me suggest that it might be cheaper to actually change your policies around estates and just always plant edibles around doctors' surgeries, around hospitals, and around health centres. Because what is happening is we did that. We took up the prickly plants. We planted apples and pears and raspberries, and we created an apothecary garden to reference the medicinal plants that we was hearing about earlier. And what happened as a result of that is families, you know, families in a completely non-stigmatized way are walking through that, tasting the strawberries, tasting the raspberries, reconnecting with how these things are growing, and then going back to where they live and growing it themselves. You know, and this is really inspirational and fantastic, and as a result of that, we've got people from all over the country visiting our little town, and all we've done is taken up things you can't eat and planted things you can eat. Wonderful leadership in the fire service across Greater Manchester, who have now adopted that principle and are making raised beds with their community and with their fire people to actually get the tensions diffused, to get some upskilling, to give people in communities that have never had any hope and skill sets that might lead to jobs or whatever. And the same at the railway stations, where we've got edible platforms all over the place. We make it up as we go along, and that's the fun of it, because this is a forever project, so you might as well laugh while you're doing it. But how to do it? Edible landscapes all over the place. How do we actually share? Well, of course, if you've got great schools doing great things, particularly primary, get on the back of that and support them with everything you can. But it's really quite difficult in the UK to infiltrate secondary education, where we're obsessed with tick boxes. So here's the thing. We kind of work on the other side of the school fence. Because although we adore what's going on in schools, what when that child goes out of that school gate, it goes home to a pot noodle or whatever else it might go home to. We try and bridge that gap so that we're working in the communities in sharing those lost arts. We rack up on the streets with a tent that goes up fast and goes down fast, because we don't ask permission. And we show people how to cook. And nobody ever complains, and nobody's ever sued us, and everybody pats us on the back, and that's fine. And that's the school chef who joins us, who's starting to show people on estates who've never sort of seen how you grow some of this seasonality, starting to talk to them about some of those basic foods that they can grow themselves. The lady on the left, nobody ever bothered talking to her before, but she's brilliant at grafting trees. So when you want to start to create your little orchards and you've not got a right load of money, find somebody like Maria there who will actually show you how to do it, because you can do it at half the price. Plus the fact, when nobody was talking to her before, she kind of felt lonely. Now everybody's talking to her. She's not feeling lonely. She's an absolute hero. It's totally fantastic. Oh, you've got the Scouts. They want to do all sorts of things, optimize what's out there, and young people wanting to get out there and get their hands in the soil is absolutely a plus in any community, and they are a joy to work with. All the ladies there who are learning dough-making skills and baking bread, but they're also showing people in different kitchens across their states how to cook, how to pickle, how to bottle, or whatever. The lost arts, the things we're going to have to remember when in the future we need to think more seasonally, respect across species, and start to cook more on a budget. And then we created, because we're a bunch of individuals who want to invest in our kids, because this is all about kids, we created our own social enterprise, which is called the Aqua Garden, that teaches urban growing skills. Because if we're going to create more of our food in our urban centres, in our place, the market was going down the toilet. And we really love our local market. We are a market town. So what could we do that might stimulate greater demand in our town for the sorts of things they were selling on our market? We did a bit of fundraising, and we gave every market tenant that was selling anything local whatsoever a blackboard that said Incredible Edible Tobin at the top. And they scribbled up whatever it was that they were selling that was local. It might be cheese, it might be meat, it might be pickles, it might be beer, whatever. Human nature being what it is, once you've done that for year 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, what you suddenly find is people from all over the place are starting to pop up with market stalls in every single cafe in Todmorden, which is not the place you travel through to Hebden Bridge anymore, but the place you stop at. Every single cafe and restaurant is selling local food. That means it's stimulating local businesses and farmers to think about what they're growing, which means they're likely to expand their flocks of free-range animals or their egg supply or whatever it is, which means to say they're taking more people on, which means to say we've got more people participating in the fruit-growing culture. We're only a bunch of volunteers and we're making it up as we go along, but community can change the way a place feels, the way the place looks, and the way the place thinks. But the biggest thing that we've done for our economy is create this new form of tourism, which is called vegetable tourism. And we never thought before that we were ever going to create anything like this, but people do come to us from all over the world to see what we're doing, not because our cabbages are better than anybody else's, but because we are redefining our prosperity and our future through food. They came to us from Christchurch, New Zealand, after the earthquake, when the city was devastated, bankrupt, 80% of it gone. How were they going to invest in hope when they got no money? They brought people over. They started growing food in their vacant lots. It's been the same the world over. In France, it's gone absolutely ballistic, but in Japan, across cultures, people want to take hold of a new way of thinking about the future, and food is the first point of contact. So what could we do? Well, not everybody can grow. Some can cook. Some can do web designs. Some can tell stories, or some can design fantastic maps. So what we did is to create maps so that people could start to walk those edible routes, past those propaganda gardens, but also past the small shops, past the small cafes, starting to invest in a different economy than the one that was just nipped to the supermarket and back. It's happened in Bristol, it's happened in Salford, it's happened in London, it's happened. And what's equally interesting is that now the doctors are starting to look at this and think about green prescribing. Because now they've got a flat route, they can walk past food, it's a joy they're meeting other people, and they can taste what might be good for them as they go along the way. It's not costing the health service a single penny, but actually it's having an impact again. And all the time, all we're trying to do is to say, we're doing this on the ground. Why don't you that create the frameworks of our lives change the way you do things and the way you finance things so everybody in the ground can make that normal, not best practice? Because the way to undermine what we're doing is to keep calling it best practice. Let it be normal for people to eat good food, to know how to grow good food, to know how to cook good food. If that was the case, we would be building a different kind of future. And that would mean that every single person would know that their desires of what their place looked like and where their food came from would be listened to throughout the planning process in whatever organisation we're talking about. And it's happening not only here, as I say, in New Zealand. Below me, I'm in the middle of New Zealand, and here's a lovely policeman who's planted up his backyard, and that's food to share. And as a result of that, they've got a map, and now people are walking, and now it's a tourist pull. And all the other bog standard stuff that comes out of this is international, because we're all just human with a desire to build something better for our kids. So what's the last thing we're going to do? We've got all these 80/10s doing this all over the place. We're not all perfect. We're not all spinning the plates as effectively as we could. If people like yourselves were helping us do it, gosh, that would be even better. We'd love to do that. We'd love to connect with Rupi. We'd love to just tap into people who are passionate, because through that passionate and that strategic thinking, we can start to change frameworks that make this normal for everybody. So here's the last bit. I kind of got a bit incensed when we started to talk about the Northern powerhouse, right? Because it just seems to me that if we're only going to chase growth every 5 minutes, we're kind of on the wrong message. So we kind of redefined that to be the Northern greenhouse. And we've now got a project called Incredible North, where we're really trying to redefine growing health, wealth, and happiness from a grassroots level, with the things that we know, with the simple messages that we've got, that every single person wants to create a kinder future for their kids, will walk on water to create that, but aren't given the opportunities. People aren't moving out of the way fast enough to let them get on with that. So here's the thing. We are a movement for everybody. If you eat, you're in. You do not need a particular qualification to do this. You do not need to read a particular newspaper. You just have to give a damn and have the will to be different and do something for your kids. So what if we imagined every single person that was doing anything with food in the north of England started to connect with each other? The prisons that are doing fabulous stuff like you're doing here on Guernsey. You know, the universities, the health sector, the local authorities, the private sector. What if we all started to think collectively about how we grow our food, where we wanted it to come from, how we could invest in local supply chains? Could we use our budgets differently? Could we use our manpower differently? Shall we start to connect in a way that would help us do this crazy thing that we had an idea of 9.5 years ago? And of course we can. We've already been approached by a lady who runs Wigan Council, and 390,000 people who've said, come and help us get the officers out of the way so everybody can do this. The chief exec of Wigan. And it's happening increasingly. So here's my message at the end of all this. In case you think this is slightly barking mad, and it was a great idea that's going to kind of like fizzle out, because at some point, you know, I might live to 100, in which case that'd be totally brilliant, wouldn't it? But let me remind you of where we are. We're in Todmorden. We're in the north of England. We live 9 miles from a place where more than 100 years ago, a bunch of people sat around a table and said, we've not got enough. You buy a sack of flour, I'll buy a sack of grain, we'll split it and we'll see where we go. And that was Rochdale. And that was the cooperative movement. And anybody that says you shouldn't believe in the power of small actions to change your destiny and redefine your own prosperity is simply wrong. We can all do it. Thank you.
Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. Wouldn't even know where to try and. There's so many gems. I mean, from vegetable tourism to actually, I think the one for me was the Incredible North. Actually, from a northerner born and bred to have a fellow northerner on the stage. Yeah, pretty happy. Yeah, I'm up for it. Let's connect. Let's do something. I got married in Rochdale, actually, so, you know, hey, I'm in your hood. But, yeah, I mean, the north of England, for those of you who are watching online, does exist. I often get emails from people say, love to meet up next time you're in London. Hey, you know what? I'd love to meet up. Come to Manchester anytime you want. But, you know, the world does exist outside London. And obviously a very, very good case of what's going on in the north. It is the next audience break for those of you who wish to take a little break. James will be continuing his fireside chats.
Yeah, so we're going to welcome here, we're going to have a conversation here about food. Welcome Jock, who's one of the founders of the Dandelion Project, and Rupi back onto the stage. I just want to say, You know, one of the things, we've got 450 meetup groups of doctors around the world that get together to watch the functional forum.
Cozy.
And what we've encouraged people to do is to take small clips out of the shows that we've made and discuss them. I cannot wait, and I'm so proud and thankful that that talk will be discussed in groups all around the world right now, because the biggest thing that I take away from that, and the biggest thing that hit me and what we've been saying, you know, the journey from regular medicine to functional medicine, at some point, a doctor has to do it without asking for permission. They just have to go and do it, and it's the same energy there. And so I really look forward to other groups all around the world, because the kind of stuff that she's talking about doing it's not difficult. It can be done by a group of people coming together. So that was, you know, truly fabulous. So I'm glad to have these two on the stage. Now, Jock, you've been referred to by almost no one as the Pam Warhurst of Guernsey, trying to get people interested in growing stuff. How's it going?
Following Pam, that's tough. It's been a bit of a personal journey in trying to rethink what food looks like. And me as a project manager immediately wanted to scale that and see what food looks like for a community. We learnt from Pam. We've been trying a few different models, and actually so many of the threads that we've experienced have come back full circle today on the stage. People have touched upon the idea of it needs to be local, it needs to be clean, it needs to be simple, you need to be asking for clean food. So we've tried a few different models. We've come back at this point to understand it's the soil. That's probably the most important thing where we need to start, because if we're growing in soils that aren't optimal, the food that's coming out isn't optimal. So that's currently where we're doing a lot of work.
One of the things about Mike Ash's talk earlier, I was just saying, like, normally that topic is seriously depressing, right? Because everything's wrong and there's no answer. So to have that talk earlier leave on like, hey, look, there is something en route was pretty transformational for me to see that, because soil depletion is something that I've never thought of as an actionable solution.
It's really good timing for us as well. We're working on a project that we've been working on for a couple of years in the background, but we're in the throes of pulling it together physically on the ground now with a soil regeneration project on Ireland. So Michael being in Ireland is really interesting to me, because that's a conversation we'll take further.
That's great. So like you got these two parts, Rupi. I know you've been really involved more on sort of the cooking end of once you actually have the food. You know, what kind of you've basically shot to fame on the basis of an Instagram account. You know, what is the potential for transformation in a world where, you know, literally everyone, you know, 1 billion people or 2 billion people could follow you on Facebook or otherwise? How do you see the potential for wide-scale transformation in the internet era with food?
Yeah, well, I'm not really at that level yet, I just want to say. But yeah, I think it's just a nice platform where you can actually have honest, open discussions about what you believe in and actually connect with other people. I mean, that's how I connect with Rangan. That's how I know about the Dandelion project. That's how I know about Pam now. And creating little movements in that sort of virtual space is brilliant, and that's essentially why it's kind of reinvigorated me to just carry on and not ask for permission. I think that's probably the best thing that you can draw from this event, like not asking permission, just doing it and just seeing who joins you. And there are a lot of people out there that are just as like-minded, and when you collaborate and you actually create a little community, you can do some fantastic things.
One of the things that Michelle was saying at dinner the other night about the blue zones is that everyone, you know, even 90 plus, has a reason, a purpose for getting out of bed, and they're working every day. And he actually specifically mentioned gardening. It seems to me that the gardening of food, or the creation of food from the soil, and the cooking of food are two areas where the barriers to entry for groups of people to do anything together is almost zero.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's I didn't touch on it on my talk in Made in Hackney, but the two very much go hand in hand. So I came at it from a cooking point of view. I just wanted to volunteer somewhere where I could practice my chopping skills and actually do some good. And then I found out about this incredible organization, the other things that they were doing, the growing communities, the urban environments. I mean, they're based in Hackney. When you go to East London, there are no gardens that you can think of, and they've just propped them up everywhere. And actually, if you just go out a little bit outside London and encourage more people to go there, you can actually grow your own food. You can get access to them, and it is cheap and available, organic. It's fantastic.
Jock, one of the reasons why we've sort of said, you know, maybe a fourth reason why Guernsey's in a great position, you can grow a lot of stuff on this island, can't you?
You can, yeah. I mean, we have a heritage that's left us with a lot of empty greenhouses. You've got longer growing seasons in greenhouses. one of the problems is the topsoil was all stripped out because they weren't using it as a growing substrate. So soil fixing is one of the challenges that we face. We now think we've got solutions for that. But I think it's really important to touch on the diversity. For me, farming in its guise previously hasn't been optimal. It's been depleting soils. There's been questions around it. And it's become more and more centralized too. So it's taken food away from communities, and this is where some of the abstraction of what food is has happened, I think. So me growing up engaging with food has been a packet process rather than a local market process. So one of the things we're doing with the greenhouse we've got locally is bolstering communities to coexist, where we're looking at a community kitchen project. We're looking at a growing project. We're looking at a soil project. We're looking at a men's sheds project that came out of another event we run, where all these different communities collaborate together around the subject of food. Because as Pam says, you put food on the table and you bring people together. So it's kind of trying to bring all those different communities together for us. And that's been something we've learned the slow way by trying things and failing and trying things and failing. So currently that edible is very much about bringing different groups to the table, and the invite's open to anyone listening. If you've got ways of thinking, ideas around food, they don't necessarily need to be planting. They can be building maps, building websites, other things. But if you've got ideas, I mean, one of the web developers at Specsavers keeps talking to me about wanting to help build a hedge veg map. We've got the heritage on Ireland of all the little hedge veg locations. It's literally been time that's stopped us getting that finished. We're working on it, but joining all the dots of where all the local growers have their surplus food. This would be a wonderful application to enable you to access local food.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, it's June 30th today, right? There's a bunch of people in the room. There's people watching next door who are having lunch or snacks. I mean, it seems, what do you think is reasonable for this organization, for this group of people here and, you know, their friends and their community on the island to achieve by the end of summer?
I would definitely get the doctors involved. There are a couple of doctors around here, and I think getting them involved in those communities as well, and making sure that they have a presence where they can actually see firsthand the effect of growing, of having your own food, of teaching them how to cook, is something that I personally would, because that's what I'm passionate about doing back in, you know, in England. So yeah, that's something I would suggest that you carry on doing.
Can we talk about one of the things that Dr. Sachin Patel has been doing, this idea of the community batch cooking? You know, it really seems to me that one of the biggest things that people say why they can't eat healthy is they don't have time to cook. And then also, you know, I just wanted to throw that out there, because it seems to me like you're just an unused commercial kitchen away from getting a group of people together to cook for each other. And one of the things that Sachin said is you're not only teaching skills, but then typically after one or two times with that, they go and replicate this now in their houses or otherwise, and it becomes a, you know, weekly community event. It seems like that's, to me, is super low barrier to entry for people.
Totally. And you know, throughout this whole process, I've been chatting to a whole bunch of chefs around in London, and there are so many commercial kitchens that are not utilized. There's so much downtime, and all it takes is just, you know, a few emails, just can we use this kitchen for maybe a group of diabetic patients that can all cook together and actually be taught how to cook, the reasons why you should be using these particular ingredients more often than others, and then have a batch cooking class like that, and then just let it progress. I reckon that's certainly achievable.
If we're looking to get action from the crowd, maybe this is a good time to actually come into the crowd and run in and see if you have any thing, because we want action here. So can I turn this on? Is this going to work?
James?
We'll just come really close and you can talk into my mic.
Yeah, it's on.
Okay.
Private College of FE is closed all summer. That's a big kitchen. You could do, you know, all sorts of things there. You've got this sunken garden. That could be a great place to grow veg and stuff, couldn't it, for the community?
I was having that conversation not more than 2 weeks ago, and the College of FE kitchen, they're actually really quite progressive there with some of the cookery courses they're doing. We're working with the College of FE to create a learning difficulty and disabled polytunnel farm up at the edible site. We're raising the money for that now with the hope that 2018 is the launch of that. But again, working in collaboration with the kitchen projects at the College of FE. So some of this is a slower burn than you'd like it to be. You want it to happen tomorrow all the time. Absolutely. I was actually going to open this back to the floor before James asked the question and say there are bound to be people in this room that have got the connections to those commercial kitchens that can ask the question for us rather than keep pushing it back. It'd be amazing if people were coming back with space.
Can we use the mic? Sorry, otherwise no one can hear at home. I'll try and make it as easy as possible. Sorry. Stretch across.
I think it's Peter, what's his surname? Wilson. He runs a kitchen, doesn't he? He used to be at Suco. Who owns Suco? He runs
Peter Yates.
Peter Yates. No, not Yates. The second one. Paul Wilson, isn't it? Yeah, he does.
Okay.
He runs a kitchen.
If you can connect us up, that'd be great.
Yeah, no, well they have a club there, don't they, where you can join the club, and you can go there and have meals about 4 times a year, where the kids have cooked them, and they serve you and everything. It's a really, really nice evening. It's lovely for the kids to do, or the students to do.
Amazing.
So I'm sure. I mean, I just knock on my door to him, to be honest.
That's what I love about Guernsey. You just knock on the door.
Yeah. Everyone knows everyone. All right, Glenn, you want to share here?
Yeah, front gardens and things like that. You know, a lot of them are grass. Obviously, there's an opportunity there as well. You know, growing in front gardens is huge across in the States now. I've seen that taken off.
There's a great TED talk from Ron Finley on that in the US, where he takes over curbsides.
That's the one.
And starts planting veg in curbsides. There's other questions around the fumes on that. But
anyone else want to share something? Yeah, right here in the back. Here we go.
Hi, Jock. So
Hi, Bella.
I'm Bella Farrell, and I'm the systemic team coach who is pulling together the Men's Shed project in St. Peter's. But thankfully, thanks to Mark, and we've got 5 acres up there now. And we're having a men's shed, which we're restoring the shed, and we've registered as a charity. So we have shedders now, and we have MUG, Male Uprising Guernsey, funding the renovation of the sheds. It's a phenomenal project. I encourage anyone to have a look at what we're doing on Facebook, so Men's Shed Guernsey Facebook, but we're not just targeting older men, but we are targeting men in general. We're working very closely with Makers Space, the directors there, who are, so it's makers and shedders. So we're co-creating a community. We're on site with you. Edible is on the same site. We're looking forward to hosting a sharing evening of our project on the 19th of July, up at the site in St. Peter's. It's all happening in St. Peter's, thanks to Melissa, who's put her herbal garden outside her husband's GP practice. So on the 19th of July at 6 o'clock, you're all welcome to come up to the site and have a look and see what the makers and the shedders are doing. And I'm noticing, Stuart, I'm noticing some people from St. Peter's here who perhaps aren't on our invitation list, but please come and more people come. But excitedly enough, we've also got another building on that site, which Mark has pinpointed as the community kitchen. So you can see what I've been trying to do in the last few weeks is see whether we got traction for that community kitchen idea from the TED Talk that we had two weeks ago or so. And so we've put together about 4 names of people who are interested in starting that community kitchen there. Again, it's just I'm standing up today because it's just my ask is, if you are wanting to be involved in Edible Guernsey, Men's Shed, Maker Space, Community Kitchen, Community Cafe, or whatever, we've got 5 acres. And we're really good at asking people for money to help us. And I think it's going to be a really exciting base for the community that we're all talking about today. And it's my pleasure to be involved with the lads up there. So I hope you can join us.
Thank you very much. Mark, you want to add something to that one? Jock, what does it take to retrofit one of those one of the greenhouses for actual use?
Well, it depends on the greenhouse, but some of them are falling down and need a bit of repair. The land might be more useful than the greenhouse in some instances. Some of them are in better condition. What's interesting to me is some of the better condition ones. We've identified a farmer in the US called Will Allen, who is growing 10 times the normal organic farm production from the same footprint, and he's using polytunnels and greenhouses in Milwaukee, where the climate's broadly similar. There's no advantageous climate there. And the numbers stack up that we only need 10 functional greenhouses like the one we've got to feed 60,000 people with fresh food and greens and that kind of thing. So we don't need the 250 derelict that we've got. It's getting 10 good ones.
What would it take for Guernsey to become a net exporter of food and, you know, crush Jersey?
I think the answer is to focus on local first, right?
Yeah, there was a little bit of a hum in the room earlier where Michelle mentioned that. I could see that there's a little bit of rivalry there. So, you know, it's really exciting to see. Do we got time for just one more thought process over here? I'm going to bring the mic over.
It's more of a moan, really. It's just that, you know, we've lost our market. In comes HMV, in comes all these high street stores. I know there's a farmer's market in St Martin's, but you can't always get there. It's not all year round. You know, all these polytunnel ideas, all brilliant, but how do you constantly stop your car in the middle of a, you know, small lane to get that bag of potatoes from the hedge and the bag of carrots from the other side of the island? Do you know what I mean? It's how do we centralise it, and why can't we have a market back?
That's a very good point. I've got some thoughts on it if you'd like me to.
Yeah, that's why you're on the stage, John.
Fully centralising isn't the answer for me. Drive-through hedge veg was one of the ideas we've been playing with, centralising some of the hedge veg a little more, working with some of the distributors like Milton and Phoenix to look at using the vehicle structures they have to bring together local food into local scenarios. So perhaps in each parish we would have a centralised place for local veg. That would make it easier. Talked to the co-op, and they got 90 growers knocking on the back door. We're looking to try and build systems that make it so that the co-op have one person to deal with. And again, centralizing those systems and building the relationships between the two. I think these kind of ideas, because I agree with you, it's in order to eat local in the current environment, not only with the growing choices, but with the buying choices, it's swimming upstream. It's really hard work. Exactly. So an element of making that easier.
One thing I saw in California that it's always stuck with me. This is less than an hour outside of San Francisco in Marin County. I came across what could only be described as a farm stall with an honesty box. And the food was there. People put the food in. The farmers came in, put all the different food in. There was a list of how much stuff cost, and there was a little thing to put money in. And I was like, look, there's zero overhead for someone to be there the whole time. It's at a place that's like easy for everyone to get to, and it's been there for 20 years and works, and no one seems to be, you know, stealing from it or otherwise. What do you think of something like that?
This is called hedge veg. Welcome to Guernsey.
All right, on that bombshell, we're going to get on with the next section. So thank you so much for your participation. Thank you, and thanks to these guys. All right, Rangan, I'm going to pass it on. The next segment of the show is something that I'm particularly excited about for many reasons. The next part of the segment of this show is on community. And one of the quotes that I shared on my TED Talk when I came here 2 years ago was from Thich Nhat Hanh, which is "Community is the guru of the future." And you know, what you're about to see from all the people that are sharing what they've been able to create, the communities they've been able to create, the ways they've been able to implement and facilitate and activate the power of community. You know, as I said before in my talk, community is the only inexhaustible resource that we have access to. And so it's my pleasure to introduce the fourth segment, Doctor in the House, Dr. Chatterjee.
Everyone's still got energy? Yeah? Been energized by these talks? Yeah, me too. So for this community segment, we have a GP up first of all. someone who, again, on this mythical walk that we had last night back from the restaurant back to the hotel, our next speaker was on that walk as well. I got the opportunity to chat to him for 10 or 15 minutes about something that I found incredibly inspiring, and I'm guessing is the topic of his talk. But it's how do we make physical activity the default, and how do we help it become automatic in various communities? His company is Intelligent Health, and I'd like to welcome to the stage Dr. William Bird.
Well, thank you very much, and I think this is probably the most awesome kind of place to take after Pam, and every other speaker before her has been utterly brilliant, and I think you have to say that we were there on the 30th of June in Guernsey when the world was shaken and the whole health world. Everything has been turned upside down, so it's been brilliant. So I want to take you back to 1995, and I was a diabetic doctor in my practice, and I used to say to the patients, I said, right, you know, you've got to do your exercise. Every time I told them, they kind of looked at me in this kind of forlorn way, and they said, yes, of course I'll exercise. And then 6 months later, I said, how did the exercise go? And they said, well, you know how difficult it is. I don't like swimming. I don't like sport. I can't bear the gym. It's all so training. My legs hurt and everything. I said, well, try again. Yeah, no, I'll do it again. And 6 months later, and 6 months later, and their entire life, nothing changed. And then I went for a walk. And as I went for this walk, I went past Mr. Adams, diabetic. I looked at his house and I thought, I'm just walking past your house with my dog, and you're not, and you're inside. I can watch your television. It's in there. And then Mrs. Jones, I went past her house as I went on this walk, and she wasn't doing anything. She was inside saying that sport wasn't her thing. And I thought, what is it that's stopping all these people from going out on a walk? And we talked to them, and we found out that they were scared about going on a walk. They didn't want to be lost. They didn't think, I'll make it. They didn't think I'd better climb over a stile. So I said, why don't we get patients to lead other patients on a walk? So that's a good idea. So we started the first 6 walks in April 1996. And you've got 17 of them here. And there are 3,500 of them, and over 2 million people now have taken part in these walks. And it's simple. Patients lead other patients. We provide the insurance. We provide the training. And that's all they have to do. And these walks take place every week. And as we know, it's a social that keeps it going. It's a connection to place. So, what are we as human beings? Well, do you know only 50% of our cells belong to us? The rest are the ones that Mike talked about, those little tiny fellows in our gut that we've got to look after, care for, nurture, keep happy, because 50% of those actually are looking after us. Our genes only make up 1.5% of our genome, so the rest of those genes are all mistakes, things that happened in the past that didn't work. So we're a mass experiment, and we're left with 98.5%, absolutely redundant. So we are just ongoing. Our energy supplied by an old little thing that was swimming in the sea. That's called the mitochondria. And that provides all our energy, as it does all of life. And viruses have come in through evolution, have deposited their viruses, and they've made up more and more of us. And so we've come together. And with these ancient bacteria, which you heard about with Mike and others, in fact, everyone was talking about it, what are we? That's what we are. We are a dog's dinner of complete mess, and yet we're perfect, because we've been working all the way through evolution to get the thing that works the best. So if we take 1,000 years for an hour, and go back 100,000 years, which is when our brains pretty much stopped developing, then that was 4 days, that's 100 hours. 4 days to 10 hours ago, which is 10,000 ago, we started agriculture. Then 4 hours ago, civilization. We were still outdoors, we were still active, we were still connecting together. And then just 9 minutes ago, things changed. It happened in the north of England, blame them. The Industrial Revolution, we'll talk to Pam later. And I've known Pam for a long, long time, about 15 years, and she hasn't changed, and she's brilliant. So industrialization, so we stopped connecting to the outside, and we stopped our activity. It's got worse. We're now indoors. We're screen age now, 80 seconds. If you had a software program to design over 4 days, and then you were told in the last 80 seconds that everything has changed, the whole environment has changed, you've got to start again. You can't. You've done 4 days. We can't change. We're hunter-gatherers, period. That's what we are. Everything about our body is brilliant at hunter-gatherers, and that means our factory settings, our default is people, connections. We've been talking about that, community, family, friends, all of those things. The place, We've talked less about that, and I'm going to talk about that. It's got to be connected to what a hunter-gatherer likes. And then purpose, feeling loved, feeling valued, all those things that we heard about from Janet, really, really important. That's it, 3 Ps. We've got to have those together. But what's happened, not just in the north of England, but everywhere else, is the loneliness and isolation, people living now separate from others. The hostility of the environment stops people from going out. In fact, they don't even go out. They go to their car, and then they go from their car somewhere else. So they lose sight of their environment, and that lack of love, that lack of purpose. And what does that cause? That causes a fear. That causes the chronic stress. That's where the adrenal glands start pumping out adrenaline and cortisol. So let's look at the nature bit, the bit in the middle, the place. If you connect yourself to nature, as a hunter-gatherer, you're going to be looking for things which are shelter, water, a view, so you've got a view over, and there's got to be lots and lots of trees and plants which are all nutritious. When you have that, you become less stressed. And actually, I'm co-editing the Oxford textbook of Nature and Public Health. It's probably not your bedtime read. It's going to come out in December. But the privilege of that is 90 authors, professors from all around the world, all doing brain work and work on nature and how it affects us. And it is now irrefutable, the evidence about how nature connects to our brain and connects to ourselves. We become less stressed. We do more exercise. More people talk to each other when there's greenery around. If you've got concrete and graffiti, the next person you think has probably got a knife, and you avoid them. If it's a nice garden, the next person you see is a friend. So we have a connection completely different, and there's a lot of research on that. And then, of course, there's less noise and less pollution. So an experiment. Look at that picture. Think about it. Thoughts. Now look at that picture, which is computer animated. They put a few trees in there. Let's see what happens when they gave that to students and they gave them lots of puzzles to do. In fact, they did another group. That bottom one, they flashed the trees so quickly that they didn't see it, but their reptilian brain did. That's called the subliminal. And then there was another group where they talked to the person about the trees, the wildlife, the plants, and the animals and things that go in those trees. So you had 4 groups, the top, the bottom, the subliminal, and the person. Let's see what her brain did. The one on the left, they did worse than when they had baseline. In other words, the test they did made their brain worse. The second one, the subliminal one, exactly the same as the other. So it's deep in our brain that we've got this connection to trees and wildlife. The one where they had a person, you started to get connection, and they did really well. So their brain improved concentration, the increased capacity of the brain when you're connected to nature. And even now, new research coming out from Europe showing that women who are pregnant, the further away they are from green space, the more detrimental it is to the baby and their pregnancy. So connections, and there are loads of other studies about that. So we've got things going wrong, chronic stress and anxiety, that leads to poor health behavior, diet, smoking, alcohol, and inactivity, and that creates more chronic stress, and you get this vicious cycle that goes through. And that causes inflammation. We've heard so much about inflammation today. It's a running theme all the way through. It starts at birth. It starts prenatally because of the stress that if you're not connected to your mother, you will start to get inflammatory responses already. And we know, of course, that that is the answer to all the problems that I have to deal with as a GP. So inflammation is the bedrock. It's the cause of causes, as was defined. So what happens when you become active? Well, when you become active, you get rid of something which is the biggest inflammatory in your, pretty much in your entire body, visceral fat. That bit. Quick breath in, everyone, because that is the fat used for temporary storage, because it's perfect. If you're throwing spears and you're running, where else would you want to keep your fat, which you don't need at the moment? Keep it around your middle. Have it around your arms. You can't get that spear down. You on your legs, you'll be waddling around. So nature designed it to be around the waist, which is very good, but it's temporarily meant to be there. And if it's not there, then you get less inflammation. The adipose cells are different in visceral fat than they are in other things. When you exercise, what fat goes? Visceral fat. The orange, massive drop in visceral fat. Subcutaneous fat hardly changes. Patients come to me and say, this physical activity is useless. I haven't lost any weight at all. That's because the visceral fat is gone, doesn't weigh much. Muscles increased, balance, subcutaneous fat's gone down a bit. So physical activity on weight loss, you have to do 250 minutes a week, a lot more than you would do otherwise. So reducing anti-inflammatories, as soon as you get exercise, you have anti-inflammatories. And then every time you exercise, you start to change something deep inside your body. The mitochondria, that old bacterium from the sea, 30 or 40 in every single cell. So this is a cell, this is the mitochondria in this cell. So you're all sitting there. You're not eating brilliantly. You're a little bit stressed. Mitochondria charged up. What happens? Nothing, because you're not moving. So your mitochondria are charged up. What happens when you charge your phone, overcharge? It gets warm because electrons are leaking out. And those electrons are called free radicals, and they're leaking out because you're not using it. And those free radicals start to damage the mitochondria and knock them off. Those free radicals go off to the telomeres. So you start to age prematurely, because the more you sit, the more the overcharged mitochondria are not able to discharge properly. So that's why the people standing at the back are looking lovely and young and are getting younger, and all you lot sitting there are aging rapidly in front of my eyes. So you can get up if you want, and you can walk out if you feel offended. But what's happening, and those of you who are looking a bit smug saying, yeah, that's for the old people, it starts at 28. Okay, so anyone above 28, you're on a slippery slope down where more cells are actually dying than actually being replaced. When you become active, and poor diet is, and you're not physically active, good diet and not stress, sorry, it should be good diet, you're actually fine. You're kind of moving around, no more free radicals, because that potential difference around the outside is now being discharged. Little free radical comes out and it hits the telomere. The telomere is the end of the chromosome. Imagine a chromosome, it's got a bootlace at the end, and it's got a little rubber thing at the end there for the bootlace. So what happens, it stops it unraveling. But every time those telomeres divide, every time a cell divides to replace your cells, it gets shorter and shorter until eventually it's so short the cell can't divide anymore, and that really is the aging process. You start to get thinner hair, and you start to get thinner skin, and your muscles go. The more free radicals that are around, the quicker those telomeres shorten, but less likely you're going to get to 100 years old. We have got to get rid of those free radicals. We've got to keep moving. We've got to eat well, and we've got to be less stressed. And that's the end of the cell. That leaves loads of inflammation that comes out. So, health on one slide. You've got the problems at the top, which is fundamentally because we're hunter-gatherers and we've gone away from where we should be. That causes chronic stress, it causes stress hormones, poor health behavior, and then you've got this red, horrible bit, which is the inflammation, mitochondrial damage, telomeres, and then the mess at the bottom. Okay, forget about that, because that's just a bit of, the end product. That's what I have to deal with every day. Health starts at the top. Let's stop that chronic stress. That's where we have to be. If we really want healthcare, it's got to be at the top there. We can go for health behaviors, but if you're in a stressed mode, you're not going to eat very well. You're not going to exercise very well. What happens if you exercise, get everyone in Guernsey exercising? Well, all the diabetics, because when you become a diabetic, that on the left is death from heart disease. So start at 1. If you're less than 3 hours a week of activity and you've got no diabetes, you get diabetes 3 times as much risk of having heart disease. So I give you ACE inhibitors, I give you statins, I give you aspirin, I give you everything else. If I got you to exercise, I'd bring you right back down again to normal. So what's the point of giving all these drugs when I can just get you walking? And then you'd be back again to normal. In fact, you're better than you were even if you had diabetes. So we've got to get now people outdoors, and we start with the children. 4 generations in Sheffield, each generation got less and less scope for the child. From 6 miles, the great-granddad of Ed, down to Ed, who has 300 metres. And most children now aren't allowed out of their house at all. So where's all that physical activity going? It's going. Children are not active. So what have I done? Well, the health walks is great, but it wasn't getting the whole population active. Who are the best people? Who are leaders? Who are the people who can make the biggest influence? Children. They're much smarter than we are. Where are they? They were here. They've gone. We made a game. I set up a company to make a game. And that game, we put beatboxes on lampposts. And we gave out hundreds of thousands of cards. And we told them, just go and join up those beatboxes, join teams, and the more beatboxes you connect, the more you'll actually get points for your team. And it's fun. So this is one in East London. We've got some in East Sussex at the moment. We put these beatboxes all over around the schools. And if we can just look here, I'm not sure if it's going to work. Probably haven't got time to do that. Have we got that, managing to get that going? Nope. It's gone. Don't worry. We'll go back to the other slide. Basically, you get thousands of people taking part. We've got 38% of the entire population playing within 2 weeks. And when they start off, it's all about prizes. What happens afterwards is about exploring a local area, getting fit. They start to see the places where they live. They go down to the footpath and the woods, and their children take the parents and the grandparents to all these places. Spending time with friends becomes really important. This is a catalyst. It's a game that creates a catalyst of change behavior. Why does it need a game to do it? Well, we're doing that at the moment, but hopefully in 10 years' time, we won't need a game to do it because people will be doing it on their own. Here's our leader. She's in charge because she gets her mum, because she loves it so much, she gets her mum to do it. And her little sister is going to come in, and then the grandparents come in because they want to go for a walk. So the whole family go for a walk for the first time. And we get so many emails. 600,000 people have now taken part just in 2 years on these games, from Belfast and London. We're out in Europe now as well. We're all over the place. The green gym, we will say to people, if we put a beatbox in the green gym here, which is conservation work, then you get triple points. We'll get 800 families turning up to the green gym. They've never heard of it, but they want their extra points. The children say, let's go. We don't know what it is, and they all start to take part. So we direct people during that 7 weeks to these different places. And the green gym was what I set up just after the health walks because I felt the environment was really important. And they're all over the country now. We've got about 200, I think, of the green gyms. Interesting on the green gym is if you take someone on a green gym, they do 4 hours of cardiovascular training. Take someone to aerobics and they do 20 minutes. Ask them what they did. Aerobics is all about my glutes and my pecs and my muscles and how good I am and how trim and everything. Green gym is we changed the water level so we can actually get water voles, and we got plants so we can get butterflies, and I met these fantastic people and we had lovely cake and we made some tea. All about the external. 4 hours cardiovascular training. 20 minutes was aerobics, but they thought that was health. The other thing wasn't anything to do with health. Health by stealth. The means to an end. Health should be a means to the end. The end is fun. Health is a way to get to fun. We collect data as well. For every time you swipe, you get data. So this is live. 39,000 people are playing in East Sussex at this very minute, and 500,000 swipes have taken place. But we can start to use that data to work on how to get more and more people active and connected. So, the story, we're hunter-gatherers. Chronic stress is the problem because we've dissociated ourselves from our roots. That leaves bad behavior, more visceral fat, inflammation, telomere shortening, and all the nasty inflammatory things going on. That causes disease. So to stop disease, we need less stress, which is going back to our roots again. And that's all about friends. It's all about family. It's all about nature. And it's all about feeling good for ourselves. Thanks very much.
Health by stealth, I like it. And I really think that is the key and the point of why we're here today, and the point of community is when things stop being about health, when health becomes the default option, when health becomes the norm, I think that's what is the secret, or one of the secrets behind these blue zones. I don't think they think about health. When I spoke to Mr. Degara yesterday, the chap from Guernsey who's currently 103 years old, and I asked him about his diet and his physical activity, you know what, he hasn't really thought about those things. He ate what he grew. He was active every day, even on a Sunday, which is chill out day, he'd still walk down to his plantation to to where his crops were growing to check on them. So I love that, that you're getting people to play a game, so they don't think that they're trying to be healthy, they're just playing a game, they're just happening to reduce inflammation by just existing and by being. So yeah, I really, really like that. The next speaker also was going to continue on this community theme. Actually, I'm not going to say much. I'm really excited about this one. I've been excited about them all, to be fair. But she's going to share some insights about a very unique and innovative community in England who are doing some pretty fantastic things. Chandra McGowan.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a real privilege to be here, having heard some of the speakers we've had on today already. I can't claim to be an expert, but I am going to tell you about a place that is very special to me. It's quite unique, but I think you might find some synergy with what you're trying to achieve here on Guernsey. I'm privileged to be here because I'm the Chief Executive of Whiteley Homes Trust. And Whiteley Homes Trust is a charity which was set up 100 years ago exactly. And it was set up at the bequest of William Whiteley, who left £1 million in his will and said to the Bishop of London, "Go and house the poor elderly." And at the time, there were no pensions, there was no NHS, there was no housing benefit. So what the Bishop of London did with the original trustees was he got them together and said, what are we going to do? And fortuitously, they bought a piece of land in Surrey, they employed the best architects of the day, and they built a whole village for people of retirement age and beyond. And so what we're left with today is a fabulous place with 262 Grade 2 listed almshouses, 51 extra care flats, a residential home, a nursing home where we provide end-of-life care, but a church, a shop, a village hall, a bowling green, lots of things you would expect to see in a quintessentially English village. And that's the foundation we've been able to build on as a community, and we are very lucky to have been able to do so. And there's something going on there which we can't quite put our finger on yet, but I'm going to tell you a bit about what we think is happening. And I suspect there are already questions going around in your mind of why, what, and how has this happened. So I'm going to start by talking a little bit about why first. Well, why I'm here particularly, and I think this is a theme that I've noticed in many of the speakers today, is that I had an epiphany moment very early on in my career. I trained as an occupational therapist. I spent 3 years hard at work, learning, assessment, treatment, monitoring, evaluation of individuals who were patients, and I spent a lot of time thinking, how am I going to help these people be independent in their lives? And the very first book I read, and literally the very first book I read when I came out of college, was this. I was devastated. I read this book and thought, crikey, I might actually be part of a problem, not a solution in society. You know, we as professionals sometimes baffle people with science, talk our own language, and actually focus on the things that the person can't do. How's that going to help people in society today? So although I recognise we need experts and professionals for certain things in our lives, they're probably not the people we want to run our lives for us. And actually it's been my goal ever since to see what I can do to empower people to take control and take responsibility for their lives. Now, why do I think there might be some similarities between what you're trying to achieve in Guernsey and what we're already doing at Whiteley Village in Surrey? Well, first of all, we're both small islands in a big world. And I'll come back to that later. We're also pretty ambitious. And when Mark spoke to me about coming here today, what he said was, Guernsey wants to be the best place to live in the world. I think that's pretty ambitious. But we'd already set our mission at Whiteley Village to be the best place to age in Britain. And so there are definitely some similarities around ambition. Also, we don't need a passport to get in. You don't need a passport to get into Whiteley, and actually if you're from the UK, you don't need a passport to get into Guernsey. I think that says something about open communities and people that don't need bits of paper in order to be known within a community. And last but not least, and I'll come back to this again later, we are a bit quirky. I understand on Guernsey you've got blue pillar boxes. Well, up until very shortly, a little while ago, we had green pillar boxes at Whiteley Village. So I'm thinking that we're kind of organisations and communities that might just like to buck the trend. I'll come back to that. So the next question is, what are we all doing here and what am I doing here today? Well, part of the what is what's going on in society. And we all know that demographics are changing. It's been the basis of most of the talks that we've had today. There's this huge shift in an older population. In fact, that's what we're aiming for here in terms of people living to 100. But actually, that huge shift has provided some challenge and some difficulties, and it's often talked about in a negative way. Too many older people with too many things going wrong with them and not enough young people in society to do anything about it. But actually, what we see is this, because this is the news. That's old news. We all know that. This is the kind of things that are hitting the headlines today around older people. People at 100 jumping out of airplanes, doing extreme yoga, running marathons. My question now, though, is, are these people doing this independently, or are they doing this interdependently, with help from other people? And I suspect the answer is yes, they are. And that means us all changing our paradigm about you doing things to me, making me dependent, I doing things for myself, so I'm independent, and moving to the next level of community, which is we do things together. We are interdependent. And there's been talk today already about reciprocity, and again, I'll be talking a bit more about that later. So, we know that there are examples in nature already about where the sum of the parts creates something more than the individuals, and the hive is a great example of that. Last February, we were published in the Sunday Times following a piece of research that we'd had done at Whiteley Village. The title was Shangri-La in Surrey, where living to 100 is easy. That was a great headline grabber for us, but actually it was based on 2 years' worth of research which had been done by the Cass Business School, in fact the actuarial department of the Cass Business School, who'd spent 2 years at Whiteley Village going through every single record of every single person that had lived in that community over the last 100 years. They looked through our leather-bound ledgers, all the scripted handwriting, the dates people arrived, the dates people died, their occupation before they came, and all those kind of things they took away, ran through their machines and did the statistical analysis on. And guess what? People live longer at Whiteley, longer than the average of the England and Wales population. And we did that looking at different cohorts of 10 years over the whole of 100 years. What actually was happening in one of those cohorts, in fact in 1960, was that women at Whiteley Village were living 5 years longer than women in the general population. And given that we are a charity and we're there for people of limited means, we're talking about people from the lowest quintile living as long as people from the top quintile in terms of socioeconomic means. That's statistically very significant. And although we were having an effect on men, it wasn't quite as big. But over the period of time, we were able to see that Whiteley has changed people's longevity. And that's really an amazing statistic. So there's lots of questions now about why and what's been happening and how has that been achieved. What we also noticed when the statisticians were doing this piece of work was that we had a disproportionate number of centenarians. In fact, up until very recently, we had 11 centenarians in a population of 500 people. So quite remarkable things were happening in the community. And I'm going to go on and talk a little bit more now about how we think this is being achieved. In fact, I'm not going to talk about this. Bob's going to talk about this. Bob is one of our residents in the village, and he is going to tell you his story.
When I worked here in the 60s, I was a gardener. Used to do people getting together, joining up, friendship, doing things together. Whiteley Village is magnificent. that's unique.
Okay, that's just Bob's story. And Bob is one of our residents, as I say, and many of them are like Bob, and they're giving back to their community. So what we know is that Bob has purpose, he has responsibility, he has friends. He's living in an interconnected way across this community. But what we also know is that he feels safe, he feels connected, and he feels proud. And those, when we ask all of our residents, are the top 3 things that seem to make the most difference to people living in a community. And it's the things that most of them will cite as being different from anywhere else they've lived before. They're safe because they know they're going to be living in their own homes and they won't be taken away from them. They're connected because everybody knows everybody else. Sometimes that's a good thing, sometimes it's not. And actually, it's really important that they have an opportunity to feel proud of the village. And many of them are involved in the upkeep of the village, even things behind the scenes like Bob is. Many of them are out gardening, helping other people with their gardens, and making our 225 acres look as beautiful and as special as possible. And it's those spaces, and we've been talking about green spaces as well today, that make it such an important place, and I'm sure has an effect on people as well. But it's not just our space and our lovely homes that are an asset to us. We've got volunteers. They're actually a community asset, a huge community asset. People come in from outside to volunteer, but people who live in the village also volunteer. And between them, they run 23 different clubs and societies. They encourage people to come and be part of those things, from bowling to mahjong to line dancing. They do a lot of things together for the community as volunteers. And that's a really important element of our asset base. We also have families who are connected to our residents, families who don't live with us but come in and spend time in the village and do things with their relatives and the wider community. And we want to do more with them. We think they're a great asset, and we as a trust want to support them more so that they can do more with their relatives and the wider community. We've got a great staff base, and the staff base is quite small. In fact, we have more volunteers than we have staff. We think that works quite well. That's something we want to build more of, because it's not about being able to afford lots more staff for older people. It's about the community generating support for itself. And the final thing I'd say is that it's great to have the opportunity to think about our volunteers in a way that is clearly using their basis of being a resident in the village and what they can do. So I'd like to talk to you about the example of Pam. Now, 2 years ago, we held a community meeting and we said, okay, who's got gifts and talents that they would like to give to this community? And a number of people put their hands up and gave us a whole host of things they'd done in their past, recognising their skills and saying that they would like to do something. This is the story of Pam, who at 85 put her hand up at the community meeting and said, well, I used to be an English teacher, not quite sure how that's going to help really, but happy to help if I can. So we all went away and scratched our heads, but of course it was really easy, wasn't it? We've got staff, many of them who come from abroad and speak English as a second language. Pam, since then, has been giving one-to-one individual English lessons to staff who have increased their ability to do their jobs better. They've grown in confidence. She has felt useful and purposeful with what she's doing, even though it was a skill she had from a long time ago. And of course, the whole community has benefited because our staff have actually been feeling good about what they can do and improved how they interact. So all of that tells us that this working together has a win-win-win effect. And just like the bees, the hive working together produces more. So this was a great experience for us, and Pam's one of our treasures and assets. And I'd like to finish off just by saying that, again, I'd like to go back to the comparison between what's going on here or planning to go on here in Guernsey and what we're already doing but would like to do more of. Firstly, we are small islands in our little worlds, but actually small is great. It means you can do things at pace. You can get on, you haven't got to worry about including lots of people, and actually that gives you a real chance to try something, learn from it, move on, do something else. And that's really important. And I think you also know in a small community who your movers and shakers are. And it's really important to get those people on board right at the start and let them move and shake in their own way without controlling that. Second thing I would go back to is that, again, I've thought that we're very ambitious as communities, and I do think it's important to have ambition, and sometimes it's easy for others to kind of dampen that down and go, well, really, 100, do you really want to live well, maybe 95's okay. 95 would be good, wouldn't it? But, we really need ambition in order to change things, and it's really important that we work together in our communities to achieve ambition and to support the leaders of our communities who have that vision and that ambition and want to take us on a journey. The third thing, of course, around the passports is that's all about inclusion. You don't need a passport to be part of a community. There are no barriers. People are known for who they are, not what it says about them on a piece of paper. So let's use that to build our communities. And then finally, I would just go back to the pillar box situation. I do think that speaks to the heart of the matter. We're not afraid to try things that are different, neither here in Guernsey nor in Whiteley. And I leave that with the thought with you as I finish my talk today. Thank you very much. Oh, one more thing. Sorry, forgotten. Yeah. So if anybody can tell me why this particular tree is the backdrop to my presentation, see me at the bar later and I'll buy you a drink. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Chandra. Feeling connected, feeling safe, and feeling proud. I think we'd all agree those are probably three attributes to be looking for. And it makes me think, could Whiteley Village potentially be a new blue zone? I don't know if Michelle is here and whether he can validate some of that. But I think all those things are fantastic. But what about when poverty plays a role? I mentioned before about a practice I worked at for 7 years in Oldham, which is a very poor and socially deprived part of the United Kingdom, where the health outcomes are really, really poor. And I suspect that those guys don't feel connected, they don't feel safe, they don't feel proud, but they also feel as though, they're just trying to get food on the table and by any means possible. So what about those guys? And so I think poverty is such a critical driver of health outcomes. We need to talk about it. Our next speaker, she's been studying, she's been researching how we democratize human development and use that to create social transformation. So I think this is a much needed talk, and I'm looking forward to hearing Dr. Louise Haag.
Thank you. Thank you for having me today. I'm very privileged to be here, and in particular, I'm happy to talk about the topic I'm going to talk about today, which is basic income, with a bunch of people who's interested in community and in health. And it will be clear why I think those themes are connected. So today, I'm going to talk about why basic income has become a very popular topic now. I'll tell you why it's a very old idea, and I'll talk a little bit about different narratives that we can provide to justify and explain why basic income is important. And I'm in particular going to emphasize a narrative that I think is very compelling at the moment, which is that basic income is a democratic response to the crisis in governance that we face today. And I've heard so many of you speak about that crisis in governance, which I see very much related with the way systems are dysfunctioning today. Food systems, economic systems, social relations, dysfunctioning because of a lack of stable security at the bottom of society, because the lack of mechanisms of inclusion within society that allow us to slow things down and think differently about what we're doing. And what's resonated from one presentation to another is this sense of a need to slow down. But many of you have talked about slowing down at the level of community, the level of the individual taking that, taking permission to do that or choosing to do that in his or her life. What we haven't talked about, but which is very important, is how we slow the systems that we're in down so that we can take those choices and make those choices in our lives. And that's what basic income is all about. What is a basic income? And I'm taking a definition from a network that I'm a member of, I'm proud to be a member of, I have been for 16 years, called Basic Income Network. And we define basic income as a periodic cash payment unconditionally delivered to all on an individual basis without means test or work requirement. And of course, you can recognize from this description that that is rather different from the way in which we pay out anti-poverty grants today, which is all based on behavior conditionality, proving that you're willing to work, proving that you're looking for a job, and you to have the right attitude and so on. And of course, it's means tested, so that we think about giving people security only when it's too late, when people have failed in the system. And what basic income is all about is generating an adjustment mechanism within society, within the economy, so that individuals can take control of their lives, their developmental trajectories, and adjust when they need to, not when it's too late and the state gives you a handout. So a basic income is a lifelong and permanent subsistence grant or more, but at least a subsistence grant for everyone, no matter your income, no matter your status, no matter your gender. Usually we think that you might qualify in terms of residence in a place for a certain amount of time, but no other qualification. And the idea is to give everyone a sense of financial stability and economic security as a foundation for making choices in your lives. In 2016, the basic income idea became very popular, and I expect a lot of you, how many of you know what a basic income is? Not that many, okay, maybe about 20%. Anyway, it has become a very popular political idea, whereas before 2016 it was a philosophical idea entertained by economists and philosophers in academic circles. And it became popular through, or well known, through a referendum that was held in Switzerland for or against a basic income, which was lost, but we still think that actually it was a success for the basic income movement, because 23% of those who voted actually thought that such a crazy thing was something that they would be willing to support. We also think that possibly the reason why basic income was not voted for in Switzerland at the time was that it was set at a very high level, 2,250 euros per month, is somewhat above subsistence level, and that possibly scared people off. We have experiments going on with basic income, or versions of basic income, I should say, in several places around the world. Finland has started a basic income experiment. They call it, it's a version of basic income. In January this year, they're going to run it for 2 years. And what that is a subsistence grant without conditionality. So basically what they've decided to do is take a bunch of people, lift the conditionalities, and see what happens. Whether those people feel motivated, whether those people have better health outcomes. And what that represents, for those of us who are interested in basic income, is a recognition at a political level that something is dysfunctioning in the way in which we are supporting people in society today. So we think that's very important. There's been some research done. There was a data that looked at I think 10,000 people across Europe, 64% of which said they would support a basic income and they would still work if they got a basic income tomorrow. Of course, that's not exactly a scientific results in the sense that that's just what people said they intended and how they felt about a basic income. But the question is, how should we think about a basic income? How should we make it or understand it as something that is a natural outgrowth of things we're already doing? Is basic income really such a radical idea? Should we think about it as simply a way to save capitalism? Or should we think about it instead as something that we already recognize to be important, but we just haven't undertaken so far? It's important to understand basic income is not a new idea. And I want to talk just about two persons that you may have heard about. Certainly the first one, Thomas Paine, the English activist and philosopher. And he advocated for something like a basic income. And his argument in the 1790s was that basic income or something like it was necessary as a form of compensation for access to common property. So as property was being taken over privately and the commons was being colonized, it was just cause to give everyone some alternative security as compensation. Hollenberg, he was a Danish painter who wrote in the 1930s, and he thought of basic income as a humanist way of changing society from within. He was also very much into alternative education, the folk school movement it is very strong in the Nordic countries. And he saw basic income as a way of allowing communities to grow in a different way, allowing time to be dedicated to education and community living and the social good. And he also saw it as a form of radical self-governance at the local level. And lastly, he saw a basic income as a means for everyone to enjoy the fruits of what he called the technological inheritance. So already in the 1930s, he believed it was possible to live with the available technology at the time in a different way. Now, in many ways, I think these arguments for compensation, basic income as a sort of compensation, or basic income as a simplification, enjoying what's already there, they don't go far enough. And actually, we need to think about basic income as something more than that, as a way to change the way we govern our societies today. The basic income movement has been in existence for several hundred years, if you go back to Paine, but in a contemporary sense, there's been a bunch of activists going around the globe arguing for basic income since the 1970s, and some of those activists are actually very prominent Nobel Prize winners who have been interested in versions of the idea, including Milton Friedman, who is better known for being an advocate of a form of neoliberal economics. He advocated for something he called a negative income tax, the NIT, and his case for the negative income tax, which essentially involved allowing people to keep the tax allowance that everyone gets as a form of income, and thereby have some sort of financial security. His argument was essentially a humanist one. He argued that the basic income was necessary to stabilize the economic unit within the economy and allow the individual to be independent and dignified, because without that independence and dignity, actually the big marketplace that he was an advocate of doesn't work. So even someone with whom I don't necessarily agree in terms of his economics acknowledged the need to stabilize the fundamental unit of the economy, which is the human being. Also in Europe in the 1970s, there were debates about basic income in the Nordic countries where I'm from. It was thought about as a way of allowing more sabbatical time within a person's working life. Take time out when you need to. Self-adjust when you need to within the economy without having to ask, as some other people were saying, permission to do that. A basic income allows self-governance. And so this was a prominent idea in the 1970s. The Basic Income Earth Network that I'm a member of and currently I chair was formed in 1986 amongst a bunch of academics and activists and policymakers. And last year we became a legal charity in Brussels. This year we've moved to London. And the Basic Income Earth Network has essentially been a platform for debate since then about different versions and reasons for basic income, long before it became this political, topical point of public policy alternative that exists today. And if you look at the series of arguments that have been made for basic income, they've moved over time in a way which I think shows how we need to change the argument. So in the 1990s, early 2000s, it was all about ending poverty, how to make anti-poverty grants more stable. Then it became about precarious labor, the labor market generating 0 hours jobs, generating precariousness, needed to be somehow filled with some sort of glue at the bottom to enable this flexibility to be a little bit more secure. And then finally, now we see the argument that basic income is a necessary response to automation because there will be an end of work. Again, I think those arguments are not really radical enough, and we need to understand there's something much more fundamental at stake in terms of how we govern the systems that we already have and how we make those systems less of a source of stress and how we enable people to spend their time differently. So why basic income? Not because it's a radical alternative, because I don't think it is. I think it's a natural outgrowth of things we're already doing. We just need to do them a little bit differently. Nor business as usual, because we're not trying to save capitalism in its current form, because it's not working, but really as a chance to pause and think about why we are paying anti-poverty grants in the way that we are by seeking to control how people behave or what jobs they take or how many hours they work exactly and so on, which frankly is pretty inconsistent because we only use the state to do that when people are in a crisis. We don't do that when they're functioning well. Why would we seek to control people when they are in most need of our help? So just a few facts about basic income, which I think is important that people understand. Basic income is not about stopping work or separating income from work entirely. It just means allowing people, as the logo of Bien suggests, to have something shared in common that is safe and permanent and secure, and that allows people to make more autonomous choices. And on that basis, lifestyles may differ and what people earn from work may differ, although we could also have a discussion about distribution. But basic income does not require a massive redistribution. It just requires that we agree we all deserve something unconditionally in terms of a basic income. In the same way that we have already made a commitment to other universal services that we don't ask anyone to perform in a particular way to access. So we've already made a commitment to universal health in most European countries. We've already made a commitment to universal schooling. And we don't ask families to perform in a certain way. We don't ask people to live healthily, in particular, to access healthcare. So why would we ask people to behave in a particular way to enjoy basic subsistence? It's inconsistent, and it's something we need to change. What basic income is about independence. So it's about giving people the tool to become self-governing individuals. And I have here a word that I've tried to translate from the Danish language, because in Denmark we have two words for independence. One word signifies non-dependence, being an autonomous individual and not depending on anything. And the other word for independence means to stand in yourself, to be centered in yourself. And that is that's the kind of independence that basic income can allow people to enjoy, that they can become self-standing in themselves, govern themselves without having to think about why they're doing what they're doing to serve some other purpose external to their own lives and to the rhythm of their lives. So basic income is not about business as usual or being able to transact in the market the way we're doing currently. It's actually about slowing down. There's a famous economist called Rob Kahneman who wrote a book you may all know about, I don't know, where he distinguished between slow thinking and fast thinking. And slow thinking is the thinking that you are only able to do when you slow down. And he did some great experiments in which he showed that people, when they have to think about a difficult problem, or they have to think very logically about something, or they have to deliberate in their mind, they physically slow down. And you cannot do that when you're moving too fast. You cannot do that when you've got too many tasks that you're preoccupied with. So you physically slow down. He called it System 2. System 1 is fast thinking. Fast thinking is when you're moving about and you're having to do things very quickly, and you are externally motivated somehow by necessity to do certain things. But the key point of his work is that you're less productive when you're in thinking 1 mode. You're more productive, paradoxically, when you slow down, right? And in one of his books about slow thinking, fast thinking, he said, well, the next step in our research is to figure out how does this connect with governance? How does this connect with society and institutions, and how we design our institutions? And basic income is the way it connects, to my mind. When we changed the fundamental basis of the institutions in society so that individuals can control the rhythm of their lives, can change the social relations in their lives by not having to depend on other people for negative reasons, then deliberation, social relations can change. And that is the main, I think, humanistic argument for basic income that we need to make. It's not about changing the system entirely. It's simply about governing what we already have in a slightly different way. And I've written about that quite extensively. I argue that the democratic case for basic income is not actually about poverty, because we're not just going to give basic income to the poor, right? We're going to give a basic income to everyone. It's about security. Because even if you have money and you've got a great job, if you don't have a basic income, then you have to worry about becoming poor. So you are poor because you are still insecure in your job, in your secure job, right? So basic income is not about poverty. It's about equal standing, and it's about security. It's about what I call developmental freedom, which is a precondition for the freedom we know better in common discourse, which is transactional freedom, freedom to choose, freedom to exit, freedom to move. Developmental freedom, the freedom to do things your own rhythm, is a precondition for that other freedom that basic income is a part of recognizing. And as I said before, basic income is not radical, because in many ways it's simply a return to a commitment we already made. A commitment which in the last 30 years we have reneged upon, because we increasingly have started to govern access to basic security through sanctions. I was going to talk today about the sanctions regime. I haven't had time, but let me tell you that since 2001, the rate of sanctioning of people on basic income support in the United Kingdom has gone up by over 250%. So that now 24% of people who have received the job seekers allowance in the United Kingdom between 2010 and 2016, 24%, 1 in 4 of those people have received a sanction. What is a sanction? A sanction is money being taken away from you so that you will experience financial hardship because you haven't done something that you were required to do. So you haven't attended a job interview, you haven't taken a job that you were offered, you haven't taken an opportunity that you were given, which in some cases can be a 0-hour contract job. And the state then poses a financial hardship on you, because the idea is then you will be more motivated to take that, to behave in designated ways. And as I said before, the idea that you would sanction someone or impose financial hardship on someone to motivate them to do something is completely out of step with what we do when we provide healthcare, with what we do when we provide education, which is to seek to constitute human development and motivation. So the thought that we are conditioning basic subsistence in the realm of income on people behaving in very particular ways, micromanaging the way that people behave, is completely counterintuitive. So for me, the most important reason to have a basic income is that we learn to govern ourselves in the way that we already committed to in the post-war period, when we set up the National Health Service, when we set up and made universal commitments to human development. And I've run out of time, but that's the case I wanted to make today. Thank you.
A really thought-provoking talk, that, for me. I imagine there will be quite a difference of opinion in the room on, whether people think that is a good idea or not. I certainly am questioning my viewpoint. And my viewpoint on this, actually, again, I go back to this practice in Oldham because that had a very significant impact on me and my development as a doctor, because I knew what I thought in principle, and then I went into the real life of people living in poverty, people who were having sanctions imposed upon them because they'd not attended or they'd slept in, and then they were trying to get me to backdate a sick notes to try and then justify, and you've got this whole mess of a system which everyone's trying to play in order to get a good outcome. And so I very much resonate with what you said at the end, imposing financial hardship on people to try and motivate them. I don't think it's working very well at all. So thank you for that. I actually want to talk to you more about that afterwards. The next speaker is someone who is involved in the coaching world. So we heard before, didn't we, about coaching and how do we get people in this toxic environment in which we now live to actually change their behaviors? Well, doctors are expensive, and James so eloquently before was saying how it's much cheaper and arguably more effective to utilize a health coach. So the next speaker actually is an innovator. He's involved with a coaching organization. He deals with corporate companies, but he's also been involved, I believe, his organization in training over 100 coaches right here on the island. So I look forward to hearing this. Mr. Darren Robson.
Not all coaches are cheap. So we've been talking a lot about the blue zone, so I'm going to take you to the pink zone. Forgive me, but I had no slides as of 8:30 last night, because I don't usually use slides, and I need to get the clicker. And Mark said to me, no, you can't use your flip chart that you usually use, Darren. You need to do some slides. So we've produced these slides overnight, and the we is really important, actually, because everything that I do is a we. Everything that I'm involved in involves lots of other people who contribute to those organisations. And the secret sauce, I think, of most of the things that I'm involved with is that there's a real story that sits behind it, and that story is a very transparent story, and it's a very genuine story. We've heard a little bit today about poverty. I'm a kid who grew up in poverty, and I'm not one of those people that sells his story, so I only speak very infrequently. This is the second time I've spoken in a year. But I did, when I started the Mo Foundation, I did tell the story, and one of the opportunities I got was to come here and tell that story in front of a whole bunch of people similar to yourself at the first ever TEDx, and Mark invited me over, and at the end of that TEDx I just turned around and said, look, if you would like me to bring the Mo coaching course to Guernsey, I would love to do that. And of course a whole bunch of people said, we'd love you to do that, and now we've got this thriving, fabulous community of people here in Guernsey, and I hear that people are always talking about, have you been mowed? So I'm really intrigued about that, and it's fascinating for me as somebody who's, in all honesty, I'm blown away every time that I come to Guernsey or I go to any one of our communities, and I go and see the things that we're doing in the world. It just blows me away, and I feel extremely privileged to have done that. But the backstory, if you want to quickly hear the backstory, is that, I did grow up on a council estate. So when we talk about poverty, I actually know what it means to live in poverty. I know what it means to know that you haven't got enough money coming in this week. I know what it means that on a Saturday you eat everything that comes into the house, because by Monday there's not going to be enough food in the house. I know what it feels like when your mother dies to hear the council tell you that you're not going to have your council house because you've got no one who's got the right to buy, and you have to threaten them to take them to court. And I've seen how the system hurts people like me, people like my family who were supposed to be victims, who were supposed to be part of the poverty, the poverty mindset and the poverty community, and that we were people that, we don't deserve it, we're not people that want to work hard. So that was part of the growing up that I had at that time. But the wonderful thing about my life was that I had a lot of love. And so what we've tried to do is we've tried to hack poverty. And what I can tell you honestly is when I set out on the Mo Foundation journey, I actually thought I was trying to defeat poverty mindset in kids like me. I thought I was trying to help kids just like me, kids that are grown up in fairly difficult circumstances, and there are millions, if not billions actually, of them around the world. And actually what you start to realise is that poverty mindset is insipid. It's everywhere, and actually we want to support people overcome that poverty mindset. So I just want to say one quick thing. I do love coming here. I love what this community is building. Whenever I'm flying into Guernsey, I get extremely excited because I never know where the conversations are going to go, and I never know what we're going to be asked to do next. And I just think it's so fabulous to see a community like this growing these great opportunities. I mean, we're working with the job centres, and we're helping young people get jobs. We're working with the prison service. We're working with the social security. We wouldn't get that opportunity to do that if we weren't here at Guernsey. So I just want to say a huge thanks and a congratulations to all of you. It's interesting when you when you start thinking about what sits at the very essence, and I've hacked this from Mark. I think he hacked it from somewhere else, and it went out on a blog, and he told me it's gone viral all over the world. So I didn't know this word. I didn't know anything about ikigai. I personally just found a sense of purpose, and I'll explain that in a second. Where that came through for me. But I think that this is quite an interesting model, because I think quite a lot of what we do as coaches is we listen to people. I was on a call with someone just last night, and I sent him a bunch of notes after listening to him for about 20 minutes, and he was just in flow state, and I just wrote everything that he'd said to me, and he just said, "You've just captured amazing notes." And I just dropped him an email back and said, "All I've done is listen to you." I think in life, often we don't feel that we're listened to, and part of what our coaching program does is that it kind of helps you to listen to yourself. It helps you to clear up that internal voice. And if any of you are asking what that internal voice is, it is that one that's just going on. The really interesting thing, so when I came here and sat here last night and looked and saw this was all about health coaching, I found it really, really fascinating. Firstly, because I've been working with a personal trainer for the last 18 months, and he keeps saying to me, you've got to sort your diet out. And then I come here, and I see a whole bunch of health coaches, and I'm like, oh, for God's sake. And then the other thing that's been really fascinating for me, and I need to get some coaching on this, is when I knew I was coming to, to this, and I saw it was about reaching this wonderful, become a centurion, in 6 weeks or 4 weeks or whatever. I love that. But I was so fascinated with that, because the number that's in my head is 80. And I need to kind of sort out my thinking, because it's like, I need to get beyond this. Because, for me, I want to thrive and I want to enjoy life. The thought of getting to 100 and not thriving just doesn't float for me. So I've got to sort that out. But I thought that was quite funny, and I wondered if anyone else had that sort of visceral feeling. I just wanted to say a couple of things about these two people, because these are two people who didn't make it to 100, and they had massive impact on my life. So the first person is my mother. So unfortunately, July the 10th, 2000, I got a phone call that changed my life forever. And it basically said, Darren, you've got to come home. And I'm like, I don't want to come home. Long story short, I turned up, and my mum, at 52 years of age, she'd choked to death. And she'd had an epileptic fit, and she'd choked to death. And I was the eldest of 4 children. And that is where Mo Foundation was born, because at her funeral, my brothers and sister and I said, one day we're going to set up a charity that helps kids like us. And we made a promise. We made an absolute commitment that we were going to do something in our mother's memory. And we've lived through that, and we're actually delivering on that. So when you ask me, what does purpose really mean? For me, purpose means that I remember that promise I've made to my mother. So when it gets hard, because it always gets hard, I've always got something that's going to get me to get back up. So, if any of you've had a difficult start in life, or something that's challenged you, try and use that as a way to have a positive impact in the world. And then the other person is somebody who's just unfortunately died of dementia at 76 years of age. His name is Sir John Whitmore. He is the founder of coaching, and he was like a father to me for the last 12 years. And he recently passed away just 7 weeks ago. And so I've been through that process with him, watching what happens and how you get treated through that. It's not always great. Purpose for me, this is the Association for Coaching. Purpose is not something you hide, it's something that you make explicit. This is our brand new website that no one else has seen yet. We're just literally cutting over today. Last time I was talking here, I was able to announce that Mo had just become a charity, and then the new AC platform is getting launched. It will be on the 5th, but that's what's coming. So purpose is something you should be sharing with people, because that story will compel people. So, one of the things I want to engage within you is don't hide your voice. Share your voice with people, because it will compel people. Mo Foundation, as I've shared, it's all about us trying to defeat the poverty mindset. It's about how we inspire, the current and the future generations, and how we give them practical skills and practical tools that can help them to change their lives, change their families' lives, and then hopefully start to impact on community. But it starts with them as the individual. So look, this is who I am now. So I'm at 16 years of age, I left school with no qualifications. So I had no academic qualifications. I had a D, was the best grade I had, and then E, Fs, and Gs. Long story short, I'm not a doctor, although I've got DR in my name, so I'm feeling quite good. But I have got a first class honours. I've got a master's and all that good stuff. And that's not important. But what it did was it taught me that I could learn. And now, I'm very privileged to be in a leadership role in 4 really, really fantastic organisations. The Association for Coaching, we're in 55, 60 countries. We've got 18,000 coaches across the world, all out there trying to make a difference. And it's been so inspiring for me to sit here and listen, because I'm just going, health is a really big thing. We're not really doing much in that. How can we help doctors? How can we support? Because for me, everything that I do is about being the invisible hand. It's about how do I enable you to live the life you want to live? How do I support you? How do our organisations support you? Darren Robson is how I've earned a living, because I've never been paid. In 15 years, I've never been paid in the Association for Coaching, and I pay everyone else. Myself, Catherine and Alex, the 3 founders, the people who run the organisation, we've never been paid, which is incredible, ridiculous. The Darren Robson was where I got paid. I did get paid in the corporate world. And then the thing that I truly love is this Mo Foundation, which was a promise to my mother, and which is about helping people just like yourselves. And then earlier last year, we launched something called the Movement Conference. So what we're doing now with Mo Foundation is we're building a platform for other people to share their voice. We've got young people from Guernsey that have come and shared their story, one of which has ended up on Sky TV being interviewed. So we're trying to hack people's lives, give them these amazing experiences. And then about 2 years ago, I had a really serious car accident, and I woke up and I was different. I was out cold for 7 or 8 minutes. It was in Budapest. And so I don't know why, but something was slightly different. But one of the things, as I started to reflect and I couldn't work for a period, was I want to get into technology and I want to get into data science. And, you know, I'm very proud that as of next Wednesday, I'm going to become the managing director of a company called Profusion. And the reason I'm doing that is because it's data science. Because I can see that if we can start to gather in all this data, if we can use technology and we can use clever algorithms, we can actually start to not just analyze what's going wrong in the world, we can start to predict it. And I get extremely excited about how we can kind of create those solutions. So the combination of data, technology, and coaching, I think, is an extremely powerful force. And, you know, William and other people here have got so much data and they don't know what to do with it. I want to find a way to support people to do that. And for me, that's about purposeful entrepreneurship. That's not about making money. It's about trying to make a difference in the world. The real, you know, the thing that I'm most proud of is this. So I have got all these fancy titles and everything else, and a few years ago that was really impressive. But now if you look at my emails, there's no titles, and there's a tiny D, because that is who I am, genuinely. You know, life has taught me that you've got to be humble. You know, the best leaders I've ever met in my life, they're just so humble. And for me, my favourite thing is my children. And it's the thing that inspires me. It's the thing that makes me look at it and go, one day my children's children, yes, I will be alive for that, you know, might sit and ask me, you know, what did you do at this time? And I want to be able to say to them, I've tried to do something that's positive to support your life, because I'm worried about what we're pushing on to the next generations. But I'm an extreme optimist. We've heard this trend all the way through. You know, there is a real link between purpose, coaching, and community. And what we've been able to do in Mo Foundation is hack that and use that sense of purpose, build a sense of coaching and a coaching community. And that community are just creating so many different projects and so many different initiatives all over the world. Now within Mo Foundation, we've got nearly 500 coaches, and they're all over the world, and they're doing amazing things. They're not just doing one thing. And for us, it wasn't about creating a coaching community. What we wanted to do was give people transferable life skills, and it's just so powerful. I think there's a huge opportunity. Just simple stats, you know, we've got a lot of doctors in the house and you love your stats and facts. I'm not a big stats and facts guy, I'll leave the data scientists to do that. But this just blows me away. You know, I estimate there's about 250,000 coaches. I know by looking at the other bodies there's about 120, but actually I think there's other people. There's a massive gap here, there's a huge opportunity. For me, something that inspires me is that thought that every child gets the opportunity to learn about themselves, to build their own self-awareness, their self-esteem, and to kind of learn that sort of coaching philosophy, because I think it will just build confidence in this world, and I think we'll have a better, more conscious world because of it. That's what sort of inspires me and gets me up and out of bed. We've got a ridiculous model within Mo Foundation. It's ridiculous. You know, we gift, you gain, we all give and grow together. So, you know, we've got a £2,500 coaching course and we gift it away. It's a ridiculous model, okay? I was able to do it, but the great thing about it is it's self-perpetuating now, and it runs, and for the last 5 years it's broken even, which is just ridiculous. If you imagine there's two doors, one door says I can afford to contribute, one door says I can't afford to contribute, and you walk through either one of those and you get the same service. It's amazing the positive impact of that. But I think that, you know, as it says here, it's about, you know, helping people to empower themselves. We don't tell them how to live their lives, we give them the skill sets. John Whitmore taught me all about this. We've got to look at whole systems thinking. So the thing that has been fascinating for me to think about today, because I've never really thought about it, even though my PT's always given me a hard time, is about food and how I use food and how we use food for mental and physical well-being. So there's an opportunity for me to learn, having come here and listened to this, is that there's a whole gap that I'm not thinking about. You know, I focus quite a lot of my time on mindset and just hacking people's lives, getting them to do things they wouldn't ordinarily do. And what happens when you do that, you get them to shift their whole focus. You get them to shift their whole sense of what they can achieve in the world. And that's what we do with everyone that we work with. At the core of the organisation is this, you know, is without doubt, you know, hope, optimism, confidence and beauty. And we recently did a piece of work where we asked people, what do you think of Mo Foundation? And a whole bunch of people said to us, at the centre of it, it feels like a mother's love. I can't tell you, you can hear it in my voice, how proud I am when I hear that. You know, that's purpose for me. Just some quick stats and facts. You know, we have gifted over 1.3 million already. We've got over 500 coaches. The next bounce for us is how do we support 1 million people? And then, you know, in my lifetime, how do we positively support 1 billion people? Now, we can't do it in the way that we're doing it. So we're now looking at, we've got a way to teach people coaching skills in Africa and India and all these other places where they keep asking us, can you help us? And we're just going to find a way to support them. Community, this is what we live for. Anyone who comes on the coaching course, you'll know this moment when you get your wonderful blue certificate, and everyone loves getting their certificate. What's really fascinating is quite a lot of the people that come through our coaching course, they've never ever achieved, they've never got a certificate in their life. They've often never got through qualification school or anything else, and so you get tears, you get the emotion, but then what you get is you get the positive bounce of them changing their lives and moving it forwards, which is just incredible. And here's a bunch, you might recognise some of those faces, so I thought I'd leave that one to last. And this is the movement conference. This is where we're starting to now give people a platform to share their voice. I think this is what we do, so I'm just going to very quickly. This is where we are today. A lot of people have dreams, they want to live a purposeful life, but what we do is we walk towards the river of fear, and we walk to that river and we go, I can't do it, and you back away. Well, you walk towards it, you go, I can't do it, you back away. And what Mo does, and it's you doing it, but what we do is we give people the tools to actually help them build their own bridge from where we are today to where they truly want to get to. And it starts with one small step at a time. It's not about eating the whole elephant in one go. The key of coaching, I've heard it quite a lot today, is the first step is awareness. What we do is we raise people's sense of their personal awareness. We get them to start listening to themselves, thinking about what can I do in the world? What could I truly achieve if I really believed in myself? And then we start getting them to think about, how do I take personal responsibility? How do I actually take that first step? And then we go and say, what's your choice? How can we support you? And we provide support and help to people to do that. And the great thing is we don't even consciously do that anymore. The community does it itself. So it's completely self-orchestrating now, especially in a community like this, which is incredible. Blows me away. It's so amazing. Some of the basics of coaching, just to kind of give you some top tips. The grower model I love. So John Whitmore talked about the grow model all those years ago. It's about getting people to just focus on what can I do, and what's my reality, and what are my options, and then what will I actually do. And when I do it, how energized will I feel? And then how do I get rewarded for doing that? Because if we reward people for doing the positive things in life, guess what? We move towards it. So we've got to find a way to get this out into education and schools. We've got to get it into prisons so that we stop this, the rotating doors, I think they call it, where you go out of prison, you come back in prison, you go out of prison, you come back in prison. And coaching, we're starting to see coaching stopping people doing that. The great thing about Guernsey prison, I think, is about 50% capacity, which is a brilliant story, very positive. And what we need to do is take that into other communities. Last few slides for me. Something that I've observed, listening to lots of people, I've been coaching chief executives and entrepreneurs for the last 7 years. I'm not doing so much of that anymore. But one of the things that I've noticed is the best leaders, the best people that I get to meet have a level of humility. It's not about them. There's something that's running behind the scenes that is much deeper, and their ego is in check. They have a strong focus on ethics, and they have a strong focus on values. There's a deeper sense of, this is the way I'm going to be, irrespective of what people see or hear. They have a focus on excellence. Everything they do, they aspire to make it the best they can possibly do, and they keep trying to raise the bar to improve it. And then ultimately, it's about them creating a voice for themselves. And if I can offer Mo Foundation to support any of you as doctors, as practitioners of anything, we would love to offer the Mo Foundation coaching course to support you. There's so much more that we have to do in the world. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Darren. Yeah, I think a lot of people may be taking you up on that offer a bit later on. We're now on to the final fireside chat, so it's time for a break. I think that means we're sort of 3/4 of the way through, so we're 4/5, are we? So we're age 80 on our journey to 100. That's where we've got to so far, 20 more years to go. So I think, are you two in the fireside chats? Oh, Jot's got a couple of words to mention.
Just a couple of words, housekeeping, while we got some of you in the room. After party this evening. If you're coming to the after party, can you please be in the restaurant here?
barriers to people to find out about functional medicine. So up until we came along, the only really way to find out about it was to go to a conference where you had to spend a lot of money. We've now put hundreds of hours of content online for free, and Darren's offer to help create an army of coaches is really something that I think is going to be transformative. For the next fireside chat, I'd like to welcome two people. The first is Rob Verkerk. He's one of the founders and the leaders of the Alliance for Natural Health, which is a serious organization both here in Europe and in America. So Rob, you want to come up and join us? And also also here, one of the cool things about this conference is that there's going to be ripple effects. I can feel them happening already, but I'm not sure if any of you are familiar with docu-series style content that was in the health world. There's been things like The Truth About Cancer and so forth. Another person that's joining us, there's actually a couple of docu-series happening right now, but one that Jason's making called The Human Longevity Project, and Jason is going to the blue zones and other areas all around the world and has brought his camera crew to this conference. So that's coming out early next year, and there's going to be a bunch of content that came from this weekend. So please welcome Jason Prohl. So Jason, I want to start with you. We started today with Michelle talking about the blue zones, and you've actually been to them and see what's going on now. And I'd love for you to just sort of give the audience an update on you've been in the nutrition world, you've been a nutritionist, you've taught people how to eat and what to eat. What have you seen in the blue zones that surprised you?
Yeah, I think we've been to so far Okinawa and Nicoya, Costa Rica, and some of the things that we found in the blue zones is they're changing. That when you look at a blue zone, we're looking at what happened in the last 90, 100 years. So as things have progressed and as we see modern society impact these blue zones, we're starting to see some of the negative consequences, particularly coming from the U.S. culture. We have things like McDonald's and Starbucks showing up in Okinawa. And, this is having sort of a negative impact. And they actually have a term for this. They call it hamburger syndrome. So they're kind of aware that this is going on. They don't really like it per se. And there's actually more derogatory T-shirts that they're making, F Starbucks, these type of things. So they really don't like it, but it's becoming a part of their society. So some of these things are changing, and so they really have to look at what's really impacting these blue zones, and are they going to be blue zones in 30 years?
So you can see that the areas that potentially have already got it right are moving in the wrong direction. Hopefully Guernsey moving in the right direction. Maybe you could just give the audience your feedback on what you've seen so far here today.
I mean, it's been amazing so far. I think the themes that go beyond some of the basic aspects of health that we've seen in the blue zones, things like purpose, community, the focus on health in a broad perspective. Purpose is one of these fascinating things that we found in the blue zones. We asked somebody, a 94-year-old lady in Loma Linda, which technically isn't a blue zone, but it's a healthy area in the States. And I said, you're 94, your kids are out of the house, you don't really have a strong community of your friends that you had when you were younger. What keeps you going? And she said, well, I've got to learn this song for the violin class on Wednesday. And for me, that was super profound, right? Because we think of purpose as something that's got to be this big goal, this big thing that we have to find in our life, right? And what we find again and again is that purpose can be something so small but so meaningful. And things like music, obviously a very, very healthy thing to practice, especially for the brain. And another lady, 97 years old in Okinawa, she was climbing her orange trees at 95 before her kids told her to stop climbing the orange trees to pick the oranges because you might get hurt. And she said, I'm fine. She's living independently, and her purpose is to take care of her garden all around. So purpose is such a big thing, but it can be so small. It doesn't have to be this massive thing that we have to focus on.
Absolutely. One thing, Rob, that's been clear with your organization has been the purpose of the Alliance for Natural Health and what you've been doing. You've been doing this for more than 30 years. How aligned is what you've heard today with what you've been working for that long?
It really is fully aligned. I mean, my story is really from the agricultural side into the health side and then backwards and forwards. And, You know, one of the things we've heard today is community, community, community. There's not many people here, even though there are several doctors in the house, no one's repaired this man's sore throat. So, Rangan, that's been upsetting me all day. But no one is saying it's technology, 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 other than the technology that helps mediate communication.
Yeah.
We're not looking for silver bullets anymore. And one of the processes that has occurred through this kind of myopic process that has got us this far is compartmentalizing information. And whether we now look, we've done a lot of work with traditional systems of medicine. So when I go to India or go to China, everyone there is saying, why are you breaking up our system? So, you know, in Ayurveda, they're pretty upset that panchakarma has been put into, you know, fancy fitness centers and yoga into with something that personal trainers are doing, and herbal medicine is a discrete thing, and you can't talk about food being a medicine. The whole system exists together. And the sooner that we understand that the human body is just another part of an ecological environment, hats off to what Mike was saying. You know, we've got to understand that this system is replicated many times elsewhere. Being someone that's passionate about nature isn't about being a Luddite. You know, the view that governments like to put forward that GDP is tied up into creating industries that are involved in innovative breakthrough technologies in healthcare.
Yeah.
And yet here we hear, and this is certainly our view, that actually most of the answers are known. So we have really become, we've replaced, if you like, religion with science, but we look at the wrong parts of the science. When we look at the right parts of the science, whether we see a blue zone community or we see blue zone individuals living in pretty diverse communities, those people have a knowledge base that allows them to make certain selections. And this is really what's fantastic about today. It isn't necessarily medicine that's going to resolve those problems. It is information, communication, coaching that allows people to make sound decisions. And you know, one of the things that hasn't been mentioned is the media. The reality is that if you try and develop a perspective on what is going on in the world and you are reliant only on what you see on television, except when Rangan's on, and what you read in the newspapers, you're going to have such a distorted view of the world outside there. And so the subculture that's developed through the internet, one of our concerns obviously is how that becomes regulated potentially. But the solutions are there. We just need to find them, and we need examples within isolated communities, but also within much wider communities who are really not the averages. We are all outliers, and let's just have more outliers out there.
So what I hear you saying is that if the Guernsey Free Press gives a bad review for today, you should burn them down. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, or just start demonstrating. Yeah.
You know, I want to talk a little bit about complexity and simplicity because, you know, Jason, we were having an amazing conversation the other day at dinner with Michelle, and you were talking about, you know, so you've been a clinician and going in and looking what you referred to as the black box of the human body and trying to work out what's going on. And I think what we're starting to see is the human body is so infinitely complex that reductionism just doesn't do justice to come out these with the solutions, and yet the solutions to these complex problems are actually very simple. And I'd love for you to share some of those thought processes, because Rob and I just did an interview for the upcoming Genetics Summit, and a lot of the things that we're talking about, the interconnection of genes and the environment, is very complex. But I think you shared something that I think the community would love to hear about, the simplicity of solutions to complex problems.
Yeah, about 5 years ago, I switched from my engineering career to functional health. And so I'm not a licensed physician, but I still can practice this functional model of health. And the more I started learning about the biochemistry, the microbiome, mitochondria, how the brain functions, the nervous system, for every question that I answered, I got 10 new questions. And for every time I answered those, I got 10 more. And so what that taught me was that the body is infinitely complex. The deeper I look, the more complex it's going to get. Now, we can find answers in that, and that's beneficial. But if we get stuck in that model, we are going to get stuck in the black box. And what I learned was that if I just trust that this is doing what it's supposed to do, it knows how to do it. If I learn to trust that, then it took me back to my engineering days as a sort of mechanical manufacturing quality control engineer. And when we would get poor product on the back end of a process. My job was to go figure out what happened in that process. And so you go through the assembly line or the whole production process, figure out what went wrong, right? You're using statistics, a very complex process. And I learned a very hard lesson in my early days after doing a lot of analysis on a process. And I couldn't figure out what the heck was causing this poor product. And then the last thing I checked was the input. The raw material that came into the plant before all the process happened. And that taught me, and I triggered my memory back to health. And I said, well, wait, let's just trust this black box knows what it's doing. And let's fix the inputs to this black box. Let's fix relationships. Let's fix traumas. Let's fix our environment. And if you start doing that, you start to see amazing results out of this black box. And Sachin hit on this, and Rangan chatted about this with the complexities of the diseases that he's working with. And it's very, very complex when you get in that level. If you don't address the inputs as well, then it's very difficult to get the output. So, focusing on the inputs is really, really simple. It's so simple. Good sleep, good connections, reducing trauma, reducing stress, calming down, slowing down. These are the things that are going to change the way we get to 100 eventually, because it will happen. And so focus your efforts there, and you're going to see enormous change on the outside.
Absolutely. Rob, I wanted to follow on from that. It seems like there's these sort of two converging forces that are happening simultaneously. There's the sort of command and conquer, supplements aren't available now, the big brother is sort of taking over. And on the other side, you have sort of, I think a lot of what we've covered today, just sort of communities not asking permission, doing the right thing, and sort of independently creating the more beautiful world our hearts know is possible, to quote Charles Eisenstein. Who's going to win?
Well, I think one of the underlying processes that has gone in society, that's why I think we've seen people like Donald Trump be elected in, is trust. So we see that there's a lack of trust in corporations, there's a lack of trust in governments, there's also a lack of trust in doctors. And as many people are beginning to see, that lack of trust actually brings new opportunities. One of the reasons that I think that we keep hearing the C word, the community word, is that actually what we mean with a group of people that we're close to is we trust you.
Yeah.
When we accept that globalization has happened and industrialization has happened, there are a number of things that because they're so complex, we can't control. So we talked about this the other day, we look at the escalating exposure that we have to environmental chemicals. In the last 10 years, we've seen 75% of all the inclusions to the CAS registry that gives a number for every single compound that's been produced. These are industrial chemicals, many of which end up in the air and the water. If we look at our food supply, there are plans afoot that the world gets divvied up into different regions where you can't really run local food projects if you want to do what governments want to do. So you have to let your tomatoes come from Spain, your cucumbers and peppers from Holland. When that process happens, you lose control, you lose trust. Most people got some idea of whether a food is grown in soil or not, but actually most people don't realize that nearly all the salad vegetables they're consuming are hydroponically grown. They've never seen a grain of soil. There is no rhizosphere around those roots. The reason why they taste so watery is because they are not nutrient dense. They're missing a whole pile of different compounds in them. They also don't necessarily understand very much because it's all hidden from us by the companies. What happens from the time a plant is harvested till it arrives in your home. They're also not necessarily taught that the process of leaving it in your fridge or cooking your food in a particular way will damage the food. I recently had a meeting in Brussels with the Danish representative saying, look, WHO has classified processed meats as carcinogens, yet it's okay to not put that warning statement on the processed meat so people pick this stuff up, put it in the sandwiches, and give it to their kids to go to school. And the response was, Dr. Verkerk, it's just politics. And so, we have to work our way through. And I think grassroots pressure, which is something we're very much involved with at A&H, is how you change things. And what's happening today is really a big part of that.
Absolutely. What would you like to see from what you've seen today for both of you? What do you think are sort of like the easiest takeaways to, you know, get us towards more what you've seen of sort of like the best of the blue zones that you've had a chance to see?
I mean, I think creating good connections, honestly, that's what we see in the blue zones, is that the family connections are there, the local community connections are there. So if you've got a poor relationship with your mother or your brother or a friend, work on that, fix it, or let it go. And don't let that bog you down, because the relationships are the most important thing. So work on the relationships, and that will empower you to take steps across the board with your health.
Rob, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, you know, I think we've got to spend a lot more time thinking how we feel. You know, it's actually something in a doctor's office that we hear a lot less of. People forget to ask how they feel, and when we ask each other how we feel, in most of the industrialized Western world, we say we feel fine, even though we're half dying inside. So we got to learn to be really honest with that, because thing, right? It is a very British thing. But hang on, the Americans haven't necessarily got it right as well. High five! I got cancer. I'm dying next week. You know, the reality is how we feel is a very, very complex expression of psychoneuroimmunology, a whole bunch of processes inside us. And if we can all aspire to feel better, which means getting a hell of a lot of things right in our lives, working out what the priorities for the individual are, individualizing the advice, because, you know, there isn't, if you believe the Daily Mail health pages, you'd believe that you could give one piece of advice to everyone, but how come they change their minds next week?
Yeah.
So we need to know better, and I think genomics gives us one of the open doors to this, how we can use technology in a sensible way, so we can, if you like, individualize more general advice about all aspects that make us feel better as people.
Beautiful. You know, we've run out of time here, but the next session, the last session, is on the future. And I just want to touch on one thing that I feel like I have to communicate, because you said something here about trust. And, you know, as humans, we use relationships as a proxy for trust. We have to develop trust with people by getting to know them. And after a period of getting to know them, we trust the way they think about the world and how they think. I mentioned earlier the technology of the blockchain, and I'm sure most of you are unfamiliar with it, but I think you'll hear more and more about it. And one of the things that is part of the blockchain is that it is a technology where trust is actually implicit in the system. And that is very, very different from what we have. If Jason and I have a conversation on Facebook Messenger, we may think we're having a private conversation, but ultimately Facebook owns all of that data. And you know what you're going to start to see with blockchain integrating into systems is that trust is built into the system. And what it allows for is a phrase that I sort of spoke about the other day. I certainly didn't come up with it, but it's this idea of, you know, in healthcare, if you have an idea of distributed socialism. And in this concept is that the power doesn't reside in any one person's hands. The power resides in the power of the community using the common system. And I would highly recommend to anyone here who is interested in trust, building systems with trust inherent in them. I don't think that we have time to build trust by the old method. And the old method is development of the relationships, because this takes time. I'm very, very excited and bullish on the power of the blockchain. And if I went to a conference about 2 months ago which talked about all the non-financial tech ways that that blockchain is being used, and you would be staggered to understand all of the ways that it's being used in supply chain management, in organizations of like art and music and science. And you know, this is a new concept. You may not get it for a while, but I would recommend to anyone, if you're really interested in the future of trust and creation of communities, get involved in understanding the potential of the blockchain, because the reason why Bitcoin and these kind of things are taking off is people realize that trust has been abused by central authority, and there is a potential for a technology that does not have that potential. And I went to this event, and a female friend of mine wrote a review. We were at the same event, and she felt like, and these were her words, that blockchain was the technology of the divine feminine. And she said that because she felt that there was an immutable trust that was part of it, and the power of it, if you think about it as a currency, is not based on sort of like the patriarchal command and control system, but is based on the power of community using something. The value of the Bitcoin and the blockchain goes up as it's used by different people and the size of the community. And I know there's a lot of forward-thinking people in here. We haven't had, I spoke about a little bit of what we want to do, but I would say like there may be things that could be organized, even the vegetable stuff that you're talking about here on Guernsey, that could be organized through a system like that where trust is built into the system. And when you see what is possible with that sort of technology, that it will blow away everything that we've ever seen before. So I have to add that in because we're moving into the next segment, which is about the future. You're going to hear about a lot of cool stuff, but if you're a change maker and you're interested in building trust at scale, that's the technology for you. Thank you both for being here in January. In January, you'll be able to see the Human Longevity Project that Jason and his team are creating. They are traveling to the other blue zones. They're traveling to a lot of other interesting places along this journey. And it'll expose the conversation that we've had here to hundreds of thousands of more people. So we're very excited he's here. So to introduce our last segment, we're about 45 minutes from the end of a really transformational day. I have to say, I don't think I get to speak again. I'm going to take this off in a minute. I've been here a long time. I'm more proud of what we've done here today than anything I've ever done in my life. I think it's really... I was talking to Rangan earlier. You know, we're of a generation where everything that we've ever done or everything that we will ever do might sit online forever. And our kids, my 4-year-old was here earlier, will be able to go back and see our life's work. All the Facebook posts we've ever done, probably embarrassing, but like actually the life's work. I've done 150 podcasts, we've done 42 episodes of the show otherwise. You know, you have an opportunity with everything that you're doing right now to set an immutable record of the time of what you did with your time on this planet. And I am thankful to Mark and the rest of the community for creating this. So thank you, Rangan.
I think a huge thanks to James for actually having the foresight to put on an event like this and actually, teaming up with the Dandelion Foundation. I really would like to thank him for it because I've been inspired today. So thank you very much, James. I'm going to go straight into the next speaker. I think that was a phenomenal fireside discussion, of which I could pick out so many things to talk about. But I think let's move on to the next segment. I've not had the pleasure of meeting Dr. Avi Roy properly yet. I was trying to get a grip on his resume just now, and I was getting a headache reading all the impressive feats. So I'll keep it short. He is Chief Technology Officer at BioViva Science and also heads up the Clinical Research Institute at Oxford University. Dr. Avi Roy.
Just a small correction. I don't head up the clinical research at Oxford University. That's Richard's job. Richard, if you're listening, I'm not taking it yet. By the way, I'm so glad that so many people are here to watch Liz and Mark. I know that you're probably not here for me, but that's fantastic. It has been a great, phenomenal day, and the sun has come out as well now. So thank you for being here. I want to thank, before I get started, Jade and Nicole and Jock and Valerie for putting this all together and doing such fantastic work, and Mark for teaching me the power of not doing paperwork and inviting me. here. I'm going to use his wise words everywhere I go and probably get fired. So I'll be back here, Mark, to hang out with you. So now that I've thanked everybody that I need to immediately, and I'm going to now give you what I'm going to talk about and probably disinvite myself from coming back again. So everything today has been fantastic, but what I'm going to talk to you about is going to be the lazy approach. So food, exercise, community, and a combination of all of those things. Fantastic approach to what we all want, which is healthy longevity, long life, happiness. But my approach is going to be simplistic and lazy, because I don't want to do anything. I just want things to just work. And so that's what this talk is going to be about. Everybody wants that. Well, probably not in Arizona, but wherever you want to be jumping around and not sitting in a hospice care facility. Everybody wants that. So health, definitionally, is understood by everybody. But time, well, doesn't always do nice things, mostly doesn't do nice things. And when I'm giving my talk, it is pointed towards just one thing, which is looking at biological aging. And this is what time did to these four sisters over 41 years. The picture started in 1974. I think this is 1980, 81, and so on. But look at what time does. They're obviously happy. They have kinship. They have fellowship over all these years together. Some of you may have seen this before. But 41 years. I think the last picture is from 2015. And when I look at this, there are so many layers of complexity in these pictures. And I, for my research work and for my work with BioViva with the University of Oxford, have picked one of the complexities that are being shown in this picture. As they get older over these 41 years, you can see their faces change. You can see their smiles stay the same. Whoops, sorry. And you can see the difference between 1974 and 2015. But everybody knows that they look different. Everybody can see that. But what I want to fix, what my colleagues are working on, what we are working on at BioViva, is to tackle the lack of robustness that happens with time, the biological aging, the decaying of the body that happens over the time. And this is an old saying, and I like that a lot. But why does that lack of robustness or the frailty that kicks in, what is that, and how does it drive disease? These are the top 5 killers. And you don't have to be a scientist, you don't have to be an engineer to see that mortality rates from these 4 diseases that kill about 80% of people in developed countries. This data is from England and Wales, but the pattern exists almost to the dot in all other industrialized countries, the OECD countries. And are at around the age of 45, the population mortality rate starts to become visible at a higher level. Before that, it seems to be accidents and suicides and other things that are bigger causes of mortality. So why does that happen? Why is aging linked with that? We find that in geroscience, that not only is aging linked with those diseases, but a whole host of processes that are associated with this detrimental effect that happens in biological, in your biology and your physiology over time. These are just some of them that are named. And here, the geroscience hypothesis is, can we modify aging? Is aging modifiable? And the answer absolutely is yes. The old paradigm is on the left side here, which is we have therapeutic, whatever be your treatment, whether it be naturopathic or pharmaceutical, whatever be your treatment, it is targeted towards the diseases that happen at the end. But if we can target the aging process, we may receive a significant bang for the buck, so to speak. Richard Miller did that analysis on a very small way, and he published this finding that you see here. And it simply states the average woman today lives about 81, the average of OECD countries, which is not true for Guernsey. It's about 86 here, so that's awesome already. If we cured cancer at a population level, how many years would we add? And according to his calculations, it would be about 2, because they would immediately, the population on average would fall prey to heart disease or diabetes or cancer, or stroke and other issues. If you cured heart disease, you would get about 4 additional years of mean life expectancy. If you cured cancer, heart disease, stroke, and diabetes altogether, all of those, you get about 16 years. But if you ameliorated even a slight bit of the aging process, if you rejuvenated or even slowed down the aging process, you would get about 33 years of benefit in health span. And that is a pretty decent hypothesis coming from animal data and in combination with the epidemiological data in humans. So how do we do this? As any scientist will first tell you, anytime you begin a conversation, to your chagrin and to stop that conversation, is how do you define a problem? What is aging? When I showed you the pictures of those 4 sisters, everybody here knows that the picture on the right was the picture from 2015, the picture on the left was the picture from 1974, but how do you define it? You would, many people here may be shocked to believe, to find out that we don't have biomarkers of aging because of this chart. I know this chart is hard to read, but what it says simply is that as we grow older, to a certain extent, we have good biomarkers of what our biological age is. We can define it with certain markers. These could be metabolic markers, physiological markers, anatomical markers, any markers. But as we start to reach middle age, because of people coming to these conferences and listening to all of the excellent speakers, they start to age slightly slowly. Whereas others who are not coming to these conferences and not doing the practices, yeah, Mark, you might as well book the ticket for next year. Who are not, but the point is that around middle age is you can see the divergence that happens, not just among men and women. I know this picture shows a man and a woman, but among people who do certain things, certain interventions, and who don't, who have the gift of coming from long-lived families or living in blue zones, coming from long-lived families, who have the right kind of epigenetic alterations. All of those things kind of start to diverge. And that's where you see the red line, which is a drop in accuracy of all biomarkers that we know of today. Telomere length is a pretty decent biomarker, again, starts to fail around that time. Metabolic, combinatorial metabolic markers, we can talk about them in detail later, are pretty good, but again, start to not see that heterogeneity that happens around that time. And really, it starts to go downhill from there, and we really don't have any good biomarkers. That's when we need it the most. And so that is a very big challenge. The implementation of that challenge is seen here. We don't have good biomarkers, but we are still trying to treat diseases, and this is what happens. This is the result of that. At lab, at the end where I work, because I'm not a medical doctor, you have we're back. So we have about 5,000 to 10,000 compounds at the lab end of things. And, altogether through over 15 years of research and $1 billion or more of investment into this pipeline, most drugs fail. Somewhere between 85 and 97% of drugs will fail by the time they reach phase 2 clinical trials. The 85% end of drugs are for diseases where we can tolerate significant amount of toxicity, kind of diseases that are like cancer. The 97 or 99% and where 99 or 97% are where we are not willing to tolerate toxicity, like medicine for relieving your headaches. And so that kind of defines it. It's not like the drugs in certain categories are better than others. And this is the problem. We don't have good models. I'm going to show you some solutions to the problem in the last 6 minutes that I have. This is something that you guys have heard about, that the terminology of personalized and precision medicine. This is kind of what we have been doing at Oxford and what we are trying to implement through companies like BioViva and others. A combinatorial approach of diagnostics, prognostics, personalized experimentation, and personalized treatment. Now, I'm going to go into them in a little more detail in a few more slides. So this is the approach that we need for precision and personalized medicine. We also need, for our current pipeline, an adaptive clinical trial. So today what we do is take a pool of patients, randomly selected, and we put them in a drug trial, give them a treatment, and voila, what happens is a few of them respond, most of them don't respond, some have detrimental effects, and that drug goes nowhere. That's the in vitro modeling. So we can do both modeling in the computer and modeling on a plate on your own cells that we have taken. That's the iPS cell, the induced pluripotent stem cells, which is the cells that we get from your skin. We can grow them into becoming liver, into becoming pancreas, into becoming neurons, into becoming any of those things. Fast forward that and see what your own genetic background leads to, what kind of diseases it leads to. And then from that, we can design personalized therapeutics for you. Today, you see that being done in tumors in cancer. You sequence the tumor and you treat it with various drugs on the plate, see if it works. If it works, well, you give to the patient and try it out. We're getting better at it. But in the future, we shouldn't just do it for once you have the tumor. We should try to do it preventively. We can treat, as I was saying, your iPS cells and see what will work for your type of mutations. What is coming 10 years, 20 years, 30 years down the line in your neurological cells, in your neuronal cells. And finally, when you want to prevent stuff altogether, like the next speaker will talk about, we can test it like allergy testing on human skin. So your own skin can be a platform for testing new novel therapies. This is beneficial for patients, certainly, because you have safe, personalized treatment. It is beneficial for investors because you don't have to invest billions. If this pipeline gets going, we can actually do it for tens of millions, but not billions. So we'll cut probably cost by 100. And of course, for scientists, this is a much more interesting platform than spend 15 to 20 years over one molecule that was selected by a group of bankers or management specialists in a pharmaceutical company, because it is what is known. And we have an option to scale this up, because all of this can be done in one floor, because cells don't take up that much room, computers don't take up that much room. And this is the model that we are trying to promote. We're working with governments to bring this model to realization. Parts of it have been done. We need to combine those two, all of these parts. And for that, we really need collaboration across all of the spectrum. We need education, we need policy research, we need resources from the government, we need resources from NGOs, we need special interest groups working with us, and of course we need to form a coalition. This is where people like Mark come in, who are major connectors, and we need to all work together. And that's what we have been starting to do. I'm going to leave you with this last slide. And while you watch this, I'm going to just quickly read a quote, because it is required as an Oxonian to read Richard Dawkins's quotes. What you're seeing is a mouse which has a overexpression of PepsiK, also known as phosphatidyl carboxylase kinase. That's not the relevant part. The relevant part is just look at how much it can run compared to a wild-type mouse. I know the quality is less, but they're just two furballs. So keep looking at it while I read this. They did not die out, for they are past masters of the survival arts, but do not look for them floating loose in the sea. They gave up that cavalier freedom long ago. Now they swarm in huge colonies, safe inside gigantic lumbering robots, sealed off from the outside world, communicating with it by tortuous indirect routes, manipulating it by remote control. They are in you and me. They created us, body and mind, and their preservation is the ultimate rationale for our existence. They have come a long way, those replicators. Now they go by the name of genes, and we are their survival machines. We can change that, just like we did in this mouse. You manipulate that gene, and that mouse runs 6 kilometers. 6 kilometers. It lives longer as well. It eats more and weighs less than its counterpart. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to make everybody healthy by sitting on your ass. Thank you very much.
I'm still trying to process everything that that I've just heard. All kinds of thoughts coming into my mind. But I guess one of them is, what if we did all the things that we're talking about right? So food, stress, sleep, relaxation, purpose, and we combined it with these kind of therapies. Could the qualifications to become a blue zone rise to 120, 130? That's what's going on in my mind. I mean, maybe with this new technology, we'll be having a conference right here in 20 years saying journey to 120, potentially. So yeah, while I process that, the CEO of this company, and I don't think I know enough really to do you guys justice, so I'm just going to let you do the talking. Liz Parrish.
So what is this crazy company? I'm the CEO of BioViva, and I'm very proud of it. So today we did hear a lot about it, great interventions, things that you can do right now in your life that can change the way you feel today and the way you live, and definitely how long you live within a natural lifespan. But my company is a gene therapy company. We want to modify your DNA. Why would we do that? What sort of evidence would we have that that works? Well, I'm going to walk through that in this conversation that I'm going to have with you, but I want to tell you how I got started. So I didn't just get started being a mad person who wanted to manipulate the people around me. My son was diagnosed with diabetes type 1 in 2013. And this was a real big blow to the family. It just was a painful experience to watch a 9-year-old, go from a healthy, active life to a life of what seemed like multiple blood checks and insulin injections with every meal. It was very difficult in the hospital coming to terms with this. Then I looked around the hospital and I saw kids that didn't have treatable diseases, at least not with what they will use in medicine today. And yet I had read headlines that cancer had been cured, that we could differentiate cells to treat diabetes, that we could reverse dementia, all in mice. So I created a translational engine to bring that to the world, so that the people in the highest need could get access to new medicine and potentially change the paradigm for the rest of us. So this is the World Health Organization's definition of health. Health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, not merely the absence of disease and infirmary. There are very few people that can actually live up to this definition, and we would like to make sure that the World Health Organization stands behind us to bring you up to this much better condition. So why would we do this? What is the need? Okay, so right now we're facing the silver tsunami. That means by the year of 2020, there'll be more people over the age of 65 than under the age of 5. So what we're talking about doing with gene therapy is treating complex disease. So that includes things like diabetes type 1 that children get and immunological diseases. But the greatest effort would be for biological aging. Believe it or not, many of these gene therapies are synonymous to both children and adults. So with this growing aging population, what we're seeing is less people under the age of 5 that go on to be the workforce and more people over the age of 65 that need care. Okay, so this is the tsunami, the crushing weight of the economic disaster of people getting older and not able to work. We call these trillion-dollar conundrums the diseases of aging. So each one of the diseases of aging, the major killers on the planet now, worldwide, globally, are about $1 trillion. And that's growing exponentially as we go. This is a big catastrophe. So when you think about these type of healthcare, we think about a growing economic situation that we can't afford with less people going into the workforce, and therefore actually curing these diseases, or at least prolonging healthy lifespans, saves us loads of money. So we're just going to look back historically so we can see what science has brought to you so far. So these are the causes of death in 1900, and you'll see that predominantly we died of infectious disease. The big game changers were antibiotics and immunizations, workplace safety, and sanitation. Antibiotics and immunizations being one of the biggest builds on this change in paradigm, which we can now see here. Only about 3% of the population die of infectious disease. So that's actually massive innovation, and it's been quoted that, you know, anything past the year of 50 has been brought to you by science. And that's very evident. But if we look at these other diseases now, we see that we live longer, but we suffer for a longer period of time as well. And if we took these to heart as if they were an infectious disease, we would have a big call to arms. As a matter of fact, over 100,000 people will die today of biological aging. Each one of those persons might have been someone to step up to pioneer new medicine. Existing treatments are not effective, and I think we heard this over and over today, but actually looking at efficacy numbers is very important, especially when we're talking about new medicine that might seem very strange or scary to people. Genetic modification, or gene therapy, is actually very succinct technology. We look for a protein target that we're trying to hit, and that's the only thing we upregulate. When you're dealing with small molecules, you're essentially throwing something into the body, you're potentially damaging the liver, and you're looking for off-target effects. As a matter of fact, everything from these drugs are a side effect. So the side effect is hopefully you get some positive ones, and then you're going to probably get several negative ones. And when we look at this list here, what's important to look at is some of the most widely prescribed drugs. Okay, so for oncology, let's look at one of the biggest risk situations where you really want a drug to work. The efficacy right now is 25%, and in the US, those come at about a $9,000 a day cost. And so it only works in about 25% of the patients, and it's only going to extend life a matter of weeks. These are not good drugs. Let's look at another disease of aging on here. Let's look at Alzheimer's. 30% efficacy rate, and you're guaranteed to die of the disease. This is not good medicine, and I think that it was a necessary step in the evolution of technology and science, but we're on to better things. And the sooner we accept that and become excited about that, I think that we will be a happier, longer-lived society, and I think that we can beat 100. So Robert Boyle was the founder of modern chemistry, and in 1662, you'll find out this was not a modern idea of housewives that get to sit around. Actually, he was hoping that the scientific discoveries that he would like to have happen in the world. One of them was the prolongation of life. The recovery of youth, including hair and teeth, and the cure for diseases. We are still working on that, but we're working towards that. So these are not new ideas. These were some of the ideas from some of the most intelligent people in science in the past. So why do we think that we can do this now? Dr. Abby Roy pointed out a very good position of we really don't know how to mark the biomarkers of aging. We really don't have good ways to gauge how old you are biologically right now, besides visual impression. But science has, in fact, targeted the hallmarks of aging. So the hallmarks of aging are being vetted, and right now we have 10 of them, and this is where therapeutic intervention is going. So you can look at this. Some of the things are genomic instability, telomere attrition, loss of proteostasis. So that means your cells aren't making good proteins. They might not be reusing them. They might not be recycling them. Mitochondrial dysfunction, stem cell exhaustion, extracellular regulation issues, and altered intracellular communication. So these are some of the hallmarks of aging. Well, these are all the hallmarks of aging, but I didn't discuss all of them. And these are what are driving cells getting older, okay? And so knowing this gives us a vantage point to start from. And now with gene therapies, we're actually intervening and reversing some of these processes. So what is gene therapy? Number one, what we do is we find the gene that we'd like to upregulate. This gene, in the case of aging, essentially tackles one or more hallmarks of aging. We put that into a capsid delivery system, and it is then injected into your body. So this is what the future of medicine looks like. I know everyone doesn't like a jab, but it's a lot more simplistic than open heart surgery and other things that we're doing today that in the future will be quite barbaric or only needed in great trauma incidents. At this point, the therapeutic target goes in, the capsid delivers the gene to your cell, and you upregulate the protein that you're making. So what's exciting about gene therapy is instead of all of these off-target small molecules, we're actually just upregulating the protein that we're looking for. So we're not going to upregulate a protein that has a problem in your body, that makes your body sicker. We're going to only use the ones that do not make you sick. And as a matter of fact, there's 8 cures for gene therapy right now in the pipeline, and 2 of them have been passed, and they're a one-time treatment for the life of the patient. The power of this is staggering. Boy in the bubble disease, severe combined immunodeficiency, has been cured. Big news to some people with one little gene and one little treatment. These kids get back to an active life and have their whole lives ahead of them. So why do we think gene therapy will work? Let's look at mice. So here's a field mouse, and this field mouse lives from about 6 to 8 months in the wild. That's it. He gets predated, he gets eaten, or he gets caught in one of your mouse traps. If you bring him into the lab, just by protecting him, giving him a safe environment, no predators and no mouse traps, he lives 12 to 18 months. Now, this is something that we heard about today, not necessarily calorie restriction, but we heard about eating well, eating right, and exercising. And this is actually really, really impressive. This mouse is put on calorie restriction. It's only given the amount of nutrients that it really needs to be healthy, not overly thin, but healthy. It gets exercise regularly, and look at the increase in lifespan. 26 to 30 months. This is pretty fantastic. I mean, this definitely shows you that intervening in your lifestyle will make a difference. It's the number one thing that you can do now, despite what Abby said. He's just counting. He just knows the treatments are coming. He doesn't need to worry about it. Okay, so, but if you do one single gene optimization, gene therapy, one gene, add one gene, and this mouse lives to 60 months with no diet restrictions and no exercise regimen. This is a healthy mouse. As a matter of fact, since the 1970s, we have been expanding the lifespan of model organisms. We've expanded worms' life by 11 times. That's healthy, vigorous life. Flies by 6 times, mice by 5 times, a certain type of fish by 4 times, but not humans. Since 2012 to 2015, 2 of the gene therapies that we're looking to launch the company with have made big strides, big efforts, and big news. Telomerase gene therapy increased the lifespan of mice by 24%. The myostatin gene therapy, I'm going to explain that later, restored muscle mass and increased strength. Telomerase-inducing gene therapy showed benefit to neural cells, potentially helping Alzheimer's patients. And human skin was completely regenerated with telomerase induction. Worldwide clinical trials are going wild in gene and cell therapies. In 2016, we finished off with 804 actively involved, and more are coming. That's a growth rate of 21% over a 1-year period of time. More and more companies are getting involved in raising hundreds of millions of dollars for one-time cures, all in the realm, in general, of monogenic disease. We'd like to take the power of that technology and use it in complex disease. The biggest mortality risk is age. The biggest killer is aging. Cellular degeneration at the biological level is essentially running you into what will eventually be your diagnoses, regardless of what you eat and how you live your life. You can prolong it, but this is the way to potentially get around and cure it. So what are our ideal therapeutic requirements? Number 1, we would like them to be safe in animals and humans. I'm sure you would too. We would like to them to have efficacy, meaning that they actually work. Our program is actually being designed to ensure that the therapeutics that we use work. We're a clinical application, so we don't put years and years into research. We don't put millions of dollars into research. We translate the medicine when we think it's ready for humans and have human clinical trials to prove both safety and efficacy. And if it does not work, we toss it out for the next one. We would like it to modulate several of the biomarkers or the hallmarks of aging. Okay, that will be a very important part of the therapy. If it can hit 1, that's great. If it can hit 3, that's even better. We'd like to have a preventative effect to aging. So we want to prevent biological aging from happening to begin with. We would at least like to slow it in these early years of the therapies. Regenerative effect. So in order to have the biggest impact, we can't just slow aging, we need to regenerate bodies. I know that a lot of my favorite people in the world are over 65, and we need to not only stop that aging process, but we need to reverse it and get these people back to being active and be able to work much longer with these new routes of wanting to live longer. We need to be active longer. So Ben Franklin also was a proponent of longevity, and in 1780 he wrote a note to a friend of his from France, and he essentially in this quote says he thinks that he's been born about 1,000 years too soon. He foresees a future when we are able to cure disease, and not only cure disease, but even that of old age. These thinkers made a very powerful impact, and it's interesting to bring up their quotes even today. So what therapies would we launch our company with, or will we launch our company with? There's 2. One is telomerase induction gene therapy. So telomeres are at the ends of your chromosomes. So think of your chromosomes like this, and there's caps on the ends. And as your cells divide, the caps get shorter and shorter. Our telomerase induction actually lengthens the telomeres, giving your cells more healthy divisions. The myostatin inhibitor What this is, so you know, it's a target protein, and it targets myostatin, and it blocks it so that you can develop muscle mass. So myostatin blocks your ability to gain muscle mass, and as we get older, we actually become more frail. We lose muscle mass over time. So this would give you the opportunity to get back out there, run your stairs, play your tennis, and do all the things you like later into life. I see that my time is really short. So how can we determine efficacy when humans are so long-lived? So here in Guernsey, you live to an average age of about 84. That's a long time to wait. We look at model organisms and we see how they work, and we're actually building the biomarkers of aging. So this is a process. This is in process in scientific now that I know a lot of people thought were too complicated today, but in fact, we're getting a handle on it, and this data will be important in the future. I only am getting to this now. I know that I'm out of time, but really quick, I took the first 2 gene therapies that our company is launching on. I took a dual gene therapy against biological aging, and it made a lot of news. It was the first time in the world that a body had embarked on treating this what we consider a disease. And so really quick, I'm going to go through the benefits. So we saw the telomeres lengthen by 600 base pairs. This is before and after of my leg muscles. We saw increased muscle mass and decreased intramuscular fat. We saw a 6-fold reduction in C-reactive proteins, low risk of cancer. It's basically based on low, moderate, or high, and so low is your best marker in these tests. We saw a 25% reduction in blood glucose levels, which is probably the increased muscle and the decreased intramuscular fat. My HbA1cs were excellent, and we had a 50% reduction in triglycerides. So better heart health. We didn't see any changes in the places that we feared to see changes, which was the liver, the brain, and the kidneys. So we're gearing up to do clinical trials now. We're basing ourselves all around the world. We'd love to come to Guernsey. And thank you for listening.
That was certainly one of the most interesting talks I've ever heard, I think. Particularly the bit at the end when you spoke about your own experience and what's happened so far. I think we all wait with eager anticipation to hear more as things develop. Yeah, I was thinking that actually. I was thinking that looked pretty impressive. I mean, one thing just to sort of bring it back a little bit before the last speaker, I think that sounds really exciting. I think I probably won't be able to sleep tonight just trying to process all of that and think about the implications. But, you know, some of these markers of cellular health, I will passionately say that we can improve cellular health with lifestyle changes. Okay, again, that's not anti what I just heard at all. It's purely saying cellular health, I agree, is the key to longevity. Or one of the keys, and I think that all the things we've been talking about throughout the whole day ultimately on some level will impact our cellular health. And with that, the last speaker for today is the co-founder of the Dandelion Foundation. The Dandelion Foundation and the Evolution of Medicine, which James is the founder of, put this special event on. I feel very privileged to have been here and witnessed all these talks. And I think Mark's going to close it out for you. So big round of applause for Mark Wynn.
So it's good to start a talk. Good to start a talk actually at the finishing time of 5 o'clock. So I normally do the hosting job. That Rangan's done amazingly today, and the thing we share about is neither of us prepare for that job. That's why we do the hosting job. I'm now stood here doing a talk without really preparing that much for it. So it'll be interesting to see how you can do this for 10 minutes or so. It means I can condense the time because I understand we're a bit late. So just to play mischief with this idea of doing another conference about that you were talking about before, if you notice the infinity symbol here on the on the Journey to 100 thing, there's something we really had this conference not only to say that there's so much that can be done in community as well, but also there's some very real challenges that are coming that we as a community need to start having the conversations about. Think about. I did a talk like this 3 years ago, and I opened the talk and I did a minute silence for everyone, and I had the words "you are going to die" on the back thing, and I made everyone sit in the uncomfortable silence of that. I think what may be even more terrifying is I put up the words "you may not die" on the screen. This is something very real that we're going to face as a society, but you think about the pension liabilities, how we're going to need community in different ways to actually navigate through some of this future. So this is really what the Dandelion Foundation was set up for, was to prepare the world for this onslaught of new ideas, new approaches of it, some of it ancient wisdom, but some of it very real and transformative, and understanding that all of this requires community to get through. So a little bit of my story, because I've made everyone else do it. I think this plagued, I think my parents are in the room, every single school report I ever had. I don't know how many of you have had similar similar things. Has the potential, but must try harder. She showed me a big pile of them the other day. I'm actually really proud of those now. This kind of, I'm trying to summarize some of my youth, and these three memes were going on all the time when I was growing up. And they made no sense to me, really. I think for a number of reasons. My dad left school at 14 as a dyslexic and became very successful. Some of that success was a struggle. This notion of working hard. I fundamentally spent 3 decades of my life trying to get out of bed. Yeah. And we talked about trauma before and all of these kind of things. And actually, because the outside world didn't make a lot of sense to me around what I was learning at school didn't make sense compared to what the outside world was like. This people just working themselves to the bone and not understanding why they're doing it. And this idea of making a lot of money and never, and I spent time growing up in Africa and seeing more joy than I've ever seen in the streets of London for people who have nothing. And something inside of me, nothing made sense, yet the whole world kept telling me, and I felt pretty crazy. And so I turned into kind of island specialisms like drinking and things like that, but on the inside I was really suffering and dying. As the kind of Mark Twain quote, we talked a lot about purpose, and the 2 most important days in your life are the day you were born and the day you find out why. And I remember I think it's 2010, I read a book called The 4-Hour Workweek, and suddenly I understood that laziness and working less could change people. That book has actually gone on to change millions of lives in some way. And the things I didn't like about myself, which were kind of laziness and manipulating people to get other people to do things for me, because I couldn't really get out of bed. There was always this drive to saying, how am I going to get through a day I don't understand? My life changed in that moment when I understood those 2 things I didn't like about myself were actually the keys to making a huge amount of change happen in the world. And that when I talk with entrepreneurs and everything like that, the biggest problem that people have with is time. And I'm a master of creating time. As Avi was talking about, why do paperwork if you don't like it? Develop your life in a different way. 5 years ago, maybe 2012, I was having a few beers in a pub in London, and I said I confessed that I wanted to change the world, and someone said, you need to go to this place in Silicon Valley, and it's called Singularity University, and it's really about University of Changing the World, and it says, how do you use all of this incredible technology to impact 1 billion people within 10 years? And the 2 things that I noticed there when I was there was, firstly, the entrepreneurs that were building those organizations were struggling from time and all of these kind of things. And that was pretty serious when you think about the number of people they can impact. And secondly, that government and bureaucracy was the primary barrier to many of the problems that have been solved already in the world. The things you talk about seen today, making those happen in large nations is really troublesome, but communities like ours can have a real role. So I started to understand that my life from here in Guernsey had a real role, and small communities like it have a real role in bringing forward solutions for the rest of the world. So Jock and I met 4 years ago over coffee. It was a group called Loafers Inc. that I set up for people to have coffee at 10 o'clock on a Monday to remind themselves why they shouldn't be working. And we hatched this plan, first proper conversation we ever had, and said we were going to try and see if we could make Guernsey the best place to live on earth by 2020. We were going to launch an event like this, which we did 3 years ago. We were going to bring people with answers to come here and see if we could inspire people to actually start solving problems. And since then, we've stuck 140 people on stage, like today, and it gets crazy and crazy, the people we managed to convince to come here. And what we know is that whenever we bring people over here, whenever people come, there are people in the rooms, people who, in the meetings that get inspired in some way. And what I've really had a privilege behind the scenes over the years is to see the number of new leaders, the number of people that have found purpose in their life in the past few years that are genuinely changing the life for my kids growing up in my community. So I want to go back to some of the things that we've learned in the last 3 years is, in many ways, most of us want the same thing. There's so much division in the world. There's so much breakdown. And when I've spent time with people and you go, what do you want for your kids? You know, and most people come up with the same answer. I want my kids to be happy and healthy. And we don't actually question what are the things we're doing as a community, as a society that go directly against that. And you know, it's a real privilege now to know in this community that we're taking happy and healthy seriously. We're re-engineering the curriculum. We're changing national policy. We're looking at health again. But really, the money that we make as a community doesn't really matter if we can't raise our kids to be happy and healthy. And rich or poor, that really does create a shared thing, left or right. At one level, we all want the same thing. And what starts conversations and creates connections and creates community is a deep understanding of what we really want underneath that, and getting away from some of the beliefs we have around how to do that. And in understanding the deep roots of what we want, we can create community and create connection. So the second thing that we've learned, these events are actually a small part of what we do. 80% of what we do in this community is this plant medicine that we talked about earlier called coffee. And when I was at Singularity University as the contrarian who didn't want to work to build an organization, my billion people project was how can I positively impact 1 billion people by just having coffee? That notion of how do you scale human connection, or how do you find through every coffee you meet could be the butterfly that causes a hurricane. And in this community, what we've learned to do within this network, with many of you in the room that I've spent time with, is to have coffee with each other, to share hopes, dreams, fears with each other. And in those conversations, we build the mycelium layer of a community that the innovation can emerge. Because once we have trust, once we have connection, we can change things. I always say that it takes 50 coffees to change the world. And so I highly recommend that if you're really inspired by something today, the first move is go and have coffee. Say it out loud and keep moving. And that's certainly where the bulk of the stuff that's coming out of the Dandelion project is not actually from these events, it's from the coffees we have behind the scenes. So coffee is a global change agent. We've heard about it so many times today, but fear. In all of the conversations I have, what stops people from going across that river is individual fear. I remember when I first stood up on stage 3.5 years ago, I was terrified of public speaking, absolutely terrified. I've learnt by imagining many of you naked today that actually you don't have to be afraid. And I've gone into some of my past traumas and things like that in terms of things that may have happened to me at school, and I've processed them and I've let them go through some of the techniques, even MDMA therapy, and learn how to decode fear. And so many of the conversations I have and spend time with people in Jock as well is all we really do is work through individual fears, what barriers are holding people back, and say to a lot of people these fears aren't rational necessarily. And it's so simple. You know, so many of the issues in the world, really, to live a life, fear isn't even good for you. There's loads of evidence to say that you're going to live a shorter life if you're afraid. But now we know so much about fear. We know how to deal with it, we know how to cure it. So why would you hold your life back if you're afraid? Because we know how to deal with this now. You know, I'm standing here and I'm actually feeling all right, 90% all right, 10% afraid, whereas I was translucent 3 years ago. Any fear you have can be dealt with. And so much of this community is people stepping beyond fear. You know, Gavin talking last year about making Guernsey the happiest and healthiest country in the world by 2026. Believe me, he was terrified saying that out loud in this community. When Jock and I stood up wanting to make Guernsey the best place to live on earth by 2020, you can imagine what was going on in my brain, thinking, I grew up in this place, they're going to think I'm mad, they're going crazy. But in truth, we all, you know, what people want is people to be vulnerable. What people want to do is share. And Janet did an amazing thing. Everyone gives her a round of applause because she expressed her fear at the beginning of her talk, right? And we all want to know people are human. All you have to do is tell people you're afraid and you suddenly get people around you. We all have this thing, and so much of the world is... I know the ideas in this room. I know the ideas that people have, and many people haven't stepped outside and actually achieved what they can achieve because they're afraid. Well, walking through fear is a skill. And we've learned that people can learn how to walk through that. I've learned how to walk through it. And kind of one of the final things is about community change and activism. I really see this, we've learned it's a martial art, not boxing. Right? You see a lot of the loud shouting in community, we need to change this, we need to do this. And I think Pam is one of my mentors and stuff, she's a legend. It's mischief, it's martial arts, it's using the energy to change the system. You know, if you feel that change is hard, you're doing it wrong, right? Change should be easy. Change is connection, it's community, it's trust, it's all of these things. It's taking your time. It's understanding that there's a reason why it's done this way. And we have to honor what's happening today before we can change what we have to tomorrow. We've got to realize that people are afraid to change. And shouting at people and getting angry and saying people are bad is just putting people inside of their shells. Yeah, you know, we're never going to get change until we actually like the people we're trying to change. Yeah. I always say, if you can't find compassion for someone like Donald Trump, you don't understand the problem. Yeah. He's a guy with childhood trauma, right? PTSD, right? You can see it. You can see the age he goes back to, right? If you can't love the story he has, you don't know how to change the world. And so all of those people that you're angry at, you've got to understand their story first. You've got to understand where they come from. And as soon as you can find the humanity in another person, you can find the key to change the world. So I want you to close your eyes for a minute, because I genuinely believe that every person in this room is a change maker. And I get this single exercise, and you've got to get out of your head to do it. So close your eyes and take a few deep breaths. And I want to get yourselves to answer one question. The question is, if anything was possible, what one problem would you solve for the world? If your voice starts going, and just take another breath. And usually there's an answer that comes quite quickly, and every answer is different for each individual, and it's usually something to do with their story. And the ego is quite good at coming back in and saying, can't do that, too small. But usually there's something instinctual. And I want you to tell the person next to you what that was. Go on. Confess. And those of you at home, write it down. Okay. So as we haven't got much. So as I suggested earlier, you've confessed it now to the world. And really is as simple as going out and having 50 coffees or saying on social media, because I guarantee you in this community there are a few other people that will want to choose the same thing, that are interested in the same solution, and that all of the ideas happen to be out in the world already from people like Liz and other stuff. Any problem in the world, that's what I learned from Singularity University, is I threw away my notebook day 3, I said I get it. Anything is possible, right? We live in that paradigm, and it's not, Liz is a mum that just wanted to solve a problem. You guys, anybody can solve anything right now. And it comes from, first of all, confessing it to yourself. Second of all, confessing it to those around you, to find other people that want to do the same thing in community. And thirdly, just having coffee and getting on with it, right? So finally, I love this tourist slogan of Guernsey, which is the great things happen in Guernsey line. And it's amused me for a long time, knowing what's coming here in this community. And I love this thing about this island. I mean, I really feel, and this is to get all these speakers over here. My selling pitch is come to a beautiful island and change the world, right? And it really is, and I'm amazed how many people come over here for nothing, no money or anything, and just sold by the dream of what this amazing community could achieve for the world. I'm in awe of everybody that lives here. I'm in awe of the potential of this community, and I can't wait to see after this event what you all do in the world. And if you feel afraid, then come and have coffee with me and we'll deal with it. So thank you all for showing up today. Thank you, all of you, for all you do. We really need as much help in this mission. It is a mission of life and death, right? We can all really put Guernsey on the map, but also provide a North Star for the rest of the world to do something incredible. All of the issues that we have in the world are solvable in our lifetime, and they're solvable by the people in this room. So enjoy the rest of your life.
That feels like the close to me, a really sort of special moment to sort of bring it all back and make us think about what happens after today. I just switched my phone on actually because it ran out of charge, and it was charging for 2 hours, and I was really come from this special day and this moment back to reality, which is my kids watching this live on the internet saying, "Daddy, is this, Mummy, is this live?" And my daughter sort of waving at me, asking if I'm coming back tomorrow, as I said I was. But that really, for me, is what it's all about. Is really why I'm here. This is why I want to do my little bit to try and change the world and try and help people live happier and healthier. I think we've all learnt today a whole wide variety of different topics. I think different things will resonate with different people. But if this just ends here now, and then we go back into our everyday lives without doing something different, well, really, a lot of the power is lost. What can we all do individually? This content is going online. It's been streamed all day. It's going to sit free of charge on YouTube, right? Think about it. Is there someone you know in your community, in your school, in your hospital, in your doctor's surgery who might benefit from watching one of these videos? Does someone need free coaching? Does someone need access to that? Share that video. Does someone want to start an urban garden and need some support and some inspiration as to how that might transpire? You see, if all of us make a commitment to each other to actually, if all it was just to share one of these videos with another community, the word from here can spread very, very fast. And I really would encourage you, let's not make this just a special day. Let's use today, all of us, with modern technology, to do our little bit to change the world. So thank you all very much for being here today. Thank you so much for the invite from James, Evolution Medicine, the Dandelion Foundation. It really has been a privilege to be here. I look forward to spending the evening with many of you this evening and having a chat. We have to leave this room promptly. So the way we're going to end this is that we're going to go out to the garden. There's going to be photography. It's going to take a group photo of everyone who was here. So we're going to leave by this room. So please gather your bags, and we're going to move out there. But I just want to ask, there was about 4 or 5 hands at the start of the day who did not feel it was possible to live to 100 in good health. I don't know if any of them are still here. Would any of them admit to still being here? Do you still feel that way? And with that, let's go out for a photo.